the Hollywood Billionaire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, The Troublemaker in the World of Two. In the long river of time, I'm forever young. They who have me are also forever young. We who have 2 lives deserve the best. Zuyeru put the last piece of takia at sushi she bought at Furtata Cafe into her mouth, chewing it with her cheeks, puffed up like a hamster, while looking back at the crowd passing by behind her. She had just finished class, and she had another class waiting for her in the same teaching building an hour later. Therefore, for convenience, Hanyi brought lunch directly from the new building of the School of Business next to the School of Public Administration to Anne. 8 pieces of sushi, a bottle of sugar-free green tea, and a box of Japanese sweets. The food Hanyi prepared for Zuyeru was precise enough to make her just full, but not so nutritious that she would feel sleepy in the afternoon. On days when there were classes, the 2 of them basically got along like this on campus. Whoever finished class first would pack up the food and share it in the other's teaching building. Zuyeru enjoyed this plain and sweet life. These 2 sentences, really said by McGrady. Zuyeru swallowed the canteen like vinegar ice that had the basic sweet and sour taste, but was obviously not of excellent quality, and muttered the McGrady quotes that Hanyi had just shared with her, which made him unforgettable. Yeah. Hanyi picked up the empty box in front of Zuyeru and put it into the plastic bag, nodding his head in response. I didn't expect it. Usually I see her laughing and joking with you. I didn't expect she is quite mature. Zuyeru originally wanted to use not grown up to describe Madison Beale, but she felt that it was not appropriate to describe Hanyi's contracted artist in this way, so she bit her tongue lightly, stepped on the brakes, and swallowed the words back. To be honest, I was also surprised. Hanyi spread his hands. She and Billy are the youngest in the company, and the most unruly. They are always fooling around. This little girl would bring him surprises every time they met, and each time was more excessive than the last. At first, she knew to sneak attack without being seen, but now she dared to do it directly in public. A naughty boy who didn't know the seriousness of the matter, after being drunk by various cocktails, could actually say such a thought-provoking and resonant wise saying. Not only Hanyi was surprised, but other people present that day also felt unbelievable after sobering up. A person's maturity cannot be judged by age alone. McGrady has experienced so much in the past 2 years. She must have thought about her career and the nature of this circle countless times. She looks calm on the surface, but she is actually very sensitive inside. Hearing this voice floating from not far away, Zuyeru's smile froze instantly. Forget about this hateful guy, Zhao Yaozhen. Forget about the weekends. Now he tries his best to come to school on weekdays to disturb her and Yi's world of two. I'm so angry. Excuse me, Miss Zhao, you don't have your own school to go to, right? Sister Yaozhen. With her eyes curved into 2 arcs like a lucky cat, Zuyeru asked Zhao Yaozhen, who was sitting at the round table, just between her and Hanyi, in an intimate tone. You don't have to be busy this afternoon. It's better to suppress the unfriendly criticism in her heart. Zuyeru is not ready to lower her level to the point of speaking ill of others at any time and anywhere. More importantly, that sentence will not have any lethality to Zhao Yaozhen. UCLA is a quarter system, and the full semester will not officially start until September 22nd. This means that the Korean girl has plenty of time, and will become the scenery that Zuyeru least wants to see in the next month. I'm busy now. Zhao Yaozhen, who asked for a stack of tissues from Miley Coffee Shop, first placed a few in front of Zuyeru, and then placed the remaining stack seemingly casually on her right hand side, and pushed it in the direction of Hanyi. Zhao Yaozhen likes her office separated from Hanyi by a wall, but this does not mean that she can only complete her work there. Artist managers are not equipment intensive and high-tech positions. As long as you carry a laptop and a mobile phone with you, and can connect to the most basic mobile network, you can complete every work task in an orderly manner through email and phone. In the first 2 days of the new semester at USC, Zhao Yaozhen, who was busy with work, had not yet realized how bad the time alone between Han-yi and Zooyeru was for her. But soon, when she found that Han-yi no longer visited the office every day, she keenly noticed the loophole and covered it up in the most natural way she thought. What way? There are some documents that need Yi's signature. Zhao Yaozhen slowly took out a pen from her handbag, put it in front of Han-yi, and smiled triumphantly at Zooyeru. After the list was announced yesterday, there are also many new strategic plans to communicate with him. Ah, so. Zooyeru dragged out a tone, her face full of understanding. Understand? How to understand? Today, he said that he would consult with him after Billboard released the list. Yesterday, he said that there were a few issues that were not discussed in the weekly meeting on Monday and he wanted to discuss them with him. The day before yesterday. The day before yesterday was the most outrageous. The day before yesterday, he ran directly to the school and asked Yi to check his email, saying that Hayley Williams was interested in further understanding the contract terms of Renai management. Her physical body ran over and asked Han-yi to read the email she sent. Wouldn't she blush for making such an excuse? Yi. Zioru felt more and more aggrieved the more she thought about it. Seeing Han-yi still buried his head in his phone, she couldn't help but raise her voice a few degrees. Ah, what? Han-yi's eyes moved away from the screen and just happened to meet Zooyeru's sharp eyes that were about to condense into a knife. He subconsciously cleared his throat and quickly put the phone back into his trouser pocket. They asked you to sign. Zooyeru pointed at Zhao Yaozhen, and her smile became sweeter. Don't worry, take your time. Zioru urged hurriedly, and Yaozhen deliberately slowed down the pace. She tilted her head and looked at Han-yi coquettishly, but the signal she sent out was for another purpose. Anyway, I have nothing to do this afternoon. What were you watching just now? Why were you so focused? Oh, McGrady told me that they have arrived in Minnesota and will go to rehearsal soon and asked me to say hello to you. At this point, Han-yi suddenly realized that Madison Beale's greetings to her manager through him seemed to be a strange thing that could easily arouse suspicion, so he quickly changed the subject before Zhao Yaozhen could deeply digest this sentence. And, La La Land. La La Land? Zooyeru and Zhao Yaozhen asked at the same time. They were both confused by this sudden turn and strange name. Yes, Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling's new movie, a musical. Han-yi seemed to be able to see the smoke coming out of his brain as it worked rapidly. I have a friend at the Venice Film Festival. She just watched the premiere of La La Land today and highly recommended it. When it is released here, we can go together. Did you say you wanted me to sign something? Han-yi made another thrilling hairpin turn because he found that the new topic he used to divert his attention was also full of dangers. Who was the person who watched the premiere of La La Land at the Venice Film Festival and was moved to tears several times and sent a message to Han-yi as soon as the movie ended, strongly recommending this movie? Barbara Pavin. If this matter is investigated further, what will happen? What's more, even if Barbara is left aside, the fact that Han-yi invited Zioru and Yaozhen to watch La La Land together at the same time is enough to be called a classic work of desperate efforts. Ah, the cooperation memorandum of Budweiser sponsorship. Seeing Han-yi almost snatching the document away, Zhao Yaozhen opened his mouth in astonishment, but finally chose to temporarily put aside his doubts and confusion. Is it for the MV or the music festival? Both agreements are here. Zhao Yaozhen leaned over and spread out the two agreements that were bound separately on the table. We originally discussed whether to put the music sponsorship and event sponsorship together and make a large framework agreement first. However, the company entities related to these two projects are different, and the theme song side, whether it is the geographical scope, authorization restrictions or the distribution method of the producers involved, is more complicated. So in the end, Jordan and I decided to promote them separately. This is the title sponsorship memorandum of the music festival, and this is the music authorization memorandum of Budweiser's annual theme song. You can read the second one first. It has more content and takes longer. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Okay, let me see. Han-yi pressed his fingertips on the paper and read it word by word. When reading for recreation, Han-yi is always very fast. He will deliberately train himself to read 10 lines at a glance to enhance his memory and improve his ability to summarize fragmented information into a complete interpretation. But contract documents are different, especially those related to music licensing. Han Yi knows too well how many traps can be put in them. An error in a decimal point in a sub-item will cause the balance of interests to tilt instantly to the opponent. The creative control clause is led by the artist side to lead the video production process, but the storyline, director, and editor must be finalized with the brand side's consent in advance, and the brand side has the final editing rights. Considering that Budweiser gave Han Music $2 million in one go, this clause is fair. Revenue from music video streaming. The artist and the brand hereby agree that the Cold Water music video sponsored and produced by the brand, hereinafter referred to as the video, will be uploaded to the appropriate film and television streaming platforms in the form of digital documents. The specific list of platforms is shown in Appendix A. If the film and television streaming platform generates revenue related to playback, the two parties will share the proportion of 55% for free playback to the artist and 45% for the brand. 45% for paid playback to the artist and 55% for the brand. Wait, Yuzin, Budweiser wants to share the royalties generated by the MV. It's not royalties. Zhao Yuzin shook her head. The income mentioned here is only related to the advertising revenue generated by the video itself on YouTube or other platforms. The copyright of the song itself is not in their hands, and we can't transfer this part of the royalties. Even if I agree, Scooter Braun will not agree. That's fine. Han Yi nodded in understanding and continued to review. The artist hereby confirms that it is the copyright of Cold Water. Budweiser has too many sub-brands. It feels a bit disadvantageous. Well, you can make a note, limit the maximum number of artists participating in Cold Water appearing on the bottle. No, in this way, Major Lazer seems to be at a disadvantage. That, Sister Yuzin. Zhu Yiru held her chin with one hand and looked at Han Yi, who had entered a state of concentration, and muttered to himself in the memo, with doting and attachment. She lowered her voice and asked, "When you met Haley in New York this time, was Yi very happy?" Han Yi never deliberately concealed his preference for something, especially his preference for music. Therefore, his enthusiasm for Paramore was not only known to Zhao Yuzin, but also to Zhu Yiru, which was a basic fact about the object of his affection. You don't have to use your imagination to guess that, after Han Yi finally met his childhood idol, he was so excited that he could escape the gravity. Is she really willing to sign a contract with us? If this dream can come true, he should be the happiest person in the world. Transition chapter. Please forgive me for the small number of words. Tomorrow is a big chapter, starting a crazy shopping journey. Chapter 250 to the long coveted big fish. Hearing Zhu Yiru's question, Zhao Yuzin turned his attention back to Han Yi. The Korean girl's lips curled up a little more, and the soft sweetness in her voice accidentally spilled out a little. You should know him well. When encountering important things, no matter how happy he is, he will not show it, especially in front of the negotiating opponent. So, there was nothing unusual that night. The next day, when I got up for dinner, I had a terrible headache, but he was radiant. After a few minutes, he would smile foolishly and couldn't close his mouth. Wait a minute. Zhu Yiru stretched out 5 fingers in front of Zhao Yuzin and made a pause gesture. Her eyes were full of surprise, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. What did you say? The next day, got up. Yes. Zhu Yiru's sudden question made Zhao Yuzin slightly startled. Obviously, she herself did not realize the ambiguity in her words just now. But soon, she regained her composure, and the mischievous and playful meaning in her expression flashed away. She lifted the hair by her ears and bit her lower lip gently, with spring in her lowered eyes. It was already 6 or 7 in the morning, when everything was over that day. I was also very drunk and really didn't have the energy to go back to the hotel. Well, let's just go back to your own rooms. Han Yi, who was writing furiously, didn't even raise his head to cool down Zhu Yiru, who was almost down. There are 4 bedrooms. Khalid, Lev and I are in the master bedroom. The others randomly assigned their own bedrooms. I was the last one to wake up, and I don't even know which bedroom she came out of. The delicate relationship between the three has lasted for almost 2 months. In this day-to-day, happy and tormenting interaction, Hanyi has accumulated a lot of struggle experience. The most important one is that no matter what he is doing, as long as Zuyuru and Zhao Yaozhen start chatting, he has to put half of his mind on them. In order to avoid any fatal misunderstandings, if they are not clarified in time, no matter what the consequences are, the final victim will only be him. For example, the current situation. Thinking of this, Hanyi glanced at Zhao Yaozhen and snorted helplessly. This little girl, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looked like a Zhao, Wu, Zheng, and Wang, but I didn't expect that she could also lie and attack. Read your memo carefully, and don't be distracted. Yaozhen, who was exposed on the spot, looked normal. She sipped a sip of iced Americano leisurely, calmly ignored Zioru's resentful eyes that wanted to kill people, and continued to speak. We invited her to stay, and Yi was even prepared to book her a suite downstairs at the Park Hyatt Hotel, but Haley insisted on returning to the Bowery, which she had booked. According to her, it was because all her things were there, and it would be difficult to remove her macup if she stayed in 157. However, the next day, as soon as I got up, Haley called me and asked if it was convenient for her to come over now. She wanted to find a quiet place near Central Park that would not attract attention, so that she could talk to me and Yi alone. Talk about what? Zuyuru took a few deep breaths and calmed down her emotions. She no longer dwelled on Zhao Yaozhen's malicious fraud that had just made her mind go blank. Next time, find an opportunity to make a comeback. Moreover, if Yi didn't lie, she was the one who took the initiative. Thinking of this, Zioru's face finally brightened up a little. She asked while she began to clean up the lunch remnants on the table. It's about the contract? Yes. Zhao Yaozhen joined the ranks to help clean up. Among the three people, she ate the most, and it was not right for her to stand by and watch. After dinner, Yi found a bar with few customers in the Upper East Side, inside the Carlisle Hotel, called Bel-Air. Bemelmans. Hanyi explained to the two girls who were looking at him in unison, especially Zuyuru. The last time I went to New York to attend Rubenstein's charity dinner, it was in this bar. The consumption level of the Carlisle Hotel itself is relatively high, and ordinary guests will not come here to drink. It is very suitable for discussing business. Yes, we have eaten dinner. When we got to the entrance of Carlisle by car, it was already past 8 p.m. and there were only 2 or 3 tables of guests in the bar. Yi even reserved a corner seat so that the waiter would hardly notice us if the paparazzi didn't come over. In this environment, we didn't even exchange a few pleasantries with Haley and basically got down to business as soon as we sat down. She started it first. Haley's first question was whether new management still had plans to expand the scale of its client list. Just the management company? Zioru caught the most critical information in Yaozhen's words. Other aspects? Fueled by Raman signed a 360-degree full contract with Paramore, and so did Hayley Williams' contract with Atlantic Records. In fact, they are the first new artist in our industry to sign a 360-degree full contract. I know this. Yi told me about it. Zuyuru raised her eyes and recalled for a moment, then nodded in response. The first 360-degree contract was drawn up by Tim Clark and David Enthoven, managers of British singer Robbie Williams, for their clients in 2002. Robbie Williams made more than £80 million from the deal with EMI, and EMI also made a fortune. But even with such a good example, artists rarely chose to sign 360-degree agency contracts with record companies in the first half of the 2000s. On the one hand, most labels at the time scoffed at EMI's unconventional approach. After all, before 2005, iTunes was still in its infancy and physical record sales were still the most important part of the record company's profit and loss statement. Reducing the label's share of physical sales and increasing their investment in artist packaging in exchange for performances, peripherals or so-called digital royalties was undoubtedly a foolish thing to do in the eyes of many record industry executives. On the other hand, artists also had doubts about giving record companies more jurisdiction. Many musicians believe that it is best to sign out rights as dispersedly as possible and find different partners for artist management, legal affairs, performing arts agency, music copyright distribution, record recording sales, and even the production and sale of peripherals. If any party has problems, it will not have a devastating impact on the artist's career development. More importantly, on the same plate, these companies will naturally compete with each other and check and balance each other, allowing the artist in the middle to reap the benefits. Therefore, when Atlantic Records and Fueled by Ramen announced that they had signed Paramore in the form of a 360 contract, the new band Effortless attracted the attention of the entire industry before the release of the first album. Almost no one was optimistic about the development prospects of this pop-punk band under the new business model, but in the end, almost all fans, media and so-called experts agreed that Paramore would never be what it is today without the benefits of the 360 full contract. Adequate advances in production budgets allow Paramore to continuously and steadily launch high-quality albums at a rate of one every 2 years, far exceeding the level of independent bands in the later period. At the same time, Fueled by Ramen, which fully provides marketing and promotion support, does not try every means to persuade the band to reduce the number of tours and focus on songwriting like traditional record companies do. Because, within the framework of the 360 contract, Paramore's more than 100 commercial performances each year and the resulting peripheral sales revenue will not become an obstacle to the record company's increase in revenue, but will allow Fueled by Ramen to generate a large amount of passive income out of thin air without having to worry about it. From all we know, is Falling to Riot, to Brand New Eyes and Paramore, the cooperation between Hayley Williams and the label has become more and more harmonious and effective. Moreover, Hayley is not only a win-win situation with Fueled by Ramen, but has also made some achievements in the expansion of her solo career. Airplanes in collaboration with rapper Bob, and Stay the Night in collaboration with electronic music producer Zed, each of which has been well received. Judging from the chart data and commercial performance alone, they are even far better than any promotional single of Paramore. Hayley Williams was originally the focus of Atlantic Records training, and Paramore was like a band specially raised for her. In addition, after Josh and Zach left the band, Atlantic's support for Paramore continued unabated. Judging from the strength of publicity, the fourth album is even higher than the first 3 albums combined. Of course, the first 3 albums had fewer mainstream channels than this Paramore, and it was not entirely related to the so-called Atlantic Records support for Hayley Williams. The first 3 albums were based on pop-punk, supplemented by emotional pop, post-hardcore rock and independent rock. Just by listening to these musical styles, you should know that when the Farrow brothers were still in Paramore, the style of this band was not suitable for large-scale commercial promotion, nor did it attract too many mainstream music fans. Compared with Avril Lavigne, who also started out with a punk girl persona, this Canadian has done an extremely thorough job in popularization. The first promotional single of the debut album, Complicated, is simply a slow love song with a pop rock shell. The second fast song SKA Turbo is a standard punk style in terms of instrumentation, but the most important part of the vocal melody and lyrics can be described as a Disney assembly line product. At that time, the theme songs of almost every youth idol drama were similar. You can put SKA Turbo in any episode of American Pie or Beverly Hills 2, and it will blend in seamlessly without looking out of place. By the time of the third album, The Best Damn Thing, Paramore released Brand New Eyes at the same time. In other words, when Hayley Williams was still playing hardcore rock in ignorance and roaring at the 171 BPM surging rhythm, Avril Lavigne had already evolved to the next pop version, singing Hey Hey Yo Yo, I'm Your Girlfriend in 7 different languages. The main single, When You're Gone After Girlfriend, went a step further, and it can basically be said to be a lyrical rock work copied from Kelly Clarkson. Paramore only has one song, the only exception, which can barely catch the attention of the radio manager. In the final analysis, the popularity of Misery Business in the field of popular culture is a miracle that even Paramore himself cannot replicate. Moreover, if we only use chart rankings and sales performance as a yardstick, the success of Misery Business is far from that of Avril Lavigne. Misery Business peaked at number 26 on the Billboard Hot 100 singles chart, while Avril Lavigne had already sold more than 20 million albums worldwide and performed 215 concerts in 2 global tours, all of which were sold out. The rules of the game for popular culture and pop music are like this, which are both extremely simple and extremely complex. You don't need to create the most shocking avant-garde works, just find a way to make them accepted by as many people as possible and swallow them whole as entertainment. It sounds easy in theory, but it is so difficult in practice. Who can guarantee that their aesthetics can always stand at the center of the mass consumer market? At least not Josh Farro. The first 3 albums with him as the creative mastermind can become punk classics regarded as the Bible by rock fans, but they can never reach the top in the mainstream world of commercial music. This is a core factor that Fueled by Ramen and Atlantic Records behind it were hesitant to promote on a large scale on radio, but went all out when the 4th album was released. Josh Farro's departure hurt Paramore's team image and slowed down the preparation progress of the 4th album, but to a certain extent, gave Paramore a chance to be reborn. It is not a rebirth into a rock legend that can rival Pink Floyd, but a pop icon that can finally occupy the car radio and mainstream charts. Still Into You, Daydreaming, Ain't It Fun? Hayley Williams does not reject the integration of other genres, nor does she resist the attempt to step onto a bigger stage. No longer bound by her hands and feet, with the support of Warner Music's powerful production team, she has delivered the most exciting commercial answer since the establishment of Paramore. She has been working very well with the producers in the Warner system, and the next album is already in the final stages of recording. Hayley told us that, because of what he did before, Josh would never return to Paramore, but Zach has confirmed that he will be back before the next album. This time, he signed a personal contract with Fueled by Ramen early on. In addition, Paramore signed a 1+6 long-term contract when it debuted, and there are still 3 albums left before the contract is completed, so when talking about work-related topics, Zhao Yaozhen talked incessantly and clearly. Whether for us or Hayley herself, the best way to cooperate at the moment is to start from the field of artist management. On the entertainment agency side, Paramore and Hayley have already signed with Utah, and they can't ask for more. She now just lacks a management team with strong execution and abundant resources. Kanye interrupted the original team. To put it bluntly, from debut to now, they have basically done nothing, and the resources were all fed to them by the record company. Although it is said to be a pioneer of the 360 contract, think about it carefully. Why was her manager willing to sign a full contract with others in the 2000s? Isn't it because of his own resources and lack of confidence? Paramore's transformation is such an important thing, and its reputation depends entirely on natural fermentation, half good and half bad. They don't even care about Hayley Williams' solo career. With such a good start with Airplanes and Stay the Night, she could obviously be like Coldplay or Maroon 5. She should feat more with rappers and pop singers, even if it's not in her own name. It would be good to do it in the name of Paramore. There are so many things to do, but these people are completely indifferent. I know you like her very much, but I still hope you won't be so excited when you communicate with Hayley in person. Zuyuru pressed down with both hands, signaling Kanye to calm down. Looking very cute, he will be regarded as a fanatical fan instead of a professional. He is so excited. Zhao Yaozhen covered her mouth and laughed. He talked non-stop for more than 10 minutes, basically spraying all the decisions made by the previous management team. Criticism. How could I criticize anyone? Kanye corrected Zhao Yaozhen's words seriously. And doesn't Hayley just like our passion and drive for doing things? She said herself that the reason she was interested in us was because Ellie Goulding and Lana Del Rey were here at first, and later she was moved by Madison Beer's words. She said that we are all newcomers here, from the executive team to the signed artists, but this is not a bad thing, because most of the milestones are created when people have nothing with their passion. After achieving success, they will be full of worries and hesitate to move forward. What does hesitate to move forward mean? Yaozhen blinked and asked sincerely. It means that you are very hesitant in doing things, always unable to make up your mind, and going around in circles. I see. Hesitate. I learned it in a book before, but I forgot it. As a top student who was admitted to several Ivy League universities, Zhao Yaozhen always seizes every possible opportunity to absorb nutrients. Hailey herself admits that Paramore is now in a stage of hesitation and not moving forward if they don't go one step further and retain the spirit and roots of the band. Implement the concept of popularization to the end. After the next album is released, Paramore may be completely out of date. Cherish the opportunity of this album and completely turn your image around like Maroon 5's Overexposed. This is the prescription we prescribed for Hailey. Han-Yi concluded, there is only one chance, and we can't wait, and we can't afford to waste it. Overexposed. Xiaoru pondered, it sounds so familiar. Payphone, One More Night, Daylight, and Moves Like Which is not included in the album Jagger. Ah, no wonder. Zhuyiru understood instantly. Starting with this album, Maroon 5's style is completely different from before. Oh, I remember that at that time, Adam also appeared on The Voice of America as a mentor, right? Yes, variety shows and music work together to extend Maroon 5's life for 5 years and find a development direction that has multiplied their commercial value several times. Han-Yi nodded. This is what we want to do for Paramore. Not only to make the new album well, but also to find some suitable cooperative singles for Paramore and Hailey in addition to the new album, like Moves Like Jagger, to open up the market and horizons of the band. Hailey completely agrees with our views. She has been in a low mood recently because she can't find an outlet and a suitable helper. Zhao Yaozhen added, although nothing has been signed yet, we have reached a verbal agreement. When she returns to Nashville this time, she will talk to the previous management company about the termination of the contract. Will it take a long time? Management contracts are generally very short, 3 to 4 years, 2 to 3 years, or even 1 year, and rarely more than 5 years. Zhao Yaozhen shook her head. Hailey told us that her contract with Showdown Management is renewed every 3 years. From 2004 to now, it is exactly the end of the 4th contract period. That's a coincidence. This is great. When it comes to the ability to show support, there is no more professional talent than the girls from Taiwan and China. When they praise you, their already sweet tone will become even higher and higher, as if they are so happy that they can't breathe because of your achievements, but they will not be so exaggerated that people feel fake. As an elite girl who excels in all aspects, Zhuyiru is even more familiar with this. Congratulations, Yi. You signed your idol in less than half a year of starting a business. Life achievements are unlocked. Super awesome. In this matter, Yaozhen is the #1 contributor. Zhuyiru kept silent about Zhao Yaozhen, and Han-Yi, who was carrying loads of water on his shoulders, naturally had to help her make up for it. He waved his hand, revealing a smile that was subtle, but could not hide his pride and joy. Besides, I have done so many things. How can signing with Paramore be considered an achievement in life? It's just that I like it. It's far from the level. The real big fish is the one I plan to catch by following her. Which one? Of course it's. Han-Yi raised his chin and deliberately dragged out the tone to create a dramatic atmosphere. Taylor Swift. Chapter 253 Swift Project. Taylor Swift. Zhuyiru knew that Han-Yi had a rich and eccentric imagination, but she didn't expect that it would be so daring. What level is Taylor Swift? Zhuyiru, who lives in 2016, has no way of knowing what kind of historical superstar Taylor will become in the future, transcending the limitations of pop music and even popular culture, and being able to boost the consumer market and economy of a city or even a country, and have an important impact. Surpassing Barbara Streisand, she became the female musician with the most champion albums in history. A tour, 146 stops on 4 continents around the world, with a total box office of $1.4 billion, which is a full $500 million higher than Elton John's farewell tour that started in 2018, lasted for a full 5 years, and had more than 330 single shows. Whether it is the average sales per show, or the total revenue of the tour, it is a cliff-like lead that has never been seen before, and will be difficult to see in the future. According to Fortune magazine's estimates, the average cost of tickets, airfare, accommodation and food for each fan attending the Eras tour, which will begin in 2023, is $1,300. That is to say, leaving aside all additional consumption, Taylor Swift can generate more than $5 billion in consumer spending in the United States just by calculating these categories. She has single-handedly saved the US consumer market from the brink of depression after the Black Swan event. Take the first stop of the Eras Tour's global tour, in Glendale, Arizona, for example. Taylor Swift's concert brought much more profit to local businesses than the 57th Super Bowl a month ago. If Taylor Swift were an economy, the GDP she created in a year would be higher than that of 50 countries and regions. This is a huge energy that can be generated after the full and perfect integration of the superstar economy and the experience economy. A music superstar that will rarely be seen in 50 years has spawned a world tour that will still be talked about 100 years later. Taylor Swift in 2016 has not yet reached the peak state of being alone and invincible 7 years later, and in the past month or two, she has been bullied by the whole network as a snake and scorpion because of various disputes with Kanye West and Kim Kardashian about the song Famous, and her reputation has fallen to the bottom for a while. But even in such a difficult moment in her career, Taylor Swift is still the popular phenomenon who supports half of Universal Music by herself. 1989, released in 2014, sold 1.29 million copies in the first week, ranked first in the album chart for 11 weeks, and ranked in the top 10 for 1 year in a row. With this album, Taylor Swift became the first artist in history to have 3 consecutive albums sell more than 1 million copies in the first week. The eponymous tour started in mid-2015, with 89 concerts in 10 countries, including a 3-day schedule at the Mercedes-Benz Center in Shanghai. Every ticket, whether it was the top, the backstage or the VIP box, was sold out. It was no surprise that the average box office per show was $4.724 million, and the total revenue of 53 shows was $250 million, ranking first in the Pollster World Top 100 Tours in 2015. For comparison, Adele, who just started her third album 25 World Tour in February this year, had an average box office of $3.811 million per concert. More importantly, the average ticket price for Adele Live 2016 was $109.59, while the average ticket price for the 1989 tour was $110.15. There is no qualitative difference in the average price between the two. This means that the venue level chosen by Taylor Swift and the number of audiences that can be accommodated per show are 23.96% higher than Adele. Although we cannot roughly equate this data with the commercial value of the two musicians, I believe no one will disagree that Taylor can make more money than Adele. Then, considering that when Adele changed her club, she signed a contract with Sony Music worth £90 million, which is the most expensive contract in history, which is equivalent to $130 million US. If Kanye wanted to poach Taylor Swift from Universal Music, regardless of the difficulty, just in terms of the contract conditions, how shocking would he have to offer to attract Taylor's favor? She's doing so well now. If nothing unexpected happens, she shouldn't consider changing labels, right? Zuyuru carefully expressed her opinion and expressed her doubts without saying anything bad about Han Music. I don't know if it's true, but when I was doing my research, I saw some of her interviews and reports. If I'm not mistaken, Taylor's father should have a stake in the label she signed with now. Only 4%. Her father is a small shareholder. He sold it back then. Well, he rarely attends the board of directors. Zuyuru has done research related to Taylor Swift, and so has Kanye, and more than once. The professors of the music industry at Thornton College of Music can almost be described as admiring Taylor Swift. Since Kanye enrolled in 2012, every professor of the major he has met has encouraged him to conduct in-depth research on Taylor Swift and the operating logic and promotion concepts behind her. Kanye still remembers Professor Paul Young's evaluation of Taylor Swift in the course Moon 372 Business and Legal Analysis of the Music Industry. He said that, as long as you study Taylor Swift thoroughly, you can form an insightful and in-depth understanding of the rules of the game in the modern music industry. Han Yi admired this teacher very much and faithfully practiced his theory. In the last 4 semesters of his undergraduate studies, Han Yi wrote 3 or 4 analytical papers related to Taylor Swift. Even after returning to China, he has been tracking Taylor's career development trajectory through various industry channels. It can be said that in his previous life, Han Yi, who had no chance to enter Hollywood, used Taylor Swift as a link to maintain his cognitive connection with the European and American pop music industry. Therefore, although he dare not claim to be the person who knows Taylor best in the world, Han Yi is very confident that his grasp of all aspects of information about this pop queen is definitely enough for him to write a music business war book with Taylor Swift as the theme. From meeting Scott Borchetta in early 2005, signing a 6-album record contract with Big Machine Records, to falling out with his old employer over master tape copyright issues, switching to Republic Records for $200 million, to announcing the remake of 6 albums in 2021. The most unorthodox GD counterattack in the history of pop music. Han Yi knows the contents of the top secret agreements and business data in this time and space, even to 3 decimal places. And this is exactly the biggest confidence that Han Yi, who has lived again, dares to cast a fishing line bravely into the unknown deep waters. Taylor Swift is the most valuable asset of Universal Music Group since entering the 2010s, and is also the ballast stone to ensure their stable appreciation in the next 20 years. Taylor's switch from Big Machine Records to Republic Records seems to have caused a lot of uproar and a storm, but anyone with a discerning eye knows that these 2 labels are affiliated with Universal Music Group. Taylor, the daughter of the group, just had a conflict with one of her father's subordinates, and her father personally came forward to appease her and transferred her to work in another company. From the first time Taylor Swift asked to buy back the master tape copyright from Big Machine Records to November 2018 when Republic Records officially announced that Taylor joined the label for a whole year, the other 2 giants, Sony and Warner, did not dare to make any extra moves, because they know very well that each group has core interests that must not be touched. Taylor Swift is the core interest of Universal Music Group. If you want to pry Taylor away from them, you must first endure the unreserved anger of the industry's #1 giant, which once reached a valuation of $62.6 billion on the day of the IPO. If there is no absolute certainty, even with the help of the memorandum, Han Yi will never have the idea of Taylor Swift. If there are really so many new things in the world that he can buy non-stop, even if Han Yi will not feel bored with excessive consumption, he will always maintain a strong positive emotional feedback. Even if the speed of wealth accumulation is 3 to 5 times faster than it is now, it is not a wise move to confront Universal Music Group head on in 2018 just for an artist, even if that artist is Taylor Swift. Who is Han Yi going to make an enemy of? The Bel-Air Group, which has an annual revenue of $24.8 billion. Vivendi, which is affiliated with the Bel-Air Group and is the actual controller of Universal Music Group. Or Tencent and Pershing Square Capital, which are currently in preliminary contact and will enter the group before the IPO in 2020. Taylor Swift's contract renewal is the most important strategic move of Universal Music Group before its listing, without a doubt. In order to persuade Taylor to stay, Universal Music even gave up the master copyright of all future albums. For Universal, which has countless superstars under its umbrella, this is undoubtedly a cup of poison. Taylor Swift started it. After that, all stars who are still in contract renewal negotiations will focus on retaining the master copyright. But even if the negative impact is so significant and far-reaching, Universal Music still chooses to hold its nose and drink it all. The reason for such short-sightedness is that the various investors who entered the market did not care about where Universal Music would go after the listing. The focus of the co-founders and executives was only on how to cash out safely and in an orderly manner on the day of listing or before the listing. In the final sprint of cashing out and making money, if you have taken away the fattest sheep, won't others fight you directly? Any one of them is enough to make Han Yi drink a pot, let alone all 4 together. But after repeated weighing, Han Yi finally made up his mind to take this step, precisely because he knew the most hidden interests and the most subtle business traps. With the help of a large amount of advanced information that is no different from the sky, Han Yi thought to himself, there should be a 30-40% probability that he can dodge in the turbulence of time and space and use various hidden tricks that Universal cannot see, so that Taylor Swift can be thrown into the arms of Han Music without anyone noticing. Although he needs to start planning 2 years in advance, and every move must be made cautiously, and no move can be wrong. But Han Yi knew very well that the harder the process was, the stronger the positive feedback a happy ending would bring him. Wasn't he reborn to live for this? Jordan has some business dealings with Taylor. Taylor is not his client, but Taylor's lawyer, Donald Passman, has worked with Jordan on many music projects. Donald hinted to Jordan a few months ago, asking him to ask if there is a next party willing to take over Taylor after the new album is released next year and Taylor's contract expires, leaving Big Machine as basically a foregone conclusion. Did Jordan say that? Zhao Yaozhen asked with interest. She had never heard Han Yi mention this. Yes, he said that Taylor wanted to get the master copyright back, but Scott Borchetta refused to let go, and the two sides were in a stalemate. Han Yi didn't know whether Taylor Swift had started preliminary negotiations with Big Machine Records on the renewal of the contract, but counting on his fingers, there was still a year left before Reputation, so it was about time. Even if the information is inaccurate, it doesn't matter. After all, it was just a casual chat with two girls who can be absolutely trusted at school. All the sources of information were pushed to Jordan. It's okay for Han Yi to make up stories. After all, as Han Yi's attorney, Jordan can neither admit nor deny it. So, by signing with Hayley Williams, I also want to build a bridge of direct communication with Taylor Swift as much as possible. Hayley is one of her closest friends in the music industry. Apart from Selena Gomez, it should be her. Selena just signed with Interscope 2 years ago, and we can't snatch her from an old friend. The old friend Han Yi mentioned was naturally Jimmy Iovine, who he hadn't seen for a long time. Not only does Han Music have a strategic cooperation with Apple Music in streaming media, the newly established Han Live also has a big project in preparation with Apple. If you want to get close to Taylor Swift in the music field, after thinking about it, there is really no better choice except Hayley. Sign Hayley and establish contact with Taylor through Hayley. Not only her own opinion is only a part of the final decision. She is not someone who can make her own decisions. Her lawyer, her mother, her father, her cat. Any relevant parties who can help us reach a cooperation with her must be won over. At the same time, we must find a way to make more achievements for the company and gain the attention and recognition of the other party. Don't expect to surpass Universal, at least try to get as close as possible. I think the last trick you mentioned is the most effective. Zhao Yaozhen thought for a moment and said, it's good to have a long-term vision, but you must not aiming too high. Zhu Yiru helped the Korean girl who was stuck with this idiom. Yes, aiming too high. Han Music and Renai management have only been established for half a year, and the team has not been fully established. There is still room for improvement in many internal mechanisms. Moreover, we have signed so many artists, whether it is Lana who is already famous or McGrady who is just starting to show his talent, they all need a wholehearted service. I agree. Zioru nodded and echoed. In giving advice to Han Yi, neither girl had any selfish intention to outdo each other. They only cared about not letting Han Yi suffer and trying to help him avoid detours. Service. I didn't say no service. Han Yi smiled. Taylor's matter, to put it in a more literary way, is not a one-day job. If you want to see the effect, you have to go to the epidemic in a while. Don't worry, I haven't fallen behind in other aspects. In addition to her, there are many talents worth exploring and contacting. Moreover, I'm confident in our release in the second half of the year. Among the new songs in the second half of the year, if we can't release 2, at least 2 champion singles, I will give you my head. I told you not to say these unlucky words. Zioru dislikes Han Yi's behavior of being careless and always cursing himself. Most of the compatriots in Taiwan are particularly taboo about this. What's the point of having your head? Yasun also glared at him. As long as Han Yi was not serious, they, who were originally competing secretly, would easily form a temporary alliance. Instead of thinking about which championships will come next, it is better to manage the first championship in hand. Speaking of this, the first version of the editing of Cold Water should be out tonight. Finally finished. The shooting of the main shots of the Cold Water MV was completed in Canada at the beginning of this month. Although the sponsorship contract of Budweiser has not been completed, Justin Bieber, who has no free time after August 11th, obviously can't wait until then. Moreover, the payment period of a multinational brand like Budweiser is ridiculously long. Even if it is sponsored, it is a post-sponsorship, which means that the funds will not be received until the project is completed. This time, the payment time listed in the cooperation memorandum is half a year after the project is completed, calculated in working days. Therefore, the production cost of Cold Water could only be paid in advance by Han Music. Fortunately, unlike ordinary record companies, the startup company led by Han would study everything carefully, but would not hesitate for a second when it came to payment. In early August, the scene of Major Lazer, Madison Beer and Justin Bieber appearing together was shot. In mid-August, Major Lazer and the dancers added some shots. When touring in Canada at the end of August, Madison took the time to fill in her personal part. In addition to 3 more shoots and the B-mirror materials accumulated by the photography team, Cold Water was finally sent to the post-production team for editing 2 days before the MTV Video Awards. We'll produce the first version today and have a meeting to review it in the evening, then return it to them, and then, following this set of procedures, it will probably be officially released at the end of this month, right? September 30th, this is the time we plan to upload the video. The post-production must be completed before this time, otherwise it will affect McGrady's next new song promotion. At this point, Zhao Yaozhen tapped the screen of his mobile phone with his index finger. That night, we plan to hold a premiere party for the MV in Hollywood and see if we can cooperate with a nightclub or somewhere else. Write it down in your reminders. Don't forget, McGrady was a little unhappy last time you didn't go to see her performance. September 30th. Han Yi frowned slightly. That will only make McGrady unhappy again. I won't be in Los Angeles on September 30th. I'm not on this continent. Not in North America. Zhao Yaozhen glanced at Zhu Yiru almost subconsciously. Where are you going? I'm going to Europe, on a business trip with Antoine. Han Yi quickly added the 3 element of the trip to avoid any misunderstandings that could cost him his life. I'll be in Monaco for about 2 or 3 days. 3 or 4 days, and I'll be back when I'm done. Going to Monaco for business. Zhu Yiru stared at Han Yi and murmured in a low voice. An entertainment agent and a record company. What business do you need to go to Monaco to do? Chapter 254 Monaco Yacht Show. Part 1. What to do in Monaco. Go to Monaco, what else can you do? Of course, spend money. This city-state located on the Azure coastline and surrounded by France has been the first choice for the top class in the world to hide and spend money since Prince Charles III signed a decree in 1869 to stop collecting personal income tax. Monte Carlo, which was completed in 1861 and named by the prince in 1866, is just a superficial appearance of extravagance. What really attracts the rich in Monaco is its fiscal management strategy as the foundation of the country. The entire tax system of Monaco is to encourage capital transfer and income generation without imposing heavy taxes. In other words, in the mid-1920s, before the formation of the first tax haven in the modern sense, the Zurich-Zug-Liechtenstein Triangle, the Principality of Monaco was the pioneering hotbed of collusion between princes, nobles, banking families and financial criminals. Today, after 150 years of capital operation and wealth accumulation, Monaco has become the country with the highest per capita income in the world, without a doubt. According to the United Nations, Monaco's GDP per capita is $234,317, nearly $70,000 higher than Liechtenstein's $169,260. Among the countries that have joined the International Monetary Fund, Luxembourg, which ranks first, is only $133,745, more than $100,000 less than Monaco. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that from the data level alone, the Principality of Monaco is the world's leading wealth gathering place. As the proverb in both the Chinese and English worlds says, great minds think alike, and great minds think alike. The vacation styles of the rich are also similar. From June to September every year, groups of private jets gather on the French Riviera, with Nice, Saint-Tropez, Cannes, Antibes, Menton, and especially Monaco as the center points, and spread out to both sides of this beachless coastline. Since joining the First French Republic in the 19th century, Nice, a coastal city that has become the ultimate tourist destination, is known for its close-to-nature outdoor experiences. The Nice Triathlon Championship in June, the Nice Jazz Festival in July, and the Alps Maritimes Marathon throughout the year, have attracted not only a large number of North American lazy people who want to lie on the pebble beach all day, but also extreme sports enthusiasts from all over the world. The former, wearing loose floral holiday clothes, strolled leisurely along Nice's world-famous Jelly Sea, cheering for the marathon runners who were about to cross the finish line, forming a harmonious picture that seems a bit abrupt at first glance, but is interesting when you think about it carefully. Saint-Tropez, an hour-and-a-half drive from Nice, is much smaller than the former with an international airport, but it is slightly better in terms of natural scenery and the development of high-end tourism. With a population of 370,000, Nice is suitable for those tourists who come to the south of France for the first time, with more activities, more restaurants, and more places to rest at different prices. Saint-Tropez is the favorite of the wealthy who want to find a quiet place to spend the hot summer. This small fishing village with a permanent population of less than 4,000 people and a strong classical French style has now become a world-renowned backyard for the rich. Biblos Beach Hotel, Lily of the Valley Hotel, Pan Palace Hotel, Mercedes Castle Hotel, La Réserve Saint-Tropez Palace Hotel, and Cheval Blanc, which has only 5 hotels in the world, are not many in number, but all of them are of excellent quality. Living in a super 5-star resort that costs thousands of euros and doubles in peak season, there is only one activity that can attract the rich to leave the seaside restaurant and private swimming pool, and that is sailing events. The Giralia Rolex Cup, a keel boat race jointly organized by the Italian Yacht Club and the French Yacht Club, and the Voiles Latines, which selects the best Latin triangular sailboats, are all famous stages for various European wealthy people to talk about and display their family collections. As for Cannes, sandwiched between Saint-Tropez and Nice, although it has a rare golden sand beach on the Côte d'Azur, the scenery is actually not as good as the first 2 cities. In addition to the most concentrated shopping area in southern France, the Cannes Film Festival, in May is worth mentioning. There are indeed many celebrities and luxury cars during the film festival, but if you really want to see these things, you might as well go directly to Monaco. That is a real carnival playground for the rich. But I'm not saying this to persuade you to come to Monaco for vacation every year, Mr. Han. Sitting in the business car from Nice Côte d'Azur Airport directly to the Paris Monte Carlo Hotel in Monaco, Antoine Gachet unbuttoned his suit jacket and explained to Han Yi, who was visiting southern France for the first time. The G650 departed from the Tom Bradley International Terminal in Los Angeles at 7:30 p.m. on September 27th, and after 11 hours and 54 minutes of flight, it landed at 5:24 p.m. the next day, local time in France. Han Yi didn't need to worry about the route application, and the process of taking off from the Tom Bradley International Terminal was also smooth. After arriving in Nice, the entry procedure was so simple that it surprised him. Han Yi was a little worried about the time it takes to enter the European customs. Antoine Gachet, who holds a dual French and Swiss passport, doesn't have to worry about it. He can just go through the EU resident fast track. But he holds a Chinese passport. According to normal procedures, Han Yi not only needs to apply for a Shenzhen visa in advance, but also has to follow a large number of commercial flight passengers to queue up in the ordinary channel for several hours before he can see the face of the customs official. According to the efficiency of Europeans, if you land at 5:30 and can pass through customs at 8 o'clock, you will be lucky. But Han Yi obviously underestimated the convenience of private jet travel, and also underestimated the intimate service provided by Nice Côte d'Azur Airport, the international airport that may receive the most private jets in the world. For the world's wealthy, The G650er had just slid onto the designated private aircraft ramp and parked in the reserved parking space under the guidance of the tower. Within 5 minutes, 2 French customs officials wearing dark blue jackets with the word DOUANE printed on the back arrived at the boarding gate. They shook hands with the Jetlink's captain who was flying this route, checked the flight documents handed over by the captain, reviewed the crew list, and then simply glanced at the passports of Antoine Gatchet, Faye Maud LVI and Han Yi. Although it took him longer to look at Han Yi's passport, he was surprised to find that these customs officials were too lazy to even look at the Shenzhen visa page. They just checked the name and waved and let it go. The entire so-called entry process took less than 3 minutes in total. Antoine Gatchet told him that even if it was a private plane arriving, such a speed of entry was considered to have broken his previous experience record. There are 2 reasons. First, the end of September is the end of the peak tourist season in the Côte d'Azur. Most private planes are flying outwards, not inwards. There are less than 20 private planes coming to the same event as him in 2 days. After all, even the rich who can afford private planes or partly own private planes rarely want to attend the exhibition. Those who have attended it are unlikely to come again. Second, it was a G650er that brought Han Yi from North America to the European continent. Among the dozens of private planes of all sizes on the apron, his was the most expensive. In September 2016, when the Bombardier Global 7500 had not yet been delivered, it was impossible to surpass Han Yi in price. You couldn't buy anything more luxurious. The ordinary customs of commercial flights pay attention to first come first served, but the customs of private routes for boarding inspections do not have this rule. Whoever looks more valuable will be served first. This is a convention and common sense. 3 parking stands away from them, the Falcon 900 that arrived from Doha half an hour earlier was still waiting there. Compared to the super VIP treatment when landing, Han Yi and his party's ground transportation level was obviously much more ordinary. A metallic black Mercedes-Benz V-Class commercial vehicle, with 4 suitcases at the arrival gate, headed directly to Monaco, half an hour away. Mercedes-Benz V-Class sounds like a good deal. But in fact, there are countless Mercedes-Benz taxis and airport pickups on the streets of Europe. If you order a car on Uber, it is most likely a Mercedes-Benz or BMW, or at least a high-end Opel. It is not surprising to place an Uber Black order and get a brand new Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan. In order to occupy the local market, these European car brands will launch some special models exclusively for taxi operations. Although seat heating, sunroof, multimedia display, USB port, and rear airbags are all available, the engine has been reduced by more than 1 level. The normal Mercedes-Benz E-Class, after optional equipment, is priced at around 75,000 euros in Europe, while the taxi price is less than 50,000 euros. Therefore, the concept of Mercedes-Benz transportation in North America is completely different from that in Europe. The Mercedes-Benz V-Class that Antoine Gatchet arranged in advance from Nice International Airport to Monaco does not cost 60 euros. A normal family, as long as there are more than 3 large boxes, will also choose to call a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle to experience the super high cost effectiveness that cannot be experienced in other parts of the world. However, Han Yi does not care about these things. He must be superior to others in everything, and must be more special and high-end than others. Only people with extremely insecure hearts will do so. At this moment, Han Yi, whose total real estate value has long exceeded $100 million, has lost interest in paying attention to the details that these upstarts may pay special attention to, let alone the Mercedes-Benz V-Class. It would be no problem for him to scan a Lime electric scooter at the airport and slide all the way to Monaco. Oh, in 2016, there was no Lime company. But that's what it means. As long as you are strong enough, you don't need these illusory disguises. Han Yi knew very well what he was going to spend in Monaco this time. Anyone who knew his true intentions would have no other emotions except admiration. Aren't you trying to persuade me? Thinking of this, Han Yi looked back at the Nice airport, which had long been covered by the horizon and disappeared, and answered casually. But you've been saying good things about Monaco all the way. To be honest is not saying good things. Saying that there are many rich people here does not mean that it is suitable for rich people to play. especially for a hermit like you who doesn't like noisy and extravagant environments. Antoine Gatchet took off his beret that he never took off all year round, dusted it off, and put it back on his sparsely haired head. I've been here several times for work, but every time I come, I don't want to stay here for the next day. It's congested and noisy. No matter where you live, you can hear the roar of sports cars at night. When did I become a hermit? Han Yi laughed dumbly. How could a hermit move to Bel-Air? Gambling, nightclubs, racing, soliciting. These are the 4 major entertainment activities in Monaco. Which one do you like? I don't like any of them. In fact, he really liked the 4th activity, but there was no need to say such aggressive words out loud. So, it's okay for you to come here to spend money. Most of Europe's top luxury toys, whether they are movable or not, are gathered here. But if you really want to go on vacation, as I said, there are only 2 places on the Côte d'Azur. If you like something more lively, go to Nice. And if you like something quiet, go to Saint-Tropez. If you are tired of the sea level, go north to the mountains of Burgundy and taste the best French cuisine. If the food doesn't attract you, go east to Switzerland, Lucerne. At this point, Antoine put his fingers together and kissed his lips gently. The most beautiful place in the world, no doubt about it. Especially the mountaintop view of the Bergenstock Hotel. Mamma mia. Will the scenery there turn you into an Italian? Han Yi teased. The scenery there can turn anyone into an Italian. Since it's hard to turn into a Swiss, we can only settle for the next best thing and turn into an Italian, who shares the same mountains. After all, Lake Como is not bad. Antoine laughed and patted his knees. Next time I come to Europe, I must take you there. Lucerne and Lake Como, these 2 places are the Europe in people's hearts. Why not go this time? Han Yi asked. It's just buying something. It won't take a few days. Buying something, you're really making a light statement about something worth 8 figures of euros. Because the hotel in Lucerne is being renovated. It has been renovated for 8 years and will reopen next year. Antoine explained. The Bergenstock Hotel opened in the 1870s and Audrey Hepburn and Mel Ferrer got married there. Sophia Loren and her husband lived in one of the cabins for 7 years. 7 years. Can you imagine how beautiful the scenery there is? In 2008, Qatar Hotel Group, a sovereign fund wholly owned by the Qatari government, bought the Bergenstock Hotel. I was the one who arranged this deal, and then they invested 500 million Swiss francs in it to rebuild it on the original site. 500 million Swiss francs. Han Yi was instantly attracted by this number. A private jet, with full specifications, only costs 70 million US dollars. A luxury hotel, the cost of repairing and rebuilding, can actually reach 500 million. Or Swiss francs. Compared with the consumption that is about to be completed, it seems that investing in similar top-level real estate is more in line with his future funding needs. And if it is operated properly, it can also generate a steady stream of income. Compared to expensive toys that are discounted every year and require huge amounts of money to maintain, it is much more expensive, but also much more affordable. Expensive and affordable sound like antonyms, but in Han Yi's case, they can be considered together in an unusually harmonious way. Yes, 500 million. Antoine Gatchet glanced at Han Yi and didn't think much about it. He thought Han Yi's thoughtfulness was just a simple admiration for the scale of investment. The entire hotel industry is waiting for the reopening of Bergenstock. It will become a milestone of this era. What about Lake Como? Han Yi asked, and his interest in the conversation was obviously much higher than 2 minutes ago. What are some good luxury resorts in Lake Como, Italy? Passalacqua, Tremezzo, Lario Manor, Victoria Relace Manor, Des Manor, all are pretty good. Lake Como is originally a summer resort for rich people. Those who can operate here for a long time must have their own unique features. Are there any for sale? What? Antoine suspected that he had heard it wrong. I haven't seen the things I want to buy here yet, and I'm considering buying a manor again. It's okay, just asking casually. Han Yi waved his hand and lightly brushed off the topic that came up casually, but if you have time, you can go there for a day or 2. First go to the site to investigate the situation, if it's appropriate. Monaco and Lake Como, this trip to Europe, just take it all in one go. It's not Han Yi's daydreaming. During this period, he really has an unusually strong demand for consumption and cashback. This demand does not come from his heart, but as the development plan accelerates, there is an urgent need to fill the funding gap. Han Music Group needs money for further development. The launch of the Apple Music Festival plan needs money. The acquisition plan of Circus in Las Vegas needs money. Madison Beal also needs money. To be precise, it's not Madison himself who needs further capital investment. It's the opportunities and artists that have come to him as Coldwater won the championship. Lana Del Rey, who is also from the same artist management company, extended an olive branch to her. There was a key point that others did not understand, but Han Yi was keenly aware of. That was another veteran artist who confirmed his intention to cooperate in this single. The lead singer of the legendary band Fleetwood Mac, a music icon who was active in the same era as Bob Dylan. He was also one of the first superstars in the past to embrace the new wave and sell all the music copyrights in his hands. Stevie Nicks. Chapter 255 Monaco Yacht Show, Part 2. Why did Han Yi attach so much importance to Stevie Nicks? To be honest, in fact, at the beginning, he did not include Stevie Nicks in his plan to acquire music copyrights. Although he traveled from the future 7 years ago, he did not have a computer that could connect to another dimension, and his memory was not strengthened by his rebirth. Therefore, Han Yi could only grasp a general development context in many fields, but could not really be accurate and effective. To give a simple example, Han Yi knew that Bad Bunny would one day become the king of Latin pop, and could even compete with The Weeknd in terms of streaming data. But even if he made a hole in his head and poured a ton of smart water into it, he would not be able to memorize the name of any of Bad Bunny's singles. They were all in Spanish, and he had not deliberately memorized them. How could such information be brought back to 2016? The same is true for information related to the wave of music copyright acquisitions. Han Yi can remember some of the most impressive transactions, such as Bruce Springsteen's acquisition of a total of $500 million, Bob Dylan, who sold music copyrights for between $300 million and $400 million, and sold master copyrights for $200 million. And Justin Bieber, who emptied his copyright library at a young age. These musicians and their shocking acquisitions with capital giants are the exact data that Han Yi can call up from his memory at any time. Stevie Nicks obviously does not belong to this category. After his rebirth, he first heard this name at the VMA celebration party. Madison Beer curled up, hugged her knees, and talked about the glory and dream she expected. When she mentioned Lana Del Rey's invitation to cooperate, Han Yi just remembered that there was such a person. Born in 1948, Stevie Nicks entered the music scene in the 1970s. The era is too long ago. Many of her well-known works and outstanding achievements were completed in the form of a band, rather than a solo. It is normal that she can't remember them for a while. But this does not mean that she is not worthy of Han Yi's attention. Putting aside the different musical aesthetics of each person, just looking at the overall data of her career, before Taylor Swift came out, Stevie Nicks was the greatest female singer-songwriter in the European and American music scene, without a doubt. Note that she is a singer-songwriter who is good at both performance and creation, not a pure performer like Madonna or Whitney Houston, who have made great achievements in their acting careers, but have no representative works by themselves. Stevie Nicks, the all-round artist called the living queen of rock music by Rolling Stone magazine, is a musical genius who will not be absent, no matter which media chooses the best singer-songwriter in history. She is proficient in lyrics, composition, arrangement, production, and post-production. In the albums she participated in, the composer column usually only has her name. Even among male musicians of the same era, there are very few who can do this. She has released a total of 15 full-length studio albums in her career, 8 of which are her own and 7 with Fleetwood Mac, with a total sales of more than 140 million copies. She has been nominated for 8 Grammy Awards as a solo singer, and as the absolute creator of the band, she won 2 Album of the Year awards. Fleetwood Mac's pinnacle work Rumors even ranked 7th on Rolling Stone magazine's list of the 500 best albums of all time. Considering that sexism was still rampant in the music industry and American society in the 1970s, it is not surprising that Stevie Nicks was able to climb to such a lofty position step by step. The hardships involved are really beyond the imagination of outsiders. Rock music was widely regarded as the voice of men at that time. Stevie Nicks was able to pave the way for subsequent female rock musicians with just a pen and a guitar in such a situation where there was no place for her to stay. This shows her talent, the advanced level of her musical concepts, and the commercial value of her works. Therefore, when the Wall Street Journal revealed in December 2020 that Stevie Nicks sold the majority of her music copyrights to Primary Wave, a music distribution company established specifically to acquire superstar copyrights, for $100 million, no one thought her asking price was too high. People only focus on two questions. Why would Stevie Nicks be willing to sell her music copyrights, which can be called a national treasure? Who exactly is Primary Wave? The first question is easy to answer. Just think of the music copyrights in the hands of musicians, which contain huge and lasting commercial value, as a Powerball lottery ticket with a total amount of $300 million, but it takes 40 years to cash out. When musicians redeem this lottery ticket, there is no option to cash it out all at once. They can only hold them together with the music copyright distribution company in half and settle the licensing fees every quarter, every 6 months or every year. The income is stable, but it takes too long. Now, their careers are coming to an end. Their physical lives are also entering their twilight years, and the copyright protection period is still 90 years, but whether they can live another 20 years is questionable. At this time, someone came to them and promised a huge 9-digit salary to buy out their future income. In other words, someone offered them a one-time option to cash out this lottery ticket, and they don't need to spit out the installment income they earned before. What do you think they will choose? Again, assets can only be called capital when they are combined. For individuals, the best way is to take the money and leave, and use the sudden surge in purchasing power to set up a family fund and make diversified investments to ensure that the musicians have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives, and to ensure that their family descendants truly take root in the top forest of European and American society. So, who provided them with this opportunity to cash out and leave? This is the answer to the second question. The people who can turn assets into capital are of course the group that has become capital. Primary Wave was founded in 2006 by Lawrence Mestel, the last COO of Virgin Records. It started by raising funds to buy the music copyright share of the late Kurt Cobain from Courtney Love, the widow of Kurt Cobain, in Nirvana. On September 27, 2016, when Han Yi flew from Los Angeles to Nice, Lawrence Mestel announced that he had accepted a $300 million investment from Blackstone Group. Along with this investment, the acquisition of the copyright library between Primary Wave and the music legend Smokey Robinson of Modern Records was announced to the industry for a total of $25 million. When Han Yi saw this news at an altitude of 10,000 feet, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He only remembered that Primary Waves was killing everyone after the Black Swan incident, and he didn't know that it had actually started large-scale capitalization operations in 2016. Han Yi knew very well that this was just the first time that Primary Wave opened its huge mouth of the abyss. In 2022, it will also receive $1.7 billion in special funds from capital giant Brookfield Capital Management Group. And it is not the only big fish in this business. Hypnosis, co-founded by music entrepreneur Mercuryodis and Chic band co-founder Neil Rogers in 2018, was founded in 2018 and listed on the main board of the London Stock Exchange in July of the same year. In 2019, it was transferred to the premium sector of the main board for trading. Starting in March 2020, it was even included in the calculation formula of the FTSE 250 index. This means that this startup, that has raised more than £1 billion in 5 years since its establishment, which only engages in music copyright acquisition business and owns the music copyrights of 65,000 songs, of which 4,000 are ranked in the top 10 and 2,000 are ranked first, has become a barometer of the entire London Stock Exchange. It is also a barometer of the development of the world's music industry. It is also the biggest stumbling block for Han Yi's career planning in this life. Universal, Sony, and Warner are at best competitors. Han does not need to completely defeat them. He only needs to use advanced information to gather future superstars and weaken their influence. Behind each group, there are several or even dozens of global capital giants to protect them. To completely destroy them can only be a crazy plan that one can only dream about in the middle of the night. Normal music groups have a complete and powerful blood-making mechanism. Without Billie Eilish, there are still Olivia Rodrigo and Bad Bunny. Even if they are all taken away by Han Yi, there are other potential newcomers to make up for them. The music industry is not short of fresh faces. But Primary Wave and Hypnosis are different. They are eyeing a niche field where the new stock can definitely not keep up with the acquisition speed. This means that in the foreseeable future, for a long time, the business of music copyright acquisition will be a zero-sum game. Unfortunately, Han Yi also took a fancy to it. There is only one Beatle, one Michael Jackson, and one Stevie Nicks in this world. If he wants it, others have to give up. If he wants to live, others must die. According to Han Yi's original plan, he didn't have to start acquiring copyrights in 2016. It would be in time to do this in 2018 or even 2019, when he was fully grown and had sufficient funds. First, complete the big project with Apple Music, get to know a group of legendary superstars, and see who has the strongest intention to cooperate, and then start with them, and then take it step by step. Because, in the future timeline he originally outlined, Primary Wave and Hypnosis are companies that will only start to work after 2020. Just kill them in the cradle. But now, Stevie Nicks, who suddenly appeared in his sight, helped him correct his cognition invisibly. Since Primary Wave has already boarded the big ship of Blackstone Group, he can no longer remain indifferent. He must seize the time and act immediately. Speed and quantity are the key to winning this competition. With the cooperation of Madison Beer and Stevie Nicks on this song, they quickly reached a copyright acquisition agreement with the latter, and used this one of the greatest female singer-songwriters in the history of pop music, to blow the first horn of attack. Since we want to attack, we need ammunition. Speaking of ammunition, although there is a cheat code such as reward rebate in hand, Han Yi has to face such an embarrassing reality. His money is indeed not enough. The joint investment fund established with Bohu is used exclusively for the operation of the Utah project, and there is no balance. Sep Third, managed by Carlyle, spent 1/3 on the Slate deal of Sony Pictures, and the remaining cash was also remitted in batches to the artist management company, record company and copyright distribution company under the framework of Han Music Group, to provide financial support for various projects. As for the $1.2 billion in escrow funds mentioned by David Rubenstein, it can only be described as close at hand, but far away. It can be seen, but not touched. 1. I don't count how many sit-ups I've done. I only count when I feel pain, because that's all that matters. Muhammad Ali 2. There are no accidental encounters between souls. Sheila Burke 3. Absorb the useful, discard the useless, and add your own. Bruce Lee 4. Dear reader, suppose you are an idiot. Suppose you are a member of Congress. I said it twice. Mark Twain 5. If opportunity doesn't knock on the door, build one yourself. Milton Berle of the 5 mottos in the memorandum. The first one is still motionless and all ink colored. It's not anyone else's fault, it's Han Yi's fault that he has too many things to do, and his procrastination is too serious. The easiest one to accomplish is the slowest. For the second one, the red part has reached 2/3 of the position at some point. Han Yi didn't stare at the progress bar every moment, and even if he did, it would be difficult for him to effectively judge which actions could trigger the bright red growth. The progress of the third one is 25%, steadily improving. The fourth motto has the most obvious change, from all black to 1/5 covered in red. As for the fifth motto, that rushed to the front, at this moment, only about 5% of the black traces can be vaguely seen at the end. The last few vacant important positions in Han Capital and Han Music have been filled. This task, which has been unclear about the specific requirements from beginning to end, should be completed. But this is only one of them after all. There are 4 more waiting for him. Even if the meanings of the other 4 mottos are exactly the same as his guess, according to the most optimistic estimate, at least by this time next year, the $1.2 billion in funds from the Carlyle Group can be truly used by him. it can't solve his urgent needs. The same is true for the $133 million managed by JPMorgan Chase. The withdrawal application was submitted on January 10th, and it will not be available until March, which is a full 6 months away. Therefore, the only thing Han Yi can really mobilize now is the deposit in the cash account. After Han Yi reached an agreement with JPMorgan Chase through JetLinks to purchase the private jet N650-CH, it took another 2 months, that is, on September 25, 2016, for the entire transaction to be finalized. Both parties had no objection to the transaction price. The $70 million was above JPMorgan Chase's psychological expectation, and also met Han Yi's affordability and consumption needs. But even in this case, the legal teams on both sides worked non-stop for 2 or 3 weeks and waited patiently for a month and a half to complete the entire process from code transfer and change, lien and release check, to FAA re-registration. Apart from other things, the code change alone was so cumbersome that Han Yi almost gave up. Antoine Gatchett and Jordan Bromley, who handled the transaction, consulted Han Yi on whether to keep the number registered by JPMorgan Chase for the world's first G650 with production serial number 6074. After careful consideration, Han Yi finally decided to change the code. N650 to CH sounds very boring and has no special meaning. It is better to change it to a number selected by Han Yi. Maybe doing so can increase his positive emotional feedback and get a higher return ratio. Each region has its own code initials. Private aircraft registered in Guernsey, the British island, must start with 2, so you can see a lot of hilarious and interesting codes, such as too sexy. Private aircraft registered in the United States must start with N, which stumped Han Yi. The first bold word that popped up in his mind must not be used. For a while, he couldn't think of any meaningful combination related to N. Finally, Antoine Gatchett came up with a good idea. N10R. Although it doesn't look like anything, it is clear at a glance when it is painted on the tail of the aircraft and read backwards. Han means Han or Han 01, which means that this is the first private aircraft under Han Yi's name. As for why the number is placed in the middle, because the FAA requires that the beginning of the code must be an Arabic numeral from 1 to 9. Fortunately, no one had reserved this code in the FAA database, so Han Yi could apply directly. The application fee was also incredibly cheap. The fee for reserving or allocating a special registration number was $10, and there was also a $10 fee for changing the name of the aircraft. Considering that it cost $103 to apply for a custom license plate at the California DMV, Han Yi once wondered if he had spent $70 million on a 3-wheeled vehicle, but soon, he tasted the bitter fruit of cheap goods. Everything in the world is worth the money, especially things related to the US government. The documents that can be completed for $20 mean an outrageously long processing time. The first step, waiting for the application submitted by himself to appear in the FAA system, took a full 2 weeks. Then, Han Yi could continue to submit another application, requesting the FAA to replace the reserved N10R with the N650-CH aircraft. Because changing the aircraft code is not a priority for the FAA, this step took Han Yi another month. After the FAA finally approved the request to change the code, they sent Han Yi an authorization form called 805264. Approval was not enough. Han Yi had to sign the form first, and then send the original back to the FAA before the FAA would modify the code information in the system. How long would it take to modify the system information? Another 2 weeks. This was the core reason why the transaction of this aircraft took 2 months. It took so long just to change the code. You know, it took the JetLinks pilot team only 2.5 weeks to erase the N650-CH on the tail and then apply the new code N10R. On September 25th, Jordan Bromley's assistant found the updated information of the G650R on the FAA's official website. Fortunately, it is more convenient to apply for routes now. For intercontinental flights between North America and Europe, you can usually apply in the morning and take off in the afternoon, which did not delay Han Yi's trip to Monaco. Fortunately, the other processes of the private jet transaction could be carried out at the same time, so the 70% balance of the $70 million that Han Yi had been thinking about could be transferred from the escrow account to the JP Morgan Chase Company account on September 27th to complete the delivery. Han Yi, who was in Europe, finally got some time alone, and when he received the reward update information in the memo, it was already late at night on September 28th. Chapter 256 Monaco Yacht Show, Part 2. This time, you successfully spent $70 million and received a reward of $126 million. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion and trouble, cash rewards above 8 digits will be displayed here in the form of cash withdrawal quota. At any time and any place, you can choose to write withdraw $XXX.XX in the memo to use the quota. The written amount will arrive in the savings account of Chase Bank within 15 minutes on weekdays. If the withdrawal information is sent on the weekend, the actual arrival time will be postponed to the next business day. Please plan the information sending time reasonably. Since the amount of this reward is large, we do not recommend that you withdraw it all at once to avoid attracting attention. At the same time, noting your consumption tendency in continental Europe, we will also provide you with another way to withdraw cash. You can choose any one or more of the following banks to obtain our cash account or asset management account buried in your name. The total cash in the account shall not exceed the reward limit. 1. BNP Paribas Wealth Management Strategic Asset Allocation Plan 86,754,602.8. Note, contains savings plans with multiple accounts at multiple banks. 2. Credit Suisse Group, Private Banking Account, 43,662,810.43. UBS Group, Global Wealth Management Account, 47,296,672.04. Gain Capital Partners, Private Banking Account, 36,905,611.75. Coutts Bank, Private Banking Account, 24,369,773.3. You can enter activate account of XXX in the memo to activate it, and the account information will appear immediately. Good luck, Han Yi. $126,000.0000.00. This is too thoughtful, isn't it? Sitting in the living room of the one-bedroom sea view suite at the Monte Carlo Hotel in Paris, Han Yi, who had just finished taking a bath and was wrapped in a bathrobe and enjoying the night breeze in front of the window, sighed. The more Han Yi spent as a billionaire, the more he could understand the disparity of the world. He had been prepared to pay a huge tax for the Gulfstream G650, but Antoine Gatchet told him that the current US tax system stipulates that assets that meet the tax exemption criteria and have been put into use since 2015 can be depreciated at 50% of the adjusted base price in the first year, 50% in the second year, and 50% in the third year, and will not drop to 40% until 2018. A brand new private jet is an asset that meets the tax exemption criteria. In other words, a $70 million private jet can bring Han Yi $35 million in income tax exemptions. Calculated at the maximum tax rate of 39.6%, the tax he saved on this purchase reached as much as $13.86 million. Strictly speaking, what Han Yi bought from JP Morgan Chase was a second-hand private jet, which could not be considered brand new. But JP Morgan Chase, which knew the eyes well and had many revolving door tax officials, knew very well how to exploit this loophole. When JP Morgan Chase first bought the aircraft from Gulfstream, the purpose of the purchase submitted to the eyes was to provide corresponding asset allocation services to JP Morgan Chase's private banking clients. Every flight in the past 2 years was a test flight experience for different customers. So, how can the G650 that Han Yi bought from JP Morgan Chase be considered second-hand? It must be brand new. After all, JP Morgan Chase is not using it, but just distributing it. Any law is different for different people, and the key is who is using it. Even the eyes, which seems inhumane to outsiders, is the same. It is true that those who violate tax laws will be severely punished, but billionaires don't need to break the law at all. They can just walk through the spacious back door specially opened for them. I know I'm a beneficiary, but Han Yi, who heard the news for the first time, said to Antoine Gatchet, "This is too crazy. How can there be a country willing to cut taxes on this level of consumption and cut so much? This is America, Mr. Han. Capitalism at its best." Antoine Gatchet replied with a smile. Neither of them knew that when the New York business tycoon entered the White House in 2017, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act he proposed would further increase the depreciation deduction incentive for large assets such as private aircraft to 100%. Yes, 100%. A $70 million aircraft can offset $70 million in income tax. Fly to Ireland and breathe the air of the St. George Channel while hitting a golf ball into the picturesque distance. Cross the country, board your mega yacht, and take a nighttime Hudson River cruise with supermodels. Or, host the governor's wife on your own private plane. These are just a few of the pleasures that the richest Americans have experienced through private jets in recent years. What makes them even more excited is that these luxuries can enjoy tax deductions. Antoine Gatchet's description is quite vivid, and you can even taste a hint of money-infused poetry from it. There are many ways for the super rich in this country to avoid taxes. The most daring efforts can even reach billions of dollars. Do you know how Peter Thiel did it? The founder of PayPal. Yes, that's him. Over the past 20 years, he has turned his Roth IRA into a giant tax-free piggy bank. Roth IRA, a tax-free retirement account designed to encourage Americans to save for their golden years. The average person's Roth IRA has about $40,000. Can you guess how much is in Peter Thiel's Roth IRA? How much? $5 billion. Fuck me. Yeah, fuck everybody. If Thiel gave each of Houston's 2.3 million residents a $2,000 bonus today, he still wouldn't be able to use up all the money in his retirement account. More importantly, as long as Thiel waits until April 2027, 6 months before his 60th birthday, to withdraw the funds, he will never have to pay a penny in tax on these billions of dollars. Oh, 2027. Han Yi thought for a moment. That's fine. After all, the money has to be kept in there for 11 years before it can be used. It's just that you can't withdraw it from his personal account, Mr. Han. Antoine Gatchet touched his towering nose, smiled and shook his head. As long as you don't withdraw it, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, ETFs, real estate investment trusts, whatever you want to do. Han Yi was completely speechless. American law is indeed safe and flawless for the rich who want to avoid taxes. Of course, as a vested interest, he will definitely not complain too much. The issue of whether to reduce taxes or not is not a big deal, as long as it does not cause obvious obstacles to his increasingly astonishing wealth appreciation plan on the administrative side. So, Antoine, besides private jets, what other assets meet the tax exemption criteria? The definition provided by the IRS is actually quite broad. As long as any asset meets the following 5 conditions, in principle it can be discounted. Antoine Gatchet opened his right hand in front of his eyes, and as he narrated, he retracted his fingers one by one from the thumb to the little finger. First, it must be property you own. It cannot be something you rent or borrow. Second, it must be used for business or income generating activities. Third, it must have a foreseeable and determinable useful life. For example, a private jet has a clear useful life. Fourth, the useful life of the property you own must be more than 1 year. And the last one, it cannot be accepted property. The so-called accepted property is certain intangible assets or periodic interests. Certain intangible assets. Han Yi quickly captured the key qualifier in Antoine's words. The certain here should not include music copyrights, right? Because the income from music copyrights, except for very few cases, almost always declines over time. Yes, music copyrights do not belong to the accepted property mentioned here. Although the tax rate on music royalties is generally higher, they also have unique tax benefits. As you said, it is precisely because music royalty income declines over time that it is considered a depreciating asset by the IRS. Therefore, music royalties can be amortized, which means that investors can write off the cost of the asset over a few years, generally 5 years. No wonder Capital is so keen on music copyrights. It turns out that, like private jets, they can help owners legally reduce taxes through many means such as depreciation and amortization after purchase. A high quality intangible asset that can maintain value, appreciate, continue to create actual income, and can also be used as a tax reduction tool, and the actual maintenance cost can almost be directly linked to personnel costs. If you don't buy it, what else can you buy? Investment funds that use music copyrights as ballast will always have unshakable stability and basic value. As long as pop music does not die, human civilization does not perish, and the copyright protection period does not expire. Kanye originally thought that he had a thorough understanding of all the strange and bizarre aspects of the music industry, but every day after his rebirth, he was actually receiving a lot of unheard of fresh information, refreshing his old cognition that he was actually only suitable for survival in an ivory tower. Depreciation. Amortization. There is no end to learning. I see. So, if we judge by the 5 conditions you listed, a yacht can also be an asset that meets the depreciation exemption standards, as long as I can prove that I use it for business activities. You are right. You can sign a lease contract with Han Music as the company's theme party venue during the ad period, or for some other purpose. There are many ways to fulfill this requirement. You don't have to worry at all. Any form of commercial building is also included in this category, including office buildings and hotels. Rental apartments? Correct. What about land? Land is not included, because land only has market price fluctuations, and there is no possibility of depreciation over time. After figuring out the criteria and restrictions for depreciation exemption assets, Kanye's next wealth appreciation plan is very clear. Yachts, hotels, resorts, office buildings, high-end apartments. Any luxury item that has a useful life can be used for business purposes and can bring him positive emotional feedback is on his consumption radar. Although it doesn't matter to him whether to pay taxes or how much tax to pay. After all, saving a little bit is a little bit, and picking up a bargain can also bring him satisfaction, right? From the price point of view, the most affordable consumption for Kanye at present is yacht. But as for yacht, my personal opinion, you don't need to register it in the United States. As the former head of Rothschild Heritage Group, Antoine Gatchet has advantages that ordinary asset management experts can hardly match in terms of how the rich should manage their toys and how to use these toys to maximize their enjoyment of life. First of all, although the IRS provides tax relief, there are many countries in the world that will not tax you for yacht registration. You mean the Cayman Islands? The Cayman Islands, Gibraltar, the Isle of Man, the British Virgin Islands, Bermuda, all the areas belonging to the Red Ensign Group are popular places for yacht registration. Red Flag Group. After chewing on the word Red Ensign Group in his mind, Kanye could probably figure out its meaning without asking questions. The red flag here is definitely not about ideology, the national flag of the motherland, or the supermarket chain in his hometown. The so-called red flag refers specifically to the flag style of the Royal Territories and British Overseas Territories. The upper left corner is the British flag, and the rest of the area is covered in red, matching the coat of arms of each region. The yachts of the red flag group have less corporate tax, so it will be more convenient to travel. Kanye threw out his guess about this phenomenon. Places like the Cayman Islands and Bermuda have a corporate tax of 0%. Registering yachts under a company makes it very convenient to manage, and there is no need to worry about tax issues. In addition, in order to ensure that sailing ships meet safety standards, in 1982, 27 countries signed the Paris Memorandum of Understanding in France to jointly establish a port state control agency to conduct safety inspections on foreign ships docked at ports in various countries. Based on the average maintenance of ships registered in each country, the PSC has established a white list, a grey list, and a black list. Ships registered in grey-listed and blacklisted countries need to undergo very strict safety inspections, which is not only a waste of time, but also inconvenient. You know, are all the red flag group regions on the white list? And they are the regions with the lowest tax rates on the white list. Antoine Gatchet nodded in affirmation. Then, your country is also on the white list. Antoine immediately guessed the question that Hanyi had not mentioned. The defective rate is extremely low. I remember it seemed to be only 1.5 ships out of 100 had safety hazards, which is at the same level as Luxembourg. Registering in a whitelist country is particularly useful for those who want to stay in EU waters, because ships owned or used by EU residents are subject to EU value-added tax, but private yachts registered under non-EU flags are allowed to sail in the Mediterranean as temporary imports. VAT and customs duties are exempted for 18 months, and you can apply again after the 18 months. And this brings up the most important question. After owning a yacht of your own, where do you most want to sail? In other words, in which areas of sailing can you be willing to pay an annual maintenance fee equivalent to 10% minus 20% of the boat price? So, your answer is Europe. Everyone's answer should be Europe. Antoine Gadget opened his arms and leaned back exaggeratedly, as if to use this intense gesture to express his certainty about this answer. Yes, the United States has the largest number of super yachts in the world. That's right, but you have lived here for so many years, you should know that there is actually no yacht culture here. Take Los Angeles as an example. If you put a yacht here, where can you go to play? Catalina Island? The same is true in New York. From New York to Maine, the coastline is very spectacular, but at least half of the year is not suitable for going to sea. Can you imagine what it would be like to take a boat from New York to Maine in winter? At this point, Antoine Gadget crossed his arms and made a very dramatic gesture of catching a cold. The same is true for the Chesapeake. It's just an ordinary bay. There's nothing noteworthy about the food and scenery, and the climate changes every day. What about Florida? Hanyi smiled and disagreed with Antoine. The climate there should be pleasant, right? The climate is there, but where is the culture? Antoine Gadget answered so quickly that it showed that this was not the first time he had argued with someone about this issue. What is the ultimate yacht experience? It's sailing on the sea, stopping whenever you want, and every half an hour there is a wonderful port with completely different scenery, food, history and even language. One boat, one day, from a modern metropolis with an international airport to a secluded place where perhaps no one speaks English. A small fishing village that meets your every holiday need is the meaning of buying a super yacht. And apart from the Mediterranean coast, there is no other place in the world that can provide such a rich and diverse sailing experience. Ibiza, St. Tropez, the Amalfi Coast, Santorini and the Cyclades, Mykonos, even Sardinia. You can have a paella in Valencia for lunch and return to Lisbon in the evening to drink red wine with oysters, or in your case, Coke. Didn't you just buy a villa in Lisbon? This is the best way to use it. Or, have an espresso in the morning, set off from Naples in Amalfi, and have a plate of cacio in Rome for lunch eep, and then go to Michelangelo Square in Florence to watch the sunset in the evening. Every crazy idea of you and your loved one will be understood, accepted, and realized. Only in Southern Europe can you do this, and only then can you understand why owning a super yacht is more exciting than traveling around the world by private jet. It sounds very attractive. After rehearsing the plot described by Antoine Gadget in his mind, and attaching a few specific faces to the person you love in his mouth, Hanyi's originally calm eyes finally rippled. So, if I want to experience this feeling, what is the most convenient and quickest way to do it? European affairs must naturally be solved in Europe. It was not obvious when they first met, but the longer they stayed in Los Angeles, the more obvious Antoine Gadget's Europeanism that always wanted to suppress North America became. In terms of scale, the International Boat Show, held in Fort Lauderdale, Florida every October is the largest, with 100,000 visitors, 1,300 ships, and more than 1,000 different brands participating. But it will never be the Oscars of the ship industry. Well, no, if you really want to make an analogy, it should be said that it will never be the Cannes Film Festival of the ship industry. The exhibits in Fort Lauderdale may be more comprehensive and the transaction volume may be higher, but it will never be the place where the top rich people choose super yachts. In the streets of Miami filled with drugs, smuggling and violence, signing a yacht contract worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of euros? I mean, come on. There are only a few large transactions a year. It not only depends on the product and price, but also the environment and atmosphere. and nowhere else, screams super yachts louder than Monaco. Believe me, Mr. Han, based on your financial strength and your purchase record in other fields over the past 6 months, as long as you arrive in Monaco, you don't need to make an appointment with any brand or agency, and those super yacht brokers will flock to you and line up in front of the hotel, begging for your favor. Once you get there, you may even have to split your breakfast into 3 meals. You will meet a broker for each meal, and look at the information of a super yacht for each meal. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Super Yacht Broker. Antoine. When you said you wanted to have 3 breakfasts, I thought it was just an exaggerated rhetoric. Sitting on the terrace of Le Grill restaurant at the Paris Monte Carlo Hotel, Han sighed as he looked at the 3rd cup of cappuccino in front of him. He started to receive the first batch of yacht brokers at 8:30. Now he and Antoine Gatchet have sent off the 3rd group of people. They are about to usher in the 4th wave of professional vampires who want to take tens of millions of dollars of checkbooks out of his pocket. They are still the kind of big stomach vampires who disdain a single blood bag and insist on drinking in the blood bank. As the most prestigious luxury hotel in Monte Carlo, Monaco, and even the entire Côte d'Azur, the Paris Monte Carlo Hotel, which opened in 1864, has been in operation for 152 years. Completely renovated in 1909, the hotel's owner, Monaco Sea Baths, began its 2nd renovation in 2014, worth $280 million. But no matter how large the project is, the Paris Monte Carlo has never closed its doors to guests like its luxury hotel counterparts in Paris, such as the Ritz Paris and the Grand Hotel de Crillon Paris, which was taken over by Rosewood Hotels and Resorts. Because, as the hotel's general manager Ivan Artori said in an interview with CNN, Monaco cannot do without the Paris Monte Carlo. This is the only choice for Winston Churchill, Frank Sinatra, and Roger Moore when they visited the Principality, and it is also the favorite residence of Princess Grace Kelly of Monaco on the planet. Without the Paris Monte Carlo, the wealthy people who come here simply can't find another alternative. Not only for accommodation, but also for food. There are a total of 6 Michelin-starred restaurants in Monaco, and the Paris Monte Carlo Hotel alone accounts for 1/3 of them. One of them is the 3-star Michelin restaurant Louis XV, which is run by 9-star chef Alain Ducasse and supported by the Monaco royal family. A good table has to wait for 2 or 3 months on average. Han Yi, who has always been keen on star-winning activities, booked a seat for 7:30 tomorrow night in advance through the private banking concierge at Morgan Chase. It's not that he eats late, but this restaurant fully demonstrates the dining preferences of Europeans. It opens at 7:30 and no new customers after 9:15, and it is only open from Thursday to Monday. The other one is Le Grill, where he and Antoine are now. This 1-star Michelin restaurant on the 8th floor of the hotel has the best view in the Monte Carlo area, overlooking the bustling port during the Monaco Yacht Show, and the Mediterranean Sea stretching out to the horizon. At the end of the summer in southern Europe, the rooftop terraces of restaurants were all open for guests staying in Monte Carlo, Paris, to enjoy exquisite and delicious French pastries, while basking in the scorching sunshine of the blue coastline. Oh, no, Mr. Han, you can't underestimate the means by which these yacht brokers obtain intelligence. Antoine put a piece of chocolate bread into his mouth, making a dull chewing sound. During the several rounds of dinner in the morning, Han Yi basically listened quietly from the side while Antoine Gatchet, as an asset manager, communicated with the brokers in detail. Therefore, the latter could only eat a few bites in between meetings to replenish their energy. People who can afford 8-figure toys will never show up at the door of any brokerage agency for no reason. This is not in line with their social status and makes the entire consumption process less interesting and dignified. Therefore, the most critical job of brokers is not even to negotiate with clients, but to find people who are interested and capable of conducting this negotiation. They must not only know the frequent visitors who frequently go in and out of Monaco every year, especially those who stay in such luxury hotels, but also pay attention to the dynamics of the global luxury consumption market. The luxury goods I'm talking about here are not the so-called rare Chanel or Hermes handbags, nor the haute couture of Jean Paul Gaultier and Martin Margiela. Yes, they are expensive, but they are just entry-level pastimes. Anyone who can now buy a Horseman apartment in the 16th arrondissement of Paris can afford 1 or 2 haute couture clothes with a little bit of grit, which is not of much reference value. What's more, there are many rich people who are really willing to spend a lot of money and don't approve of this superficial consumption concept at all. So they are looking for more complex gentry on the cultural and spiritual levels. Harney raised his eyebrows and teased. That's one way to put it. Antoine Gatchet clapped his hands and laughed. It's very difficult to find these people, but it's also very simple. For example, if you want to develop ultra high net worth clients in the United States, just find a way to get into the VIP box on Super Bowl day. If you can't get in, it doesn't matter. You can go to Aspen to watch the downhill ski competition in March. A considerable number of clients who fly to Aspen take their own private jets. Where can you find people who don't like skiing? Georgia, Augusta, and the Masters. A grenade thrown into the center of the crowd can at least blow up 20 to 30 business leaders who enjoy sailing yachts. In May, the Met Gala Kentucky Derby, Cannes Film Festival, and of course, the most convenient is the F1 Grand Prix held in Monaco. Then there is the Royal Henley Regatta in June, Wimbledon in July, the Venice Film Festival in August, the Yacht Show in September, the one we are attending now, the London Art Fair in October, the Melbourne Cup in November, and the Basel Miami Art Fair in December. What about January? Isn't there any in January? January is easier. There are countless flights from all over France to Saint Barth. When you arrive on the island, just walk into a you make their lives sound boring and monotonous. If we have to analyze this problem from the perspective of repetitiveness, then yes, the annual plan of 0.1% is just like this. Compared with ordinary people, they are more afraid of being left behind by this era, and they need to keep each other warm. Then how did they find me? Harney spread his hands. I haven't been to any of the activities you mentioned, and it's difficult to. At this point, Harney suddenly stopped talking. Not going now does not mean that he will not go in the future. Among these activities, at least 2 or 3 are perfect occasions that can help him achieve his consumption goals. That's the second method I haven't mentioned yet. Antoine Gatchet pointed to the Le Monde that he folded and placed aside. Reading. A lot of reading. Read a lot of columns and comments from the social democratic camp. Harney glanced at the Le Monde written in the exclusive font designed by Jane-Françoise Porches and smiled. I like them more than Figaro's conservatives. Antoine curled his lips. No, seriously, I read a lot of market updates. G650. Harney sighed softly. Why am I not surprised at all? Antoine, in this case, what's the point of me putting a shell on it? Harney spent $70 million to buy a big toy. Naturally, it was impossible for him to directly put the plane under his own name. Jordan Bromley helped him re-register a penetrating entity called Antenna Point Incorporated. Logically, no one should know his true identity. As long as there are people, there are no secrets, Mr. Hahn. Antoine replied, penetrating entities can only make most people look away, but it will definitely not prevent those small groups who are determined to find out the truth. But don't worry, these dozens of brokers don't make a living by selling secrets. Like I said, they just want to find the source of the next commission. Then let's review these interested people who will keep secrets for me. Harney stretched, sat up straight, and looked at Antoine Gatchet. What do you think of the first broker and the exclusive assets she brought? That elegant and kind lady, Liz Cox, senior partner and operations manager of Cecil Wright. Cecil Wright, according to her, is headquartered in Monaco, right? Yes, well, the nominal headquarters is actually in London, near Piccadilly Circus. But basically all the core business departments and brokers are active in Monaco. At this point, Antoine Gatchet stretched out his arm and pointed to the right, not in Monte Carlo, in the central city, on the first floor of the Beau Rivage Hotel. Is it the largest yacht brokerage agency in Monaco? No, but it can be said to be one of the largest. It has a lot of exclusive super yacht resources and many projects are underway. Antoine flipped open the brochure left by Liz Cox and took a look. The yacht Madame Gou owned by Henri Scosi, the founder of steel giant Metallo Invest, and the yacht Aviv II owned by Joe Lewis of Tavistock Investment Group were all brokered by them to facilitate the transaction. If we want to find animals, fed ship, especially a becking, and if Rasmussen customizes a new boat, Liz would be a good contact. I'm not ashamed to admit that I know nothing about yachts. Hanyi's left index finger swirled around his temple. She introduced it too fast just now. I didn't even hear the names of the 3 manufacturers clearly. They are all the upstream suppliers of super yachts, shipyards. Amels is from Vlissingen in the Netherlands. Since the 14th century, it has nurtured the world's most powerful navy at that time. Fed Ship is also from the Netherlands. It is a joint venture brand of the Royal Van Lunt and Royal de Vries shipyards. A Becking and Rasmussen is not in the Netherlands, but it is not far away, in Lemweed near Bremen. It sounds like that area, east of the UK and west of Denmark, are all very good at this business. Including the UK, yes. The Netherlands, Germany, and the UK are all considered the best countries in the world at building yachts. And Turkey? Turkey? Hanyi's tone was quite surprised. He did not expect that this transcontinental country located on the Eurasian Continental Bridge would have an outstanding reputation in this kind of high-end manufacturing industry, which was not consistent with Turkey's usual international image. Believe it or not, they are the 3rd largest yacht manufacturer in the world. Turquoise, Akayacht, Alia, Vissam, Sirena, Dunar and Bilgin. I can name you so many world famous brands off the top of my head. Wow. Hanyi exclaimed, your brain is like an encyclopedia that records the upper class. When you join the Rothschild Heritage Group, they will make these into quizzes, and you can only get a job after passing the test. Antoine Gatchet shrugged humorously. Every year, nearly 50 yachts sail from the entire free zone to all parts of the world. The same is true for this Monaco yacht show. At least a quarter of the yachts are from Turkey. I'm not sure. The second group of brokers seems to represent Turkish brands. Hanyi recalled the brand names Antoine mentioned just now and picked out a few options that he had just heard 40 minutes ago. Sirena and Bilgin, yes. This is a major strength of ocean independence. Lucas Stratman, whom you just met, is German. So, as you know, he has a closer relationship with the Turkish shipyard. But this does not mean that he does not have other resources under his command. Royal Hoosman of the Netherlands is his long-term and stable strategic partner. It seems that he said he is also a captain. He has sailed in the North Sea, the Mediterranean, and the North Atlantic for a long time, and now he still holds a marine yacht captain certificate. It seems that driving a ship is not as profitable as selling a ship. Large yachts over 170 feet, senior captains with 20 to 30 years of driving experience, on call all year round, can't make more than $300,000. $300,000 is not a small amount. Hanyi expressed a different opinion, on call all year round, but the time they can really use is only about 100 hours, isn't it? Not every season is suitable for sailing. More importantly, even billionaires have very few people who can leave at any time and set sail. Most people are still confined in the boardroom and spend most of the year. They are also responsible for maintenance. Well, I admit that this job is indeed easy, but think about it. The commission of yacht brokers is 10%, the buyer pays 60%, and the seller pays 40%. A single deal of $10 million is enough for the captains to earn more than 3 years. Well, I can only say, damn capitalism. Hanyi, whose tongue was a little numb from drinking too much coffee, took a sip of ice water and smiled. Damn capitalism, indeed. Antoine Gatchet finished the chocolate bread in his hand and pointed his index finger in the air. This is why I read Le Monde. But if they want to earn my commission, I'm afraid they have to work harder. Hanyi pointed his mouth in the direction of Antoine Gatchet's desk. Not to mention the small number of ships in stock, the price is not in line with our requirements. Because there are indeed very few ships in stock that meet our price requirements. Antoine Gatchet explained to Hanyi in a gentle tone that the most important thing when meeting a yacht broker or any luxury goods dealer is 2 phrases: know your water and define your needs. The first phrase, for yacht sales, can be understood literally, know your waters. As a novice, this is the confidence that you must ask yourself before buying a yacht, and make it clear to the broker. Saltwater or freshwater, deep sea or offshore. What are the hydrological conditions of the deep sea you visit most often, and what auxiliary facilities are there in the offshore where most activities are usually carried out? Where does the boat usually park? Is it towed into a warehouse with a trailer to prevent seawater from eroding the surface when the owner does not use it frequently, or is it directly purchased at a dock berth and regularly maintained by a professional team? Any detail will affect the broker's recommendation and your final purchase decision. The second phrase is to explain the specific usage requirements as detailed and clearly as possible on the premise of laying out the basic conditions. What is the main purpose of buying a yacht? To go out to sea, fishing, drifting, strolling, cruising, or a secluded place, to avoid the scrutiny of your wife's private detective. What brands do you like most? What type of boat do you want to find, with sails or fully engine driven? And the most important parameter, budget. For Han-Yi, other usage requirements can be changed flexibly, because he himself does not have any strong hobbies related to sailing. Fishing, no. Rafting, no. Find a secluded place to avoid his wife. Although he owes a lot of debts of love, he does not need to worry about this issue for the time being. If he has to pick one, it is more convenient to visit Mediterranean countries by yacht, as Antoine Gatchet said. In addition, Han-Yi himself knows nothing about the yacht shipyards and brands of various countries. In the end, there are only 2 clear items in the list of requirements submitted by Antoine to various institutions. First, no sailing boats. This is purely Han-Yi's personal aesthetic preference. Sailboats themselves are not purely driven by wind. Most of the sailboats on the market are so-called motor sailboats and hybrid multihulls. When there is no wind, sail with the engine, and when there is wind, turn off the engine and move forward with the wind. If you want to hurry up, you can use the engine and sail at the same time. This type of yacht uses less fuel, and the main cost is the cleaning of the sails and the replacement of the sails and rigging every few years, so the construction, operation, and maintenance costs of sailboats are much lower than those of pure motor yachts. For buyers with limited budgets, it is a more cost-effective choice. Moreover, among sailing enthusiasts, a considerable number of them are very keen on the real and romantic floating experience on the sea. In other words, they think that sailing out to sea can better reflect the charm of sea vacation. Han-Yi does not have such an aesthetic. His preference for choosing a house is modern minimalism. He is not interested in French styles such as horseman apartments, let alone American craftsman style, Georgian style, colonial revival style or Italian retro mansions. He has the same view on yachts. Human civilization needs to progress, and everything should keep pace with the times. Sailboats have their unique historical and artistic value, but this kind of thing should enter the museum with the Byzantine Empire, instead of stubbornly trying to occupy a place in the market. On this point, all brokerage agencies can understand that everyone has different aesthetic concepts. Some buyers insist on having a mast, while others do not want to see such a cumbersome thing. Existence is reasonable, and existence requires service. But Han-Yi's second requirement is obviously not something they can handle in a short time. His second requirement is that the price must be at least $50 million, and the ship must be ready. In Han-Yi's opinion, his request is not excessive at all. The reason why he wants a ready ship is because he is worried that if he wants to start from scratch and place an order with the shipyard to build a customized yacht, the timeline will be too long. It usually takes 18 months to build a yacht, and if you want to build a super yacht, it will take at least 3 to 4 years before a fully customized ship can be put to sea. Paying the balance at that time obviously does not meet Han-Yi's need to recover funds as soon as possible. You said you can sign a special clause with the shipyard and ask for a one-time advance payment of the full amount? Not to mention how ridiculous this request would be to outsiders. Just by going through the plot in his mind, Han-Yi also knew that this kind of rush to pay the full amount and then wait for 3 or 4 years would definitely not bring him a particularly strong positive emotional feedback. How much discount would the satisfaction be if the purchased goods arrived 4 years later? Therefore, it is not only a reasonable demand for Han Yi to have the ship ready, but also his bottom line that must be satisfied. Only in this way can he get the reward in the shortest time and continue the snowball plan. Han Yi feels that his demand is reasonable, but in the eyes of the yacht brokers who really know the business, it is not easy to meet this. At least it is not something that an ordinary brokerage agency can do. Let's make a comparison. Since 2008, an average of 5,500 luxury apartments worth more than $1 million have been sold in New York each year. And what about super yachts? Different institutions and media have different definitions of super yachts. Some people believe that a hull length must be more than 40 meters to be considered a super yacht, while others believe that, as long as the details meet the standards, a yacht over 24 meters can be called an entry-level super yacht. And more people will take the middle value, that is, a yacht with a hull length of more than 30 meters / 98 feet can be called a super yacht. So, how many super yachts are still in operation worldwide? 5,396. That is to say, since the yacht industry was established, the world's wealthy have accumulated wealth and resources for so long, and the number of ships that can sail on the sea at the same time is still not as good as the annual transaction volume in New York. More importantly, many of these more than 5,000 yachts were shortlisted at the 30-meter line, and they can be fully paid for $1 or $2 million. You know, in New York, $1 million apartment is not considered luxurious. In order to meet both of Han Yi's conditions at the same time, the hull length must be at least 50 to 60 meters, and it must be a new model of a well-known shipyard in recent years to reach more than $50 million. Super yachts are out of reach for ordinary people, but with disposable wealth at Han Yi's level, there are still very few options that catch his eye. For example, the one that Liz Cox strongly recommended, Flag, is priced at €39.5 million. Do they think that, if they throw Tommy Hilfiger's name out, I will be tempted? I think his houses in Palm Beach and New York are ugly, but we only talk about this boat privately. It's too old, built in 2000, with the decoration style of the last century. This one is not my favorite either. Antoine Gatchett echoed. Give me the information about the other ship, so I can take a look. Amal's Shipyard, built in 2003, Calypso, €40 million, owned by Russian tycoon Mikhail Prokhorov. I don't know how to describe its interior decoration. If I were to buy it and use it, I would have to demolish and rebuild the ceiling. Prokhorov is 50 years old after all, Mr. Han. Antoine Gatchett smiled. What he liked when he was young, we now call it the style of the 1980s. It happens to be the decade when the aesthetic level regressed the most. Han Yi took a deep breath and continued to look through the information Antoine put in front of him. Edmiston is even more exaggerated. I wonder if they specialize in collecting antiques. Blue Nimes, a 1980 ship, costs €47 million and looks like it's from the same era as the Titanic. The other two options they gave me were Voyager, 1973, €8.5 million, and Sanu, €7.5 million. Before leaving, they asked me if I would consider a 2001 sailboat. What was it called? Silencio. I doubt they wanted me as a client at all. Many yacht brokers are like this. Their resources are good at one time and bad at another, all depending on whether they can get a new ship during that period. Antoine Gatchett reached out and pulled out another file from under the pile of documents. I personally think that the third group of brokers we met, IYC, should provide the best existing ship resources. Yeah. Han Yi nodded. I agree. This is very attractive. Martha Ann, Warren Haller's boat. Delivered in 2008, refitted in 2014. Originally priced at $100 million, it is now priced at $79 million and can be purchased at a 4% discount if purchased during the yacht show. 70 meters, 230 feet. One of only 2 yachts sold by the Larson Shipyard in Monaco this year. It can accommodate 12 guests and 17 crew members, with a cruising speed of 14 knots and a maximum speed of 15.5 knots. It even has an elevator installed inside. I really like the design of the elevator, but Han rubbed his temples. Or the decoration. I really don't want to live in a retro bedroom that only an 80-year-old man would like after going to sea. It will give me a lot of bad associations. The other option they gave is more modern. Antoine Gadget slid his fingertips down the paper a few inches. Icon. Delivered in 2010. Renovated once in 2014. Extended by 5 meters. And added an outdoor swimming pool. A gym, Turkish bath and sauna were also added inside. The interior should be exactly what you want. Extremely modern. In general, it is a level higher than Martha Ann. I like this ship very much. Among all the options I have seen so far, this one impresses me the most. Han thought for a moment. If there is no better choice, it may be this one. Wait until we get on the ship and make the final decision. But it still doesn't have the kind that makes me feel like the king of the world. Antoine Gadget helped Han finish the unspoken sentence. That's not what I meant. Han raised an index finger and was about to shake it, but suddenly remembered something and chuckled. But it's almost the same. It's big enough, new enough, and good enough. But I want it to be bigger, newer, and better, and more expensive. Han swallowed the last word back into his stomach. I understand, Mr. Han. It is precisely because I understand your demands that I will. At this point, Antoine looked back at the interior of the restaurant and saw 2 figures walking towards them. Arrange them to be the last one to meet in the morning. They are my good friends who have cooperated for many years, from Moran Yacht and Ship. They brought the most expensive yacht at this Monaco yacht show. With a total length of 80 meters, it is one of the most proud works of the Lursen shipyard. It was delivered in 2008 and reinstalled in 2011. Even if the price is reduced by 38 million now, it still costs 92 million euros to get it. Not only in Monaco, but also in the whole world. This is a unique work of art. I have been on it twice, and the wonderful experience has made me unforgettable until now. Its name is TV. Chapter 258 TV, Part 1. Since the first Monaco Yacht Show in 1991, Port Hercules has been the focus of the global yacht industry. And since the first Monaco Yacht Show, Moran Yacht and Ship has always stood at the center stage of Europe. Although we are from Fort Lauderdale, from another coastline on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, our more than 30 years of world-class experience still makes the ultra-high net worth people here choose to entrust us with all their trust. From 30 feet to 300 feet, we provide different levels of perfect experience for customers with different needs. Chris Callahan, marketing director of Moran Yacht and Ship, stood at the main road at the entrance of Port Hercules, turned around, and introduced to Han with a bright smile. Port Hercules, located in the La Condamine district of Monaco, has a concave layout and can be roughly divided into 2 parts, the outer port and the inner port. The outer port is located at the entrance of the dock. On weekdays, visiting yachts and other ships need to line up here to enter the port and berth. During the Monaco Yacht Show, when the dock booths are full, the longer super yachts will anchor directly in the outer harbor area, waiting for the wealthy to visit. Normally, there are only a few places in the inner harbor of Hercules Port where you can take a boat and dock. You see, the outermost row on the left is the part leased by Aspenoino International, which is used to dock ships related to them. The one slightly inside is called the Swallow Wharf, where the headquarters of the Monaco port office is located. Yes, that pavilion-like building. Opposite it is the Rainier Wharf, named after Rainier I, the first sovereign ruler of the Grey-Moldy region of Monaco. Tourists who visit the port usually go there, because cruise ships sailing along the Côte d'Azur are definitely there. Most of them depart from the Rainier Pier. And the area we are in now is the core part of the harbor, the central T-shaped platform. This is the essence of the entire Monaco luxury yacht scene. There are no cruise ships, no water buses, and no service facilities such as the Maritime Police Station, Customs, and Visitor Center. In addition to a fuel reserve on the left and a waste recycling point for ships, you can see that every inch of water is for private yachts to berth. The charge here should not be cheap, right? Han has always been very interested in trivial knowledge in unfamiliar fields, broadening his horizons and leaving with as much knowledge of this universe, this world, and this society as possible is one of the most important main tasks in life in Han opinion. Monthly fee or direct annual fee? Generally speaking, it is a monthly fee. Chris Callahan answered patiently. A well-trained salesperson should be ready to provide satisfactory answers to every weird and complicated question raised by the customer. After all, the more interest the customer shows and the more detailed the questions asked, the greater the possibility of a deal. The specific price will fluctuate greatly depending on the length of the boat, the peak and off-peak seasons, and the structure of the boat. I helped a client buy a yacht berth 2 days ago. The length of his boat, converted into the metric system, is about 100.103 meters. He moored here last month, and because it was the peak season, he had to pay about $40,700 US. Next month, when the off-season begins, the price will drop to $27,000 US. Therefore, we usually advise clients not to moor their boats in Monaco during the peak season, unless it is necessary. If they have to come, they can choose to pay by the day. If the boat is full here, they can go to Nice or Ventimiglia in Italy. It's only a half-hour drive away anyway. Is Nice cheaper than Monaco? Hanyi asked with interest. I thought these two places are cheaper. The prices are similar, both are tourist destinations. But Monaco is so small after all, and Nice's coastline is about 3 to 4 times that of Monaco. Chris Callahan said, I don't remember the exact price, but a 10-meter boat, renting a place in Nice for a year, is about €5,000. Ventimiglia is cheaper. In Monaco, even in the off-season, it costs at least €1,000 a month. The price is twice as expensive. Hanyi went through the numbers in his mind and sighed softly. No wonder everyone who works here lives in France. Following the courtesy car arranged by Chris Callahan from the hotel to the Hercules port, Hanyi chatted with the driver casually and was shocked by the high prices in Monaco. A family of 4 who wants to live in Monaco has to pay at least €7,000 per month in rent. In the center of Nice, the cheapest 4-bedroom apartment is less than €2,000. That's why Monaco has a permanent population of only 36,000, but a total number of employees of over 60,000. Anyway, there is no customs clearance process, so you can just earn Monaco wages and enjoy French prices. It's like a boxing match, and the people standing in the octagonal cage are the protagonists. Standing on the right side of Chris Callahan, who had not said a word the whole time, wearing sunglasses and folding his hands in front of him, looking like he was imitating Robert De Niro, the silver-haired old man suddenly spoke. Not many people can afford it, which shows its preciousness. The birth of super yachts is like this, and so is the super yacht itself. Although he doesn't look like Chris Callahan with thick brown hair, this old man is indeed his father, Kevin Callahan, the second in command of Moran Yacht and Ship. Moran Yacht and Ship is an out-and-out family business. Founder Robert Moran founded this yacht brokerage agency in Florida in 1988. 10 years later, his brother Brian Moran, who was a private yacht captain, also joined the company, specializing in the planning, sales, and supervision of new yachts from scratch. After 28 years of inheritance, Robert Moran, who was once young and energetic, retired to the second line, and the second generation of the family gradually stepped onto the stage. Brian's son Sean Moran became the managing director, and Robert's son was responsible for the most profitable and stable yacht rental business of the entire organization. This trend of sons inheriting their father's business is also reflected in other senior executives of the company. The most typical one is the Callahan father and son, who are responsible for the company's overall business docking at the Monaco Yacht Show. Kevin Callahan has been working with Robert Moran since the company was founded. As he got older, he gave up his position as marketing director to his youngest son Chris. Old Kevin raised 4 sons in his life, and in the end only one was interested in taking over his mantle. To a certain extent, the company structure and corporate culture of Moran Yacht and Ship are the best spillover embodiment of the hidden circle they serve. The top rich people can own all kinds of bizarre new assets and open companies that seem extremely progressive to outsiders. They can let the executives they hire run whimsical management experiments within the group. Working from home? No problem. Giving priority to sexual minorities? Whatever you want. Let Indians, Arabs, or other new generation elites from third world countries be CEOs. It doesn't matter. As long as the board of directors is there, these mascots can't bring down the company. The leaders who live behind the scenes can give up everything and compromise with the new era. Only the actual inheritance of wealth and power can never be handed over to others. Moran and Callahan are playing the lowest level of the throne succession game. Those big capitalists who are 10 or 100 times richer than Han Yi now are all dedicated to operating family offices, realizing the family's sustainable inheritance and sustainable unity in the form of a single operating entity. No one can take a sum of money and run away. If the descendants of the family want to inherit the inheritance, they have to devote their hearts and minds to the framework designed by their parents for their entire lives. Mr. Han, let me tell you. Kevin Callahan's right hand hovered in front of his lips for a moment, as if he was gathering strength or brewing the next line. After a few seconds, he slowly stretched out his arm, sweeping it from left to right in the air. There are many companies participating in the Monaco Yacht Show, large and small, adding up to more than 500 companies every year. But the vast majority of them just rent a berth in the remote corners on the left and right, and put a small boat there, and that's considered the mission accomplished. Because they don't want to win the competition in Monaco at all, but want to return to their hometown and get something to brag about to local customers for a whole year. But Moran Yacht and Ship is different. Mr. Han, we never look at the positions on both sides. If we want to participate, we will only take the berth on the central catwalk and only look at the quotes in the second row. At this point, Kevin Callahan hooked his hand, motioning the crowd around Han Yi to move forward a few steps. Unlike the grand occasion that Han Yi had imagined, when they arrived at the site, the staff of yacht brands, jewelry brands, famous watch brands, luxury car brands, and invited participants added together, at first glance, did not have as many visitors as the audience in a seating area of Future Now, the tour. On the one hand, it was because Han Yi and his group arrived relatively early, and most of the activities of the Monaco Yacht Show started in the afternoon, such as customer meetings of various brands, and invitation-only cocktail parties and receptions. Not to mention the celebration dinner and yacht party. Such entertainment activities that require privacy cannot be held in broad daylight. On the other hand, every year's Monaco Yacht Show is divided into two parts, the invitation day and the public open day. The invitation day is usually the first day of the exhibition. At this time, only customers invited by various brands and wearing blue visitor passes can step into the Port of Hercules. September 28th is the invitation day of the 2016 Monaco Yacht Show, and ordinary tourists are not allowed to enter. The accumulation of these two factors has resulted in the aisle of the central catwalk being unusually spacious. Under the scorching sun, most of the invited guests chose to hide in the white high-top tents of various brands lined up along the pier, sipping free iced cocktails. Only a few elderly people in casual clothes were sitting on the decks of several small yachts, basking in the sun, chatting and killing time. As a result, this small group centered on Han Yi became the most eye-catching scenery at the yacht show. It was not that Han Yi wanted to be in the limelight, but Moran Yacht and Ship, adhering to the usual American style of exaggeration, raised the reception standards to an eye-catching level. When they came to the Monte Carlo Hotel in Paris to pick up people, it was Callaghan and his son, with their respective assistants and drivers, who drove two Maybachs to lead the way, and then Han Yi, Antoine Gatchet and bodyguard Fiem Dervisi were carried in a convertible Rolls-Royce Dawn, following closely behind. The wind is strong in a coastal city, and it blew Han Yi's hair into a mess. Although the Hercules port is less than 200 meters away from the hotel, during the Monaco Yacht Show, Ostend Avenue was temporarily restricted from traffic, so the motorcade had to take a long detour along Grimaldi Road, and it took more than 10 minutes to reach the main entrance of the venue. At the main entrance, the other 6 brokers sent to Monaco by Moran Yacht and Ship, as well as the 4 private security personnel they temporarily hired, lined up and welcomed Han Yi to the dock. Whether it was Leonardo DiCaprio, Novak Djokovic or Lewis Hamilton, when they visited the yacht show last year, there was no such scene. Who is that? A young staff member in a suit and tie stuck his head out of the Ulysse Nardin display tent and asked his companion curiously. Ulysse Nardin, which belongs to the French curling group, has always been an active participant in the Monaco Yacht Show. Since 2011, this luxury watch brand originated from Glock, Switzerland, has rented 1 or 2 exhibition tents at the exhibition site every year to create an on-site experience area, and also posted huge advertisements on the baffles outside the venue. These luxury brands that focus on high net worth individuals basically serve the same group of people. People who are willing to spend tens of millions to put a private jet in Aspen are very likely to have a luxury yacht of the same price in Fort Lauderdale. More importantly, there is almost no obvious competitive relationship between luxury goods of different brands. After all, no top rich people will reduce their investment in private yachts because they buy an extra watch. Therefore, whether it is a yacht show, a luxury car show, or a jewelry show, as long as it is held stably for several sessions, it will eventually become a wholesale supermarket in the luxury industry. This is the case with the Monaco Yacht Show. In addition to more than 500 participating shipyards and brokerage agencies, there are also 36 industry partners such as Richard Miller, Comte de Monte Carlo Champagne, Giorgio Armani and Lamborghini. Looks like a nation, maybe a Thai prince or a Japanese star, who knows. His companion used a straw to suck down 1/5 of the Aperol he had just refilled, then smacked his lips and said tipsy, "There is a Chinese night every year." Let alone celebrities from the other side of the world, even among the local dignitaries who attend the event. How many do we know? That's right, but it's too exaggerated. After watching Han Li and his group go away, the Ulyss Nardin salesperson shook his head and walked back to his exhibition tent. 2 years ago, he had the honor of hosting Leonardo DiCaprio at the yacht show. At that time, the afterglow of The Wolf of Wall Street was still there, and Leo was in the second spring of his career. The prepaid salary for this movie before the box office share alone reached $25 million US. But even at that time, Leonardo's travel was far less than that of Han Li today. He still remembered that Leo only brought one security guard and 3 or 2 friends. He was dressed very low-key, wearing a cap and sunglasses, and then he moved freely among the crowd. Except for a few young people who thought he looked familiar and stopped to look at him, no one else even paid attention to him. It's funny to say that a few months ago, the world-class actor who dominated the red carpet in Cannes and murdered countless films came to Monaco, dozens of kilometers away, and no one wanted to take a photo with him. But if you think about it carefully, this is actually in line with the tone of the Monaco Yacht Show, especially the first day of the yacht show. Customers who can be invited to participate in non-open day activities are not ordinary people. Don't look at these staggering old people wearing unnamed pink shorts, hunched over as if they will collapse to the ground at any time without support, as if they are completely unrelated to the elite. But in fact, if you pick any one of them, it is likely that they are 10 or 100 times richer than Leonardo DiCaprio. In other words, the Wolf of Wall Street who can call the shots on the screen is not even a Class B customer at the Monaco Yacht Show. In 2016, Leonardo owned a total of 6 properties. The first one, purchased for $2 million in the early 1990s, is located halfway up the hill in Hollywood. If you look left, while leaning on the infinity pool at 864 Stradella Road, you can see a little bit of the roof. If you look down carefully, the second one was purchased in Malibu in 1996 for $1.8 million. The third one is on a private island in Belize and was sold for $1.75 million in 2005. The fourth one is an apartment at 1 Rockefeller Park in Battery Park, New York, which was purchased for $10.1 million. The fifth and sixth properties were both acquired from private sellers in private transactions, one in Palm Springs and the other in Malibu, just a little further north. Although the specific prices are unknown, it is estimated that the 2 properties together will not exceed $10 million. That is to say, since his debut in the 1990s, in nearly a quarter of a century, the total amount Leonardo DiCaprio actually spent on real estate is only 2/3 of 864 Stradella Road. As for other aspects, the gap between Leonardo and Han Li is even more obvious. Earlier this year, he was criticized for taking a private jet and traveling 8,000 miles from Europe to New York to accept an Environmental Pioneer Award. Many people criticize others for their extravagant style of being one thing in front and another behind, but in fact, Leo has never really owned any private jet and has not even purchased partial ownership. He just orders some flight hour packages every year, and then the supplier provides different models. Leonardo has the same consumption concept for yachts. Vava Second, Topaz, Impromptu. Each yacht where Leo has held carnival parties is worth over 100 million yuan. but he has never thought about buying them. Spend $200,000 or $300,000 and drive to the coast of St. Barths for a week to experience it. It's not that Leonardo is frugal, but because he doesn't like what he can afford, and what he likes is too expensive. Putting aside the interstellar battleship Topaz, which is worth $450 million, and can only be afforded by Sheikh Mansour, even the Vava II of the Italian tycoon Bertarelli family, the price tag of $150 million is not something he can hope for. Even if he wants to sell his property and buy it, the annual maintenance fee equivalent to 20% of the total price can make Leonardo DiCaprio bankrupt. Not to mention him, even Ernesto Bertarelli, who is worth £11.5 billion, can't stand it. Otherwise, how could the latter be willing to put his private yacht up for rent? No matter how wealthy a tycoon is, he will try every means to use the yacht to generate income and make this money-losing thing less money-losing. But Han Yi doesn't care about this. Whether the annual maintenance fee is 20% or 50%, he doesn't care. He just wanted to spend the money. Spend it and you can earn it back. There is only one person on this planet who can do this. Considering this, there is nothing difficult to understand about the reception specifications that Moran Yacht and Ship built for Han Yi. A rich man who opened his mouth and asked for a base price of $50 million. The more expensive the better, as long as he has a ship. How many Leonardos are worth? The flight schedules, aircraft numbers, and transaction records of private aircraft at Nice Côte d'Azur International Airport are all non-confidential information that must be made public by the government and cannot be concealed. At the same time, there was only one private jet flying from Los Angeles. As long as you are interested, you can distinguish the authenticity of this young Chinese rich man. Production serial number 6074. Former number N652CH. Morgan Chase Bank North America, White Plains, New York. Delivered on May 14, 2014. Current number N10R. N10R Incorporated. Re-registered on September 14, 2016. Just bought a G650R before coming here. How to receive such a client? Does Robert Moran need to call from Florida to teach him personally? The yachts in the first row are small and shallow entry-level yachts. Moran never rents such yachts because we don't deal with such transactions. The yachts we bring to Monaco are all big ones that can only be placed in the second row with a length of more than 40 meters. Kevin Callahan led Han Yi across the floating bridge, covered with royal blue carpet, waved his hand forward, and had a generous and heroic posture. T32, T37, T41, T42. Every prime berth has been transformed into Moran's showroom. T32 Soy American Englisher, with a hull length of 137 feet, is the best modern yacht ever built by the Bonetti Group at the scale of 42 meters, priced at €18.4 million. T37, Allegria, is the pride of the Dutch Hackwater shipyard. It has just completed an extended maintenance and renewal cycle. The generator, SAT system, is basically equivalent to a new ship. €19.95 million. T41, this baby, is called Octo. It was built by Captain Isa according to the top shipbuilding standards in Northern Europe, and was delivered in 2014. It is one of the most gorgeous and sophisticated yachts on the market. €54.5 million. T42, this Moran yacht and the jewel in the crown of the ship, on the same level as the TV. Solange, the representative work of the Lursen shipyard in 2013, has a hull designed by S. Bonanno and interior decoration by Angela Rodriguez. It has 8 cabins and can accommodate 16 guests. The price is also very consistent with its level, $155 million. Why didn't you recommend this ship just now? Hearing the price, Han Yi's eyes lit up, and his tone was a little urgent. Is it not for sale? Just an exhibit? Ah, that's right. Even the battle-hardened Kevin Callahan was stunned. He had never seen such a ship before. When a customer heard the price of $155 million, the expression on his face was not disbelief, but excitement. It is the property of Mr. Alexander Childer. Mr. Childer has only handed over Solange to us for management, and is responsible for routine maintenance and leasing. Okay. Han Yi nodded, his voice obviously darkened a lot. Then, 4 berths, For boats, why don't you see TV? Because they are all public exhibits. Speaking of the key points, Kevin Callahan cleared his throat and glanced at his son not far away, indicating that the latter was ready to cooperate. As long as you make an appointment, starting tomorrow, anyone can board them for viewing. And our most cherished series will not be open to the public. There are 3 of them in total, all anchored in the outer harbor. TV is the largest and most dazzling of the 3 yachts. Mr. Hahn. Chris Callahan joined the topic at the right time. He turned sideways and showed the 2 small speedboats parked on the far right of the second row of pontoons. Please take our speedboat and board TV for a visit. Chapter 259 TV, Part 2. The length of the ship is 257 feet 3 inches, 78.3 meters. The width of the ship is 44 feet 3 inches, 13.5 meters. The draft is 12 feet 6 inches, 3.8 meters. The cold data, when put on paper, is hard to make people feel anything. In the impression of most people, even 100 meters is not a great distance. After all, it only took 9.572 seconds for US Army General Bolt to run 100 meters in Berlin on behalf of mankind, right? Before boarding the speedboat and heading to TV, Harney had the same idea in his mind. The length of the ship is 78 meters, and it should only take a few steps from the bow to the stern. In addition, Chris Callahan's description of it can accommodate 18 guests made Harney form a wrong perception. During this visit to Europe, the G650 he took could even carry up to 19 people. So, how big can a so-called super yacht that can only accommodate 18 people be? With the dull roar of the engine, Han Yi, who was slowly approaching the target in the scorching sun and moist sea breeze, finally realized how wrong he was. Too big. Bigger than bigger. From the bottom deck to the top observation deck, TV is a full 5 stories high. Each floor is almost the same height as a single floor of an ordinary building. In addition, the milky white radar tower on the top for communication. This super yacht is more majestic than most of the land buildings on the blue coastline of southern France, where it is anchored. Looking from a distance, the staff standing at the stern of the yacht with their hands hanging down, waiting for Han Yi to board the ship, are just a few insignificant shadows under this monument of industrial civilization. It's a very magnificent scenery, do you agree, Mr. Han? Looking at Han Yi, who was sitting on the white leather sofa opposite the speedboat cabin, staring at the man-made wonder outside the one-way glass in a trance, Kevin Callahan's mouth curled up a natural smile. Having been in this business for more than 20 years, he knows very well what kind of psychological impact a super yacht like TV will bring to people who come into close contact with it for the first time. Shock, admiration, curiosity, even awe, and a hint of insecurity. This is not a surrender to the so-called luxurious world, but an admiring look of the great species of human beings, which has spent 8,000 years of inspiration, diligence and hard work from the Persian canoe in the Middle Stone Age to reach this point. Civilization is the exploration and conquest of the unknown, and super yachts are a concrete manifestation of human conquest of the unknown. The vast ocean, which once required kneeling on the ground and trembling, praying to God to calm the storm, has now been transformed by humans into a playground for fun and entertainment. In most cases, an extraordinary masterpiece. Han Yi retracted his gaze and cast his gaze on Kevin Callahan. It's not just the size. I really like the exterior design of this yacht. From the lines to the materials, it's impeccable and perfect. The word impeccable is very well used, Mr. Han. The TV is fully worthy of this evaluation. The entire ship, from beginning to end, is made of Lloyd's grade steel and aluminum. The Lloyd's here refers to the world's first ship appraisal and rating agency, Lloyd's Register of Shipping. Chris Callahan, who is far less rough and bold than his father, and has a more delicate mind, explained to Han Yi the terms that outsiders in the shipping industry may not know. They will rate each ship according to the ship specification manual they publish, including the structural requirements and minimum length of each type of ship, as well as the material standards used, etc. And the so-called Lloyd's grade means that all the materials used on this ship, whether it is wood, steel, aluminum, or fiberglass, have been type approved by Lloyd's Register and have its seal and certificate. Every inch of this ship has it, without exception. The steel used on the TV is better and more expensive than the materials used to make any skyscraper in New York, Paris, or Tokyo. It is the highest strength R36 marine grade steel, rich in manganese, silicon, aluminum, and other element to enhance its strength and durability, ensuring that it can always show the best stability and robustness in extreme temperatures and bad weather. Having said that, I believe you should be very clear about which country can produce the highest quality steel in the world. China. Han Yi uttered this word gently, full of irrepressible pride. In the field of steel, the motherland considers itself second, and no one dares to sit in the first to 10th positions. Yes, China. Chris Callahan knows how to build closer relationships with customers from different countries and strengthen and consolidate their national pride, which is usually a very effective way. This ship was built under our supervision, so we know exactly what materials are used and can even find you the most original procurement documents. All the steel in the hull comes from China. So, you can even say that when you sail this yacht, it is the wisdom, skills, and standards from your motherland that are protecting you. You know how to make a Chinese person's blood boil, Mr. Callahan. I'm not exaggerating, I'm just stating the facts. Chris Callahan spread his hands and smiled. The same is true for the aluminum used on this ship. Whether it's steel or aluminum, China is the largest and best supplier in the world. You know, although steel is more cost effective and more environmentally friendly, it also has a fatal disadvantage, which is that it is easy to rust and requires special anti-rust paint. It is also too heavy. If the entire ship is made of steel, it will seriously affect the sailing speed. Therefore, a considerable part of the TV, especially the hull surface, is made of the highest grade 5083 marine grade aluminum. It is corrosion resistant, easy to use, and can be welded, which can greatly reduce the annual external maintenance costs of the ship. In addition, in some areas away from the water, we also use fiberglass from China for structural production. This material is light and strong, can resist corrosion and decay, and requires less maintenance. They are easy to repair, because molded resin can be used directly to fill any cracks or holes. However, fiberglass has its limitations. It is not as strong as steel, and is more susceptible to impact and damage. So we deliberately took this into consideration when making it, and only used it on the inside of the high-rise deck that is basically not exposed to wind and waves. Glancing at the main ship that was getting closer and closer, Chris Callahan quickened his pace. The speedboat you are riding now also uses the same manufacturing materials and construction ideas. In fact, it, as well as the speedboat behind it, are all part of TV. Part of TV. Han Yi was a little surprised. What do you mean? The official name of these speedboats should be yacht tenders, which are service vessels specially used to provide assistance and support for large yachts. Why does a ship need another ship to provide services? Because, in a perfect world, getting on and off a yacht should be a very easy thing. Every port should meet the draft depth required by super yachts, and you can dock however you want. But unfortunately, the earth we live in is not a perfect world after all. Not to mention other places. Just look at this side of the Mediterranean. There are many ports, such as some very beautiful small town docks on the Amalfi Coast, which cannot accept large yachts directly docking. Therefore, when building these large ships, the ship owners usually build one or two tenders for guests to use. Many boat owners who don't have such a sufficient budget usually choose rigid inflatable boats, which are both functional and practical. If they just need to enter and exit the dock or purchase supplies, this inflatable boat that can be stored in the cargo hold is enough. But the reason why we yearn for life on a yacht is not to change the place to eat steak dinner, right? Kevin Callahan continued his son's words. Those water sports with their own charm are an indispensable part of the sailing experience. Therefore, for a super yacht of the level of TV, the tenders on board must be able to complete multiple tasks at the same time. The boat we are on now is a fully customized limo built by Zuckin International Project specifically for TV and Salange, two super yachts also from the Lursen shipyard. Tender, luxury transport boat 31 feet, 9.4 meters, close to the length of most yachts. It can accommodate 12 guests, plus one driver, with a maximum speed of 40 knots. It can show a graceful figure in the water and quickly transport guests to the port. In addition, it can also complete multiple functions such as racing, fishing, and exploration. So, this comes with the boat. Han Yi patted the leather sofa under him and asked. Yes, the quotation we gave includes these 2 speedboats. This size, there is no way to put them directly in the cargo hold, right? Han Yi pondered for a moment how to store them when sailing on the sea. You underestimate the capacity of this ship, Mr. Han. In fact, they can be stored in the cargo hold. Chris Callahan replied, do you see the row of obvious interfaces at the rear of the hull? That is the door to the cargo hold. When transporting materials, we usually enter and exit from that door. The same goes for these 2 speedboats. When they are needed, we can just lower the gangway for recovery. TV is equipped with a special speedboat recovery device. Just drive the boat directly into the special container. It is very convenient. Whether it is lowering or putting it away, it will take less than 2 or 3 minutes. I see. Moreover, in actual use, you don't need to worry about these. TV is designed to be equipped with up to 32 crew members, but generally not that many are needed. 25 to 27 are enough. With their full range of services, you can enjoy them and leave everything else to professionals. Just like the recycling measures I just mentioned, unless you choose to stop and watch in the cargo hold, you will not notice the existence of this process at all. Because, at this point, Chris Callahan raised his arm and pointed to the stern of the yacht that was already close at hand. Your boarding route is separate from all auxiliary equipment. First, the tender will turn upside down and approach the ship with its stern. The mothership itself has 4 contact points for fixed ropes, which can be used for 2 speedboats to board and disembark guests at the same time. Just like now, limo tender drew a semicircle at the stern of TV and approached TV backwards. When contact was about to occur, the 4 crew members who had been waiting on the lower deck at the stern were divided into 2 groups and quickly connected the tender to the main hull. Please go first, Mr. Han. Be careful. Holding the sturdy arm of one of the crew members, Han Yi finally boarded the yacht. In fact, there was no need for support at all. After all, the docking tool he was riding was specially customized for this yacht. The height of the deck of the transport boat was exactly the height of the lower deck of the main ship. There was no need to take a step, just walk over as if it were flat ground. Mr. Han, Mr. Gash, please allow me to introduce to you the 3rd captain of TV, Sebastian Alexander Slitting. Sebastian, this is Mr. Han and his asset manager, Mr. Gash. Mr. Han, Mr. Gash, it's a pleasure to meet you too. Welcome aboard TV. Deep grey blue eyes, refreshing and capable short golden hair, a sturdy figure that is taller than Europeans, and a surname that is rare in North America. Let Han Yi guess the general information about Sebastian Alexander Slitting before he spoke the fluent English with a slight accent. Dutch. The maritime industry, especially in Europe, can't escape dealing with the Dutch and Germans. Hello, Mr. Slitting. Han Yi shook the captain's hand and said, congratulations, you've taken good care of the boat. I can hardly see any signs of use. My team and I, we do our best every day. Sebastian nodded humbly. Speaking of the crew, standing next to me is TV's first mate Larry Albrecht, the boat's Wayne Francois Horton, and the 4 sailors who are working, William, Peter, Jen and John. Hello. Are all the 4 sailors Dutch? Han Yi narrowed his eyes and teased, is this an Ajax ship or an Eindhoven ship? Half and half. Sebastian laughed heartily. I'm an Ajax supporter, and so is William. The others support PSV and Feyenoord respectively. But there are more than just Dutch people on the ship. The first mate is from Mannheim, Germany, and the boat's Wayne is a local in southern France. This is a multicultural super yacht, Mr. Han. I can see that. After quickly scanning the white faces on the deck, Han Yi remained calm and asked indirectly about the information he was concerned about. So, you are the 3rd captain of TV, right? How long have you been working on this ship? 5 years, sir. Sebastian replied. Generally speaking, such a young ship would not have 3 captains in less than 10 years of service. But the story of TV is more complicated. Oh, really? This boat was originally customized by Mr. Jeffrey Soffer of the Soffer family and delivered in 2008. Unfortunately, not long after the yacht was delivered, the Soffer family fell into financial difficulties. So in 2010, they exchanged the ownership of some yachts with Mr. Emilio Fernando Azcárraga Jane, including TV. At that time, this ship was still called Madsummer, and Mr. Azcárraga Jane had another yacht made by Fedship, called TV. Mr. Azcárraga Jane felt that the former was more suitable for the tone of the smaller yacht, so the ship we are on now was renamed TV. In addition, in 2011, a refit took nearly a year. So, from 2010 to 2012, TV changed to captains in less than 2 years, and finally handed it over to me, and then it was considered stable. Your boss, Mr. Azcárraga Jane. Hanyi tried to repeat the tongue-twisting name. Does he like watching TV very much, or is he engaged in the TV industry? He founded Televisa, the largest media group in Latin America and the Spanish-speaking world. Chris Callahan answered first. It's harmless to greet the captain and exchange feelings in advance, but today, the most important thing is to make a deal. He had to ensure that the entire sales process, from the rhythm to the atmosphere, was always under his control. So Mr. Azcárraga Jane, there is no doubt that he has an extraordinary passion for the television industry. If you like, after buying this yacht, you can also change the boat number to the industry you are engaged in. I'll consider it. Hanyi looked at Chris Callahan thoughtfully, pursed his lips, and responded with a smile. He knew very well that Moran Yacht and Ship's network of relationships was not that extensive, and it was impossible for them to understand the transaction trends in the real estate market like Jetlinks, which was based in New York. At best, they could only find out the Gulfstream G650 that Hanyi held with a penetrating entity, but could not see his penthouse at 157, let alone his layout in his career. Therefore, Chris Callahan chose to turn the topic back to Hanyi himself in this way, with a very clear purpose, that is, to gradually unravel his mystery through this inadvertent test. This is true for any business transaction. The more information one party has, the greater the chance of gaining favorable conditions. But that's based on the premise that I buy this yacht, isn't it, Mr. Callahan? Hanyi raised his arm and signaled to Chris Callahan. Now it's time for you to show me the extraordinary charm of this yacht. You're right. If you want to have an emotional connection with this charming girl, you must first understand her. Hanyi's avoidance of identity information did not make Chris Callahan feel frustrated. Every rich man has different habits and temperaments. Some people like to be unscrupulous and ostentatious, while others like to be low-key and secluded. These are all personal choices. Learning to deal with elites of different personalities and using different methods to achieve the same results is a necessary social skill for every excellent yacht broker. I believe that, after you listen to my introduction to her, you will not be willing to let her slip through your fingers. Chapter 260 TV, Part 2. There is a passage leading to the main deck on each side of the lower deck. The one on the right is a traditional staircase, and the one on the left is a lift. If you have luggage, or are a guest who is not convenient to walk, you can wait for the elevator here. Captain Slitting, can you operate it and show it to Mr. Hahn? Francois, thank you. It's probably this mechanism. Chris Callahan pointed to the elevator with a steel base and a solid wood surface, which was a bit slow in descending but very stable. It can probably seat 5 or 6 people at most. If you only want to put things, then so the luggage of 18 guests can be transported in one trip. This is the main route for you to return to the ship after visiting your destination. But in order to provide you with a detailed tour, we will use them when we return later. Now, we are going to enter the middle door. As Chris Callahan explained, First Mate Larry Albrecht took off the intercom from his waist and whispered something in German. A few seconds later, the door in the middle of the lower deck with the golden embossed emblem of TV made a crisp unbuttoning sound and then slowly opened. Whether you leave the deck to go fishing, swimming, or simply walk along the pier beach, you are very likely to get soaked by the seawater or get some dust on you that you don't want to bring onto the yacht. Therefore, we have specially designed a dressing room here. On the left are 3 showers and a toilet, and on the right is the changing area. The swimsuits that you and your guests bring, or other equipment that you need to use for travel, will be placed here after being washed and dried, so they can be used immediately. It is very convenient. After changing clothes and opening the door, we entered another room. I call it the toy room. Chris Callahan walked into the second room first, then stood to one side, pulled the door handle, and made a gesture to Han Yi to invite him in. This is the place where tenders are stored. There is one on the left and one on the right, which can hold to 10-meter tenders in total. The two tenders we took were only 9.4 meters long. In addition to the two tenders, this toy room can also hold 2 motorboats and 2 ocean kayaks. As you can see now, they are placed on carts and fixed to the floor with cables. They will not move even in strong winds and waves. These toys can basically meet any of your entertainment needs at sea. Of course, if guests have additional boat needs, we are always available. More can be transferred from the nearest port. Going forward from the toy room and passing through the second door, we came to the most important part of this yacht in terms of functionality, the engine room. Captain Slitting, could you please introduce Mr. Han to the engine room of TV and some key technical parameters? Of course, Chris. As if to have a more ceremonial sense, and also as if to always maintain dignity in front of the team, as soon as he entered the engine room, Sebastian Alexander Slitting put on the captain's hat that he had been holding in his hand. Mr. Han, where we are now is the EWR of the engine room duty room. According to the manual of TV, there must be 2 crew members with ERWR certificates on standby at all times to ensure that any emergency of the engine during sailing at sea can be dealt with in time. The 2 crew members on duty now, Samantha Smith is from New Zealand. Chris Coate is from Australia. We are the closer senior combination of TV. Good afternoon, Captain Slitting. Mr. Han. The 2 crew members sitting in front of the computer quickly stood up and saluted the highest officer on the ship and the visiting guest. Good afternoon. Chris Coate, who is at least 6 feet tall, was within Han Yi's expectations, but the petite Samantha Smith surprised him a little. The work in the engine room is very hard. Not to mention that the temperature is much higher than other areas of the cabin. The engineers also work long hours, and for safety reasons, they are usually not allowed to leave the ship unless the voyage of the ship is over and the maintenance and overhaul work is over. Then they can go a shorter rest. Therefore, although the annual salary of engineers, or to use modern recruitment terms, yacht engineers, is more than 25% higher than that of ordinary crew members, relevant talents in the market are still very scarce. On luxury yachts whose main purpose is to enjoy themselves, engineers are the most suffering group of people. Our chief engineer Urid, let me see. Captain Slitting opened the door of the workbench in the left control room and took a look inside. He's not here. He should be doing maintenance on the underground floor or having lunch. The chief engineer is a workaholic. He helps his assistant engineers take over at noon every day. After they finish lunch, he goes to the crew mess. At this point, Captain Slitting raised his arm and pointed to the main engine room outside the transparent glass of the engine room duty room. Mr. Han, although we entered the cabin from the bottom deck, in fact, TV has another underground floor. The engine room occupies the upper and lower floors of this area. Going down the stairs facing us, there are 2 main engines that support the operation of the entire yacht. TV uses Caterpillar's 3516 Data. The engine power is 2717 horsepower and the total power is 5434 horsepower. Driven by these 2 big hearts, TV can reach a cruising speed of 17 knots alone. Going back from the engine room, it extends all the way to the storage space at the bottom of the cabin, and there are 12 large and small water tanks and oil tanks. It can store 246,000 gallons of diesel and 38,200 gallons of water. That is to say, with a full tank of fuel, TV can sail on the sea for a month. Of course, unless you decide to cross the Atlantic, no voyage will take more than 2 weeks. Although luxury yachts do have the ability to sail across the ocean, from the east coast of the Atlantic all the way to the west coast, few wealthy people choose to do so. After all, most people take a boat for entertainment, not adventure. I shouldn't have such an idea, Han Yi responded without hesitation. He is not a warrior who likes to fight with nature. The most original driving force for buying a yacht is to make money. Han Yi does not think that, after owning a luxury yacht, he will become a great explorer who yearns to conquer the 7 seas and rediscover the North American continent along the route taken by Columbus, taking 2 or 3 weeks every summer, starting from Nice, slowly wandering around the Apennine Peninsula, or starting from Venice, going back and forth between this water republic and the Greek islands, is the limit of what Han Yi can imagine. If the time is longer, the yacht can bear it, but he himself can't bear it. I must say that your chief engineer and the team he leads are indeed very capable at work. Han Yi looked at the engine room outside the glass window and praised, although I don't understand the specific operating principles and maintenance procedures, the cleanliness alone is enough to amaze me. I mean, this room looks like it was put into use on the first day. The whole ship is cleaned every 2 weeks, the engine room is cleaned once a week, a systematic overhaul is carried out every 3 days, and there is daily routine maintenance. TV's requirements for cleanliness, beauty, and especially safety are definitely in the first echelon in the industry. Captain Slitting put his hands behind his back. The spotless engine room and the various instruments, that even had a slight glow on the surface, made his back straighten a little. Engineers on duty, like Samantha and Chris, have long inspection checklist every day, which they have to check and tick one by one. Grease stains on the deck or bilge, cracks or other abnormalities in the equipment, loose or corroded battery terminals, loose, corroded, or missing nuts, bolts, and screws are all situations that are absolutely not allowed to appear in the engine room of TV. Samantha Smith replied, "We will track and solve any unusual sounds and smells as soon as possible." Samantha is the best mechanical master we have here. Captain Slitting smiled. She can solve abnormal situations that we have never heard of in 5 minutes. How did you keep this treasure? Han Yi admired such capable people who overcame the natural obstacles brought by minority groups and gained respect and recognition in a certain field with their extraordinary skills. I don't know. Captain Slitting looked at Samantha. How did we keep you? Coffee. Samantha raised the mug in her hand half an inch. TV has the best coffee in the entire yacht industry. That's right. Sebastian Alexander Slitting pointed to the surface of the brown-black liquid that was still steaming. The coffee on our ship is only imported from Naples. The cup of Natazulari Cafe when getting up in the morning is one of the most anticipated rituals of the entire team every day. Well, let's go to the main deck and enjoy a cup of Campania espresso together. How about that? Chris Callahan took over the topic in time to make the tour continue seamlessly. Of course. Han Yi smiled and nodded. Please lead the way, Chris. Okay, we are going to go up the stairs from the workroom on the left. Thank you, Samantha. Chris, see you later. Chris Callahan, who introduced carefully, did not forget to look back and politely waved goodbye to the 2 assistant engineers. In fact, there is still half of this floor that we haven't seen. The kitchen, gym, sauna, massage room, and hair salon are all separated from the engine room by only one wall. But in order to isolate the noise and to make the users ignore the fact that this is a ship sailing on the sea to the greatest extent, TV did not connect the functional area and the living area together. We must go up this staircase to the main deck, and then go down from the other end of the main deck to reach the living area on the lower deck. In addition to the rooms I just mentioned, there are 12 crew bedrooms on the lower deck that can accommodate 18 staff members. Some are single rooms, some are double rooms, but each one has a private bathroom, desk and locker. Each one is decorated in a world-class style by Alberto Pinto himself. At Moran Yacht and Ship, we believe that the luxury experience of a yacht should not only be provided in places that the owner can see, but also in places that they cannot see. Improving the comfort of the staff means improving their work efficiency and service attitude, which means improving the ultimate satisfaction of the users. People-oriented is the foundation of Moran Yacht and Ship, the lifelong goal of Mr. Pinto and Mr. Oino, and the most proud highlight of TV. Follow me to the main deck, and the outdoor living area that immediately comes into view will surely convey the message we want to express. C'est Cooper le souffle. Before Han Yi could react, Antoine Gatchet, who stepped onto the main deck holding the metal railing, whistled and exclaimed in French. Although he didn't understand it, Han Yi believed that Antoine's expression should be similar to the Chinese word astonishing. because what was presented in front of them was a panoramic view of the entire port of Hercules and even the golden area of the Principality of Monaco. From the bustling port with masts in the near distance, to the cluster of mansions dotted with white low walls between the ridges in the distance. From the Prince's Palace of Monaco, which was built here in 1191 and once served as a coastal defense fortress of Genoa, to the Odeon Tower, the first high-rise building in the Principality since the 1980s, standing in front of the National Museum of Monaco. The past and the present, luxury and elegance, busyness, and leisure, are all framed in this oil painting with a deep blue background. OUI, n'est ce pas merveilleux? Chris Callahan's fluent French made Hanyi regret that he chose to take Chinese classes to meet the second foreign language requirement during his 4 years of undergraduate studies at USC instead of actually learning a new language. The observation deck of each yacht is the most essential part of the entire ship in my opinion. It's like a private exhibition hall without any obstacles or interruptions. The scenery outside the ship changes every time you dock at a different port. In order to make you more comfortable when enjoying the scenery, we have equipped you and your guests with 2 wooden single sofas, a wooden long sofa, a row of leather sofas that can accommodate 10 people at the same time, and behind the sofa, that area I don't know what words to use to describe it. I would like to call it cushion paradise. Chris Callahan walked to the leather cushion area that was twice as large as any king bed and was placed next to the flagpole on the rear deck and patted the smooth and soft surface. On a lazy sunny afternoon, this is the best place for you to enjoy life. Lie here, blow the sea breeze, and take a nap. When you wake up refreshed, I can't imagine what troubles in the world can disturb you again. If there is, don't worry, the open air bar we put here is used to solve this problem. Let our accompanying yacht steward, such as Miss Antonia Garsh next to you. Hi, Antonia. Ask her to pour you a glass of Aperol or other iced drinks that suit your taste. Take off your shoes. Why wear shoes on a yacht? Every inch of the floor here is cleaned once a day. Walk into the salon area on the main deck, click on a movie, and then order the kitchen to start preparing the food you want to enjoy. Even if you leave aside the open area in the living room that can seat more than 30 people, just look at the dining room behind the TV wall. It can seat at least 18 people. In other words, these 2 round tables can be used for you and all your guests to have dinner together. This is the case when we choose the round table design. Kevin Callahan added, if these 2 round tables are removed and replaced with long tables for dining, a total of 22 seats can be placed here. The sense of scale is what Mr. Alberto Pinto wanted to highlight the most when he built TV. It is also what distinguishes all super yachts from ordinary ships. At the scale of $100 million, what you buy should be a movable palace on the sea. Any design that is inferior to this standard is unacceptable. Chris Callahan continued to introduce. Smaller yachts usually have 2 to 3 crew members. Large yachts will employ 4 to 5. On TV, we have a full 6 crew members, providing you with royal standard service 24 hours a day. They are everywhere and nowhere to be found. What does it mean? For example, in this restaurant, you can't see any signs of preparation on the surface. This is because there is a secret door in the upper right corner of the room. Once it is opened, it is a service operation room at the level of Michelin-starred restaurant. Even the lobby, we have divided it into 2 parts. Please follow me this way, Mr. Han. Facing the bow of the ship, the door on the right leads to the quiet area lobby. In this lobby, there will be a bathroom, an elevator to the upper and lower levels of the yacht, and a waiter on call to take you to 4 VIP suites with large beds and a twin room for children. Each room, such as this one, Suite 1, has 2 sinks, a shower, a bathtub, and a separate dressing room. The creation of a wide sense of space is better than many 5-star hotels in continental Europe. Not only that, opposite the twin room, we have also specially opened up an entertainment space. It can be used as a playroom for children, or as a private cinema on board. You can see that, although Mr. Ascaragagine has chosen the latter, the layout is very flexible and there are no permanent and removable facilities. After you get it, even if you want to transform it into an office, it will take minutes without spending extra costs. If I still need to work when I'm on vacation, then this yacht does not belong to me in the first place. Han Yi shrugged and joked. For successful people, enjoyment is work. I think this sentence is very suitable for you, Mr. Hahn. Chris Callahan laughed twice and flattered him lightly. Indeed, few people would consider leaving an office space on a yacht. Part of the reason is that there are office spaces everywhere on this yacht. All the salons and outdoor reception areas can be used as places for you to handle urgent official business. There is no need to set aside a separate enclosed space. Another reason is that this quiet area on the main deck is not a place for you to rest. The 5 rooms can accommodate a total of 10 to 14 people, all of which are reserved for visiting guests. And your master room needs to go back to the lobby and take the elevator to reach it. Let me demonstrate it to you. After entering the elevator, 0 represents the bottom deck. I'm still not used to the usage in Europe. The bottom deck and the basement share an elevator lobby. The crew who have finished their meals on the basement, or the stewards who carry clean clothes to the dressing room, need to walk up half a flight of stairs to take the elevator. 1 foot is the main deck where we are. 3 feet is a bridge level where Captain Slitting and First Officer Albrecht usually work. And 2, we call it the owner's deck. In other words, this entire floor is an exclusive area that cannot be disturbed by anyone unless the yacht owner invites you. Chapter 261, Accompanying Each Other from a Distance, Part 1. I'm not kidding. This master bedroom. It's the bomb. Lying on the extremely fluffy and soft velvet bed in the master bedroom, which seemed to float on the clouds, Han Yi raised his phone and casually flashed a photo, capturing the layout of the room and the beautiful scenery outside the porthole in the same frame, and sent it to the girl on the other end of the WhatsApp conversation interface. Yi Han, living the best life since 1982. 1982? Han Yi laughed dumbly, and his fingertips flying on the phone keyboard became faster. Do I look that old? You don't, but this bedroom does. Seeing the other party's answer, Han Yi raised his head and scanned the decoration of the master bedroom of TV. Looking around, all the furniture was made of dark solid wood. The 2 bedside tables were dark, the tea table and leather chair on the right were dark, and the floor standing cabinet that formed an arc close to the porthole was also dark, forming a very sharp contrast with the blue and transparent sky and jelly sea of southern France outside the window. The previous 2 owners were over 100 years old in total, so it's hard to avoid this kind of aesthetic in some places. Has someone placed an order for the previous 2 owners? Not yet, I'm still struggling. Let's talk about it after the test voyage. Han Yi thought for a moment and replied. Han Yi is much more cautious about buying yachts, especially the TV he is currently riding, which is infinitely close to 9-digit consumption than when he bought the Gulfstream G650R. Although the private jet also cost him $70 million US, the difference between the two is still very significant. The G650R can solve his extremely practical and urgent travel problems. With this exclusive aircraft that only he can dispatch, Han Yi can get rid of the constraints of ordinary commercial airlines and arrange travel plans anytime, anywhere according to his own wishes. For Han Yi, who has already bought properties in Los Angeles, New York and Lisbon, and will further expand the scale of assets and expand the number of countries he invests in the future, the role that the G650R can play and the satisfaction it brings are self-evident. Taking the most luxurious, most comfortable and longest range private aircraft in the world today, traveling around the world, inspecting the man-made wonders that he bought with his enormous wealth. He has conquered both the sky and civilization. This tangible effect and the positive feedback that comes with it are the key to Han Yi getting a 1.8 times cash reward. So, what about a private yacht? In what ways can buying a yacht that belongs to him help him solve problems and improve efficiency? Even if we don't consider the actual effect as a simple expensive toy, how can it bring him happiness that he can't enjoy elsewhere? This is a question that Han Yi can't answer for himself. First of all, Han Yi admits that he is a travel enthusiast who loves to explore the splendid culture and customs around the world, but he also knows that he has little experience and expectation with luxury yachts or the act of traveling by boat. After all, he comes from an inland city far away from the coastline. Although there are rivers passing through the city, it is not an important part of life after all. At best, it can only be regarded as a unique landscape when traveling between cities. Moreover, anyone who knows him a little bit knows that Han-Yi has a very obvious preference when choosing a travel destination. He is not very interested in the wonders of nature, but only in visiting the miracles created by human society. Taking a yacht and crossing off the cities on the bucket list one by one sounds interesting. But if you really just want to travel, why choose the most inefficient sea voyage? Isn't a private plane good? What's more, Europe is different from the United States. Although it is not as well connected as the high-speed rail network in the motherland, there are fast and convenient rail transportation services between major cities. For example, from Rome to Florence, whether you take Trenitalia or Italo, it takes 1.5 hours. The speed is 180 km per hour, which is nearly 6 times faster than the cruising speed of TV at 17 knots. The most important thing is, Han-Yi can't swim. Not only can he not swim, but he can even be said to be a little afraid of water. Even in a swimming pool, as long as it can be submerged above the neck, he can feel nervous. He likes bathing, but resists water sports. Colorless and tasteless tap water is fine, but salty seawater poured into the nose can trigger panic. Human contradictions and entanglements are vividly reflected in Han-Yi's love-hate relationship with water. Therefore, unlike all previous consumption, this time when Han-Yi came to the Monaco yacht show to see the boats, it was difficult for him to feel the joy of adrenaline, dopamine and endorphins secreted at the same time, and the object of his desire was right in front of him, and he could get it with a wave of his hand. Is the TV luxurious? Of course. Including the cargo hold, it has 6 floors. The mobile palace on the Mediterranean. Chris Callahan's evaluation of this yacht is well deserved. Whether in terms of size or price, there are few competitors that can surpass this super yacht. It can even be said that this 100-meter ship built by the Lursen shipyard is one of the most luxurious toys built by humans for pure enjoyment since the birth of civilization. But no matter how exquisite the Barbie is, it will not attract the attention of a little boy. This analogy can well explain Han-Yi's current indecisive mentality. The thing is good, but what does it have to do with me? I completely understand your doubts, Mr. Han. Han-Yi was frank about his hesitation, and judging from Chris Callahan's smiling and nodding expression, this was not the first time he heard a rich man express similar emotions. Humans always give life to inanimate objects and develop an emotional attachment to them. This attachment is usually reflected in the things that accompany them growing up and are accustomed to. The meals cooked by their mother, the first pair of sneakers in childhood, or the ice cream truck that always passes by their door on weekend afternoons. These things are like our old friends. Even if they become old, bald, toothless, penniless, and destitute, we will still remember the best side of them, and remind ourselves not to forget our roots because of growth. They are our first love, the first and only precious memory. But a yacht is different. It is unknown. It's the perfect girl you see when you walk into the bar. Impeccable and makes you feel inferior. You touch the money in your pocket and think, I have enough wealth now to buy the whole bar. If I want, I should be able to take this girl home tonight and spend the night with me. Who? Did he really say that? Yes. Then I can only say that he can neither afford to buy the entire bar, nor will he be favored by the perfect girl. I agree, it's a bad metaphor. Then what else did he say? He said, but you would think in your heart, hey, this girl is so perfect, maybe she's a star, maybe she's a supermodel, does she really want to have anything to do with me? One night is okay, but what about a week, a month, a year, a lifetime? Will the price of maintaining the relationship with her be too high? Will she always like me? Will I always like her? What if there is an ugly slob living under her glamorous appearance? Mr. Han, you should know that we men will only ask these questions when we feel insecure. Will you? What? Will you ask these questions when you feel insecure? Want to hear the truth or a lie? Of course it's a lie. Never. I have a firm mind and an iron will. I'm the Chuck Norris of the 21st century. After this sentence was sent, Han-Yi welcomed a moment of tranquility in the dialogue interface. About a minute later, a new white bubble popped up. What about the truth? I often feel insecure. Han-Yi thought about it, suppressed the jokes in his mind, and chose to tell the truth. Like Chandler in Friends, Han-Yi is a person who likes to use teasing, sarcasm and self-sarcasm to cover up his inner emotions. Therefore, very few people can make him really open his heart. And the person who is chatting with him online at this moment is one of the few. They haven't seen each other for a long time, but it doesn't prevent them from sharing each other's lives and emotions in their spare time. For Han Yi, this is a precious and novel experience. Therefore, he set a rule for himself that seems a bit nonsensical to others. When chatting with her, don't make jokes unless necessary. Just now, it was considered a violation of the rules, although the other party started it first. For example, I often wonder why you fell in love with me at first sight in Ibiza. The word fall in love at first sight is too exaggerated, sir. Are you jokingly asking me if I have Googled you? The fact is, I did Google you. Of course, I don't need to search to know you. I have heard of you, I know you, I can see you anytime, anywhere, in every city I have lived in. After Ibiza, and even after London, I would type your name into Google, not for anything else, just to see the new titles given to you by the media. Then I would think, this is a girl called an angel by Vogue. Why am I the lucky one? What did I do, right, and do I still have it? This time, the silence in the conversation interface was longer. Just when Han Yi thought that the other party suddenly had something urgent to do and put down his phone and was about to turn off WhatsApp, a FaceTime request suddenly popped up on the screen. From Barbara Palvin. Why are you also starting to make surprise attacks? Han Yi was caught off guard by the sudden ringing of the ring. Each region has a different attitude towards FaceTime. East Asia is the most reserved. Basically, if the other party does not agree, no one will suddenly send a video chat request. Voice is okay, phone is okay, but direct video seems a bit too borderless. The United States is obviously at the other extreme. People here use FaceTime as they please. Han Yi often receives all kinds of strange FaceTime requests, some to show him what he had for lunch, some to show him the iconic buildings of a city, and some even just to say hello to him. Yes, after getting off the plane, he would send him a FaceTime, say I'm at the airport, let's talk later, and then hang up. Yes, each of the above situations is about Madison Beale. Han Yi is very glad that he is not a Native American, nor a girl. Otherwise, the popular American custom of FaceTime between besties from morning till night, seeing each other's face, no matter what they do, and sometimes even doing their own things without saying a word, and chatting for hours, would definitely drive him, an introvert who even abhors taking pictures, crazy. Han Yi had never talked to Barbara Palvin about the attitude of Europe towards FaceTime, but according to his actual experience, people here should be more in line with East Asians' views on video chat. If it's not urgent, don't bother. If it's urgent, call. I thought only McGrady would do such a big thing. How come Barbara, a Hungarian with thick eyebrows and big eyes, also betrayed the revolution? He complained in his heart, but his body was honest. Han Yi sat up straight while adjusting his hair. He pressed the call button. Just like he said, it's okay to be sloppy in front of anyone, but in front of this angel, you have to fight for your dignity. But what Han Yi didn't expect was that after the screen was connected, the person who was frightened by the ghost face turned out to be himself. On the screen, Barbara Palvin's bare face covered with water droplets filled the entire screen. She tilted her head, squeezed out her eyes, and shouted in a vague and weird voice, "What about now? Do you look like an angel?" Chapter 262. Accompanying each other from a distance, Part 2. Are you really not afraid of my screenshots? Han Yi covered his chest with a frightened expression. I don't have enough photos of me making faces on Google? Barbara Palvin laughed contentedly, brighter than the sun outside the porthole of TV. Han Yi is good at using his language talent to tell jokes, to liven up the atmosphere, while Barbara likes to use flexible body language and supermodel level expression management to make all kinds of funny gestures to make people laugh. The two of them, who are both good at literature and martial arts, are the indispensable pistachios that make their respective friends laugh and cry. Good morning. Barbara squinted her eyes and waved to Han Yi on the screen with full energy, then put her phone on the sink and continued to wash her face with Neutrogena makeup remover wipes. Barbara doesn't have the habit of sleeping with makeup on. No matter how tired or sleepy she is, she will remove her makeup before resting. Using makeup remover wipes early in the morning is just a little habit of hers that is unknown to others. It smells good and is better than ordinary wipes or water. Morning. Well, Barbara, you might want to pull up the camera or put on another piece of clothing. Han Yi, who was about to say good morning to Barbara, suddenly had his pupils shrink and his breathing stagnated a little. He was sure that Barbara's FaceTime call this time must have been a spontaneous act, because the Hungarian girl was only wearing a short pajama vest that was too thin. Why is it too thin? In addition to not covering her abdomen, the two most important points were also clearly visible. New York must be very cold this morning. Oh, what's the matter? Hashtag, free the nipples. Barbara Payton looked down, shrugged, and looked indifferent. Don't act like you're meeting them for the first time, sir. Barbara showed her little tiger teeth, smiled mischievously, and looked up at the screen again. But she was far from being as carefree as she thought. When she met Han Yi's somewhat dull, but extremely focused eyes, Barbara felt that her cheeks suddenly turned into the hood of a sports car accelerating at full speed, and began to get hot at an unimaginable speed. Great, now you made it weird. After throwing this sentence, Barbara turned and ran back to the bedroom, grabbed a grey coat, and covered herself with it, tilted her head to think about it, zipped it up to the top, and walked back to the bathroom. Halfway through, she stopped again, quietly lowered the zipper halfway, tidied the folds of the corners and cuffs, and then reappeared in front of the camera. It's nothing, it's all your fault. Barbara snorted and shook her head in disappointment. Men. How can you blame me? Han Yi's eyes widened, pretending to defend himself. It's like I put on a pair of underwear when I got up in the morning and then showed it too. No, normally no one would FaceTime their lower body. Sex addicts like you will. Knowing that Han Yi wanted to make her laugh by telling a joke in a serious manner to change the subject, Barbara still let him succeed. Why am I a sex addict again? Remember it yourself. Forget it, let's not talk about this. If you agree to draw a clear line and be friends again, don't get involved in his muddy water again. Barbara shook her head and stopped talking after solemnly admonishing herself in her heart again. Show me the yacht. Barbara Payton's index finger drew a circle in the air. I'll help you make a reference. Okay. Han Yi nodded readily and turned over and got out of bed. Among the people he knows and is close to, supermodel Barbara Palvin, who flies around the world all year round and has worked in this state for more than 10 years, is indeed the most suitable to provide him with reference suggestions on luxury consumption. The level of authority is second only to Antoine Gatchett, the former CEO of Rothschild Heritage Group. Look, there is a massage pool outside the master bedroom, and next to it is a sunken lounge area. It looks pretty good. What's the front piece? That's the main deck. It is said that it can be used to store things that can't fit in the cargo hold. And what can't fit in the cargo hold? Yes, for example, the third tender, and so on. Han Yi thought about it and chuckled. If I were so hospitable. Do you have it? I don't even have that many friends. Han Yi told the truth when the salesman, Chris Callahan, told me that this yacht can accommodate up to 18 people. I was shocked. I was thinking, where can I find so many people to ride a boat together? Then why did you buy such a big one? Barbara asked while applying facial essence on her face. If you are just using it for personal use and only occasionally, you can buy one under 100 feet. There are also many cool models. Or just rent it directly. I know many people do this. They rent a different boat every year and enjoy a different taste every year. I prefer exclusivity and don't like sharing. Han Yi couldn't tell the truth to Barbara, so he compromised and shared the truth with Barbara. Oh. Hearing this, Barbara raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at the phone screen. And, if I have a choice, I only want to see the best, not the best. Only want to see the best, right? Barbara repeated in a low voice, with a faint smile on her lips. But if you have the best, but can't make full use of it, and give it the best arrangement, you will feel very disappointed after a long time. In the English context, yachts can be referred to by feminine terms. This is normal, and Barbara must have no other meaning in using it. That's why I arranged this trial voyage in advance. Han Yi nodded and replied. Just like buying a car, many buyers always want to take their future big baby out for a stroll before signing a contract and make the final decision based on the actual driving experience. The same is true for buying a yacht. The test drive process is a key link in finding a suitable boat for top consumers who are willing to spend tens of millions of dollars. This is the best way to understand whether the boat can really meet the needs and meet safety standards. Therefore, before arriving in Monaco, Hanyi instructed Antoine Gatchet to make an appointment for a trial voyage with Moran Yacht and Ship in advance. Generally speaking, whether it is a direct sale by a shipyard or an agent of a brokerage company, they will not directly pull the boat you want to buy out of the port warehouse, launch it and take you for a tour. For each model that is publicly sold, the shipyard will keep a few special trial boats, like a model room, with unified interior decoration for customers to experience. 99% of customers who buy yachts are basically in the same situation and have the same process. But Hanyi is different. The boat he is interested in is a private custom-made model for a billionaire. From the keel to the swimming pool, every detail is customized. Moran Yacht and Ship. It is impossible to transfer the same model of trial boat from the Lursen shipyard. There is no one close to it. For super yachts like TV with a hull length of more than 250 feet, Lursen builds one by one after receiving an order. It is impossible to make a yacht worth $100 million, put it in the warehouse and do nothing, and provide customers with a trial experience. Even a shipbuilding giant with a 141-year history cannot do such a thing with too much money to burn. In short, if you want to truly experience TV, there is no other way except to board the Spit Guy and take a real lap. Fortunately, although there are 40,000 people attending the Monaco Yacht Show, most of them have to wait until the public open day on the second day to enter. Among the VIP customers invited to attend on the first day, no one asked to visit TV specifically. The market price is $130 million US, and the special price at the show is $92 million US. It is rare to meet a super rich person who can spend such a large sum of money to purchase a yacht in a year. Therefore, after several days of communication and negotiation, Moran Yacht and Ship, on behalf of the yacht owner Azcaraga Jane, agreed to Hanyi's request for a trial voyage from Monaco to Nice, and then from Nice to Monaco. It takes 2 hours to go back and forth in this small area of the Côte d'Azur, including leaving and entering the port. Hanyi originally wanted to pay the rent per day according to the market price, but the generous Azcaraga Jane waved his hand and waived all fees, even the fuel cost of this voyage. Why not? Azcaraga Jane and his family, who are so wealthy that they can own 4 yachts at the same time, really don't care about these tens of thousands of euros. Strictly speaking, Azcaraga Jane, who was born in 1968, is already the 3rd generation of the Azcaraga family. His grandfather Emilio Azcaraga Vidaurita was born in 1895. After obtaining a license to distribute radios in Mexico in 1923, he gradually conquered the radio and television industry in Latin America and established a media empire in the Spanish-speaking world. Azcaraga Jane himself is worth $2.3 billion US, and the wealth controlled by the entire family behind him is more than 10 times this number. For the current head of the Televisa Group, Rudolph Murdoch of Mexico, waiving the 5-digit trial voyage bill is as easy as treating Hanyi to a cup of Coke. He wants to use his generosity to make Hanyi happy. As for the reason for being so anxious to sell the yacht, in addition to the fact that the family already has 4 yachts and they are really overwhelmed, Azcaraga Jane does not love sailing as much as his father Emilio Azcaraga Milmo. The Azcaraga family has owned a total of 5 yachts, including the Eco sold in 1997, all of which were owned by the old Milmo. Less than a year after his father's death, Azcaraga Jane sold the Eco, the day Milmo died. Yes, the day he died. On the same day, the TV has been on the market for 2 years. The agency has changed from Moran Yacht and Ship to Edmiston, and then back again. After 2 or 3 rounds of tossing back and forth, no interested buyer has been found. It's not because the quality of the boat itself is problematic, but the luxury yacht trading market is like this. There are many celebrities willing to rent it for $200,000 a week, but there are very few wealthy people willing to buy it directly for $20 million. Not to mention $92 million. So, he sent the entire crew team here? After hearing Han-Yi's narration, Barbara paused for a few seconds while dripping eye serum on her fingertips and asked in surprise, "It looks like this." An enthusiastic seller. Not only that, he also told me through Chris Callahan that, whether or not the deal is reached this time, if I have the opportunity to go to Mexico City, I must contact him and have dinner together, or wait for him to return to Los Angeles. Does he live in Los Angeles for a long time? I think he spends half of his time in California. It is said that the rich people in Mexico City have this habit. He lives in the United States for half a year, lives in Europe for 3 months, and takes time to go back to Mexico to stay in the office for 3 months. Why is it stuck on your side? No, I'm searching for his Los Angeles. My god, a 2.3-acre Hollywood Hills estate, $60 million US. 2 minutes later, Barbara's pretty face moved on the screen again. A powerful friend. A friend I'm determined to make. Han-Yi smiled at Barbara. As Karagujan is very good at doing business, he will try his best to get to know every relationship he thinks is valuable, and Han-Yi happens to be a businessman of this type. Most great careers start with chance encounters, such as the fate between Han-Yi and as Karagujan, because of the yacht trading. Han-Yi's ambition for the Latin music market in the future does need a Spanish media giant like Televisa to realize it together. For example, Bad Bunny, Rosalia, and Karol G. This is why Han-Yi wants to do his best to facilitate this deal, even though he doesn't have much feeling for TV. Buying horse bones with a lot of money, while buying things from people and talking about business with them, Han-Yi feels that this mode of meeting new partners is much more reliable than attending so-called cocktail parties and mountaintop parties, and the relationships built are much more solid and valuable. So you arranged this trial voyage to convince yourself that you like this yacht and make the deal as pleasantly as possible, right? Barbara Pavan thought for a while and said, "But no matter what, you have already decided to spend this money because you want to make this friend." That's right. If there is no positive emotional feedback, this consumption does not make money or even loses some money, it will definitely be a regret for him. But since he didn't like yachting and sailing, he might as well choose another aspect that would benefit him the most. So, what about now? Barbara's movements were quite quick. In less than 10 minutes, she had already started applying foundation. What do you think? I still don't feel anything. Han-Yi sighed and answered truthfully. Have you experienced the massage pool? I have. Not to mention the pool, I have visited the entire yacht. Han-Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. On this floor, there is also an office and a bodyguard's bedroom. Going to the stern, there is an indoor bar with a DJ station. Outside is a circular outdoor restaurant and more viewing facilities. Above my head, there is also a helicopter pad. Yes, this yacht can also park a full-size helicopter. Helicopter lobby, bridge command room, captain's bedroom, first mate's bedroom, on-duty crew bedroom. Let me think about what else. Oh, on the top floor, there is also a restaurant and an outdoor swimming pool connected to, yes, the second massage pool. Han-Yi walked to the stern of the master deck, chattering, and showed Barbara the Hercules port that was getting farther and farther away, and the long strip of white waves towed by the TV moving at full speed. You have everything, but you're still not satisfied? Han-Yi felt that what Barbara said today always had another metaphor. You're very greedy. No, it's true that we have everything, but I really don't know when it can come in handy. If I come to Europe alone, I won't need this ship at all. If I were alone, I would definitely want to hang out in big cities every day, such as Paris, Rome, etc. Visit museums, eat. Wouldn't it be more comfortable than floating on the sea? Then, think about it from another angle. Barbara tapped the screen with the bottle of Harmony foundation in her hand. Who do you most want to bring to Europe? Family members. Han-Yi answered without hesitation. Mom and grandma. Will they like life on the sea? I think so. Han-Yi stroked his chin, but they can't come to play for too long. 1 or 2 weeks is the limit, and they may not come every year. If you want to make them happy, it's not enough. For example, if I rent a yacht, I should be able to rent one that is bigger, more exaggerated, and more luxurious than this one. What about the others? No one else. Han-Yi shrugged. No friend is worth me buying a yacht for them. Business needs. I still say, it's better to rent than to buy. What about my lover? How can there be a lover? Han Yi rolled his eyelids. Don't you know best? You taught me a lesson in Manhattan for 14 streets. That's not a lesson, it's a kind reminder. Barbara stuck out her tongue at the camera. Not now, but there will always be in the future. Now, listen to me. Close your eyes. Aha. Imagine that you are soaking in the swimming pool on the top floor with your partner. Okay. Do you see her face? I see it. Okay, open it. Barbara clapped her hands. Look, this means, wait. Carefully observing Han Yi's slightly evasive eyes, Barbara was slightly startled. You didn't see me, did you? To be fair, when I closed my eyes, it was your voice that rang in my ears. Han Yi coughed awkwardly and tried to defend himself. The face that just appeared in his mind was indeed Barbara. The main thing was that he really couldn't imagine what it would be like to vacation on a yacht with the other 3 girls. Zaoru? If she was forced to come to the south of France for vacation at this time, she would probably stay in the office next to the master bedroom to finish her thesis. Yuzan? She should also stay in that room, but she would just send and receive work emails instead of doing homework. Maddie? There's no way she would stay in the swimming pool with him honestly. Han Yi knew the habits of this Long Island girl very well. When facing someone or something she likes, once she sticks to it, she won't let go. She will definitely tie him up like an octopus, ask for a kiss, and then gossip for a long time. The most important thing is, he has never seen the 3 of them in swimsuits, so it's really hard to imagine. As for Barbara Payne, let alone swimsuits, she has seen birthday dresses. Super yachts with supermodels. It makes sense, right? I told you it's dirty here, but you didn't believe me. Barbara pointed at her temple and narrowed her eyes dangerously. You made me think that. Okay, I deserve it. Barbara Pavin supported herself on the sink with both hands, her face full of helplessness, but the smile lines at the corners of her eyes became softer. Then take me as an example. If it was you and me on this yacht, what do you think we should do now? Don't think about it that way. You kinda brought that on yourself. Besides, can't that kind of thing be done on a yacht? I mean, it can only be done on a yacht. Chapter 263 The Storyteller, Part 1. I really don't know what to do. Swimming? I'm afraid of deep pools, let alone the sea. Fishing? I'd rather play with my phone. There is an inflatable slide on the boat that can slide all the way from the highest point into the sea, but how long can I play with it? And the impact is so strong. What if I sink directly to the bottom? According to my swimming skills, I can't float up after going down. Han Yi babbled, thinking hard. You sound like an insulator of all water sports. Barbara Payton gave a sharp conclusion. I know. Han Yi said in a depressed tone. Then there is really nothing to do on a yacht. Can you help me think? Barbie, you look like someone who is proficient in various sports and entertainment activities. You asked the right person. Barbara closed the eyeshadow box and hummed twice with pride. I've been staying at the beach this summer, and I think I'll be doing this every year in the next few years. Sports Illustrated. Yes. Barbara wrinkled her nose at the camera. I soak in the sea for several hours every day. If it were you, you would learn to swim, even if you don't know how to swim. I don't have this. Han Yi considered the words in his mind. Talent. Don't mind if I do. Barbara playfully spread her hands, held her face, and smiled. This sentence is not used in this way. Maybe it can be used this way. I don't know. As they are all non-native English speakers, Han Yi understood what Barbara wanted to express without explanation. Of course it can be used this way. Barbara said firmly, I'm the most fluent English in our Paven family. Okay, I'll listen to you. Han Yi shook his head and chuckled. So, if it were you, what would you most like to do on this yacht? Good question. If it were me. Barbara Payton put her index finger on her chin and thought seriously. I'll get up early in the morning, wash my face and brush my teeth, and then I'll go straight to the terrace, any terrace, and lie there for hours, until my whole body is burning. No macup at all, absolutely bare. That's a bit too specific. After hearing Barbara's words, Han Yi, who was at the stern of the master deck, began to walk up to the bridge deck. Only on the terrace of the upper floor can you bathe in the hot sun that Barbara described, which can burn people. I can see that you hate makeup. It's not that I hate it, but it's really the most important part of my job. Barbara Pavin put aside the lipstick that was almost touching her lips and explained with a smile, I'm a pretty strange person. Before I became a model, my sister and I were very keen on makeup. We were still in school at that time, and girls were not allowed to wear makeup in school. Our parents didn't like us to do that, so we often secretly used our mother's cosmetics, drawing eyes, lipstick, and anything exaggerated. Now it's the opposite. Yeah, if I stay at home on a day off, I definitely don't want to put on any makeup, because when I'm shooting, no matter what type of shooting it is, I have to remove makeup, put on makeup, remove makeup, and put on makeup every day, over and over again 8 or 9 times. 8 or 9 times? Hanyi was surprised. Yes, this is still not much, because each set of clothes has to be matched with different makeup. It's better now. Now I am somewhat famous, they won't torment me too much. But before, Barbara grinned in fear. My mother often said that my skin is at least 10 years older than that of people of the same age. Too much makeup is very harmful to the skin. How did your mother tell that? Hanyi expressed his doubts sincerely. Not to mention compared with people of the same age, Barbara Pavin's skin should be the most delicately maintained among all the people he has seen. Yes, due to racial differences, the pores of Hungarian girls who are white are indeed larger than those of Asians, and there are also those fine golden fuzzes between their arms. But even if these factors are taken into account, the skin condition of supermodel Barbara Pavin can still be described as impeccable. Don't ask him why he is qualified to say this. He has experienced it himself. Been there, done that. Hasn't she read any reports about you? They all don't believe that you were born in 1993 and think you're only 18 or 17 years old. Did you? Barbara blew on her nails leisurely, researching me too thoroughly on Google. I'm just a cyberstalker. Hanyi had given up resisting Barbara's accusation. Well, remember to arrange my evidence board nicely. In terms of getting along with each other, Hanyi and Barbara were completely opposite. The former tried hard to suppress his urge to joke, while the latter seized every opportunity to make fun of the other. Barbara herself didn't know why it was like this. Maybe most people only wanted to see her face and figure, and Hanyi, he also wanted to see it, which was true, but Barbara could feel that he actually wanted to penetrate this perfect surface that others were unwilling to penetrate, to explore the less glamorous self hidden in the core. No matter what the reason, he was willing to listen and answer. This is very precious to Barbara Pavin, whose job is to keep her mouth shut and her chin up. My mother is just worried about my physical condition. Every time I go back to Budapest, she says that I'm thinner, haggard, and look older. The main purpose is to hope that I can arrange less work, rest more, and spend more time with them. Thinking of her parents in her hometown who waited for her to call every day to report her safety and had an extremely strong desire to protect her, Barbara touched the corner of her eye with her fingertips and laughed out loud. I know my skin is in good condition now, but first of all, it's because I'm still young and can withstand the hard work. Secondly, like I said, I never wear makeup on my days off, not even a bit of foundation. So what do you have to do today? Hanyi pointed at Barbara's face on the screen. Are you going out later? I'm going to IMG for a meeting in the afternoon. I haven't seen my agency team for a long time. I have to meet with them. Don't worry, there's enough time to accompany you to solve your troubles first, you clingy little boy. That's not mine. Okay. Barbara waved her hand to stop Hanyi's doomed futile defense. Let's focus back on you. We are on the same boat, the one you are on now. I was wearing a retro black and white striped bikini, lying lazily on the deck in the sun, and I was so comfortable that I almost fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but you got up too. I heard your approaching footsteps, opened my eyes, patted the empty seat next to me, and said to you, honey, isn't this the scenario we set? It must fit the role identity. Barbara raised her index finger, looking serious. Otherwise why are we alone on the deck? Other identities would be even more strange. You're right, please continue. I said, honey, join me. You came over and lay down next to me. At this time, what do you most want us to do together? Remember, no sex. Then this is not a real simulation. Suppose you. Barbara bit her lower lip, trying to suppress the unbridled laughter that almost blurted out. Suppose you are exhausted, just like the last morning in London. Okay. Han Yi recalled. I can substitute. In this situation, what do you most want us to do together? I hope we read a book that both of us want to read. Novels, cookbooks, travel guides, anything is fine. Han Yi stroked his chin and pondered. I haven't read a book with anyone at the same time, but I think it should be very interesting, marveling at a certain ups and downs of the plot together, arguing together about the good or bad ending of a certain character. It's like watching Netflix together, but more, quieter and more intimate. There is only the sound of barely audible breathing and the breeze turning the pages of the book. What are we reading? Han Yi's romantic and poetic narration made Barbara a little dazed. Her arm holding the lipstick once again froze in the air, and her questioning voice became softer. Comics. Comics. Barbara burst out laughing. Why? Because you like them, if I remember correctly. You make it sound like I don't read serious books. Sorry if what I said just now gave you this misunderstanding. Han Yi's tone was very sincere. We haven't discussed reading before. I just remember that you told me that you like Naruto and Attack on Titan. So, I'm not implying anything negative. I know, this time it was Barbara who was speechless. She knew that Han Yi didn't mean to belittle her. The Hungarian girl just made a joke casually, teasing the other person and herself. Unexpectedly, Han Yi would take this topic so seriously. After thinking through some deeper issues, Barbara Pavin's expression became more subtle, so vague that it was hard to see clearly. After a long while, she spoke softly and uttered a name, Leslie L. Lawrence. What's your favorite writer? My favorite Hungarian writer. Wait a minute, I'll show you. When Barbara Pavin, who had disappeared from the camera, reappeared, she had a Kindle in her hand. This Kindle was given to me by my sister. I just finished reading a book by Yo Nesbo yesterday. There are 14 more books in it. Haha. Basically all of them are by Leslie L. Lawrence. He is a very famous novelist in our country, writing about murder, suspense, crime, detective. I like this kind of story that requires thinking to decipher. Lawrence is very good. The plot is linked one by one, and you can only really understand the truth of the first stage when the story develops to the fifth stage. Well, yes, you can also learn a lot about Eastern culture in his books. Every story is basically related to Eastern mythology, including Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Mongolian, Thai, and even Khmer. Lawrence himself is an Orientalist, so what he wrote is quite real. Orientalist. Han Yi savored this word, which would be considered a racial discrimination term in today's America. It must be said that the communication with Barbara Pavin has deepened his understanding of the world all the time. Even for international students, it is sometimes difficult to break away from the limitations of comparing at home and foreign, thus forgetting that on this blue planet, in addition to Western Europe and North America, there are many other interesting countries and cultures waiting to be discovered. Hungary is a complex civilization at the intersection of Asian and European cultures. Its literary environment, ideological atmosphere and social ecology are completely different from the traditional concept of the West, which can be fully reflected in the country's most well-known spokesperson. This should be the reason why Han Yi is so happy to chat with Barbara. Without the halo of a supermodel, she and the culture she represents are both interesting topics worthy of in-depth exploration. It sounds interesting, but I hope it's not all in Hungarian. 2 of them are in English. That's good. Han Yi nodded in response. If 2 people read a crime novel together and guess who the murderer is, does it mean they are nerds or have a good taste? Both. Barbara blinked. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have thought that 2 people could have such a way to kill time together. Reading the same book. I don't know if you can keep up with me. I'm a speed reading artist. At least in terms of reading speed, I haven't found anyone who can match me in real life. Then you may have found it now. Barbara Pavin pointed at her nose, very proudly. I can finish reading a book in a day. Me too. English? Chinese? What about you? Hungarian? I can already imagine the scene of our two heads putting together and reading English novels. Han Yi joked, you should always have a Google Translate, read and look up words you don't understand. Then I probably won't even finish the first chapter by lunchtime. Although it's far from her public image, Barbara Pavin is indeed a bookworm. The high intensity shooting and work schedule make her not want to go out on her days off. She either stays in bed watching Friends on her iPad or reading books on her Kindle. These two hobbies happen to be very compatible with Han Yi. Women are better at fantasy than men. Han Yi can only describe a general scene, but Barbara can refine this scene into specific postures, movements, and expressions. In the script set by Barbara, she is wearing a retro black and white striped swimsuit, and Han Yi should be wearing a solid colored swimming trunks. The two snuggled on a lounge chair, and she leaned on his shoulder. He held the book, and she turned the pages. When they came to the thrilling part, they both held their breath and concentrated. When they encountered an interesting plot, they would smile at each other, and then, okay, the first activity is reading. I think you have gradually begun to find the fun of owning a yacht. Barbara Pavin forced her thought train back to the real world, cleared her throat, and said, under the always clear and open sky of southern Europe, in the middle of the blue sea, doing what you like most without being disturbed, having the luxury of escaping from the world like this is a gift in itself. I agree, I'm starting to feel it. Han Yi smiled as he looked at her on the other side of the screen. So, dear Barbara, we have finished reading the first chapter of the novel. What should we have for lunch? Can I choose anything? Of course, a gentleman must. Antoine, what do we have left in the cargo hold? Han Yi stretched his neck and looked back, pretending to talk to Antoine Gatchet. After a few seconds, he turned around and stretched out his thumb to Pinky, counting them one by one. Fish, seaweed, fish wrapped in seaweed, and seaweed that can't be separated from fish. Choose. Cheeseburger. Didn't you listen to the menu at all? I listened, but I still want a cheeseburger. Barbara smacked her lips and applied lip balm, because I really want to eat at noon today. Shake Shack. I've been thinking about it for a long time in Europe. I see. Next time if I really have the chance to invite you on a yacht, I will remember to prepare cheeseburgers. And your Chinese goulash. My Chinese goulash. Yes, the full version with the right spices. That's a perfect lunch. Barbara imitated the Italians, put her 5 fingers together, and blew a kiss in front of her lips. Always remember, if you want to make a model satisfied, just take her to eat the most ordinary street food. It seems that I do this every time I meet. So you did a good job. Barbara touched her hair, and her voice unconsciously became a little sweet. Full marks, sir. Reading in the morning, cheeseburgers for lunch, and some special iced lemonade. If I'm not on a diet, Coke is also good. In short, you need some drinks to deal with hot weather. You got it. The result of our brainstorming is far from the yacht life I expected. What did you expect? Oysters, red wine, electronic music parties, and lots of models, right? Barbara narrowed her eyes. Not just one. Yes, when it comes to yachts, it seems that these are standard. Models must be invited according to the length of the hull. The bigger the boat, the more girls there are. Han Yi was unusually honest, but I feel that the script we wrote seems to be more suitable for me. That kind of lively scene may make me feel novel, but it will never really attract me and make me pay for that kind of lifestyle. Some people eat pancakes, and they must add cream, fresh fruit, and a series of messy things. But if it were me, I just want to taste its authentic flavor and add a little maple syrup at most. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. There was an indescribable light in Barbara's eyes. All the joy in the world is essentially an emotion, and you just want to get it in the simplest way. You summed it up better than me. Since you just want to use the simplest way, why buy the most expensive thing? Method and practice are two different things. The simplest is what I hope to provide for myself, and the most expensive, no, the most beautiful thing is what I hope to provide to the other person, as a gift for choosing to return to simplicity with me. No matter who that person is, I think she will feel very lucky. Yeah. Han Yi lowered his eyes, speechless for a moment. And I can now serve as a temporary substitute in the fantasy world. Barbara opened her arms and regained her vibrant smile. I feel very lucky too. You are not a substitute. I don't care. She shrugged, and her cheeks full of collagen curled up. People who like to read stories like to write their own stories. It's good to be able to help you solve problems and play a new role. Dear, how far are we from Nice now? I can see the port. Wait for the ship to stop. Let's go ashore and take a look. Okay. I have been to the Côte d'Azur so many times, but I have never really visited it as a tourist. One of the privileges of owning a yacht is being able to stop whenever you want. Okay, but I haven't been to Nice yet. The plane did stop here, but it didn't even go into the city. It's okay, dear. I'll be your guide. In addition to the business line, I also want to write some leisurely travel routines, and also to pave the way for the protagonist to get the strongest positive emotional feedback and get the most rewards. There will be about 2 or 3 chapters of travel content next, buying yachts and resort hotels. I hope you like it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 The Storyteller, Part 2. He's still following me. Still following me. Han Yi looked back and saw that Firmu Dervish was hanging behind him, not too far away. So he tilted the screen of his mobile phone towards the Albanian bodyguard so that Barbara could see it. Hi, Firmu. He can't hear you. Han Yi tapped his neatly fitted headphones and smiled. What's the matter? Look, he can see it. Firmu, who always focused on his employer, immediately noticed the familiar face waving at him on the screen. The big man smiled kindly and nodded to Barbara. Shopping and Nice. It doesn't matter whether there is security or not. Just don't go around the train station alone late at night. Other places are very safe. Barbara Pavin, who was lying on the sofa and eating instant carrot slices as snacks, was as leisurely as if she was watching a live travel variety show. She raised her chin and said, "Look at the people walking by you. They are all tourists. No locals would hang out by the pier in such a hot afternoon. And even if they are locals, they are not dangerous. Half of the people living here are retired, and the other half run restaurants and hotels. They have so much money that they can't even pick it all up. In fact, apart from those small villages and towns, I think Nice is the safest city among the big cities. I can tell." Han Yi smiled and nodded to an elderly couple who passed by him. Just by looking at their large old navy sweatshirts, he knew that they were 2 sunset tourists from the United States, most likely enjoying their retirement life in a remote town in Montana or South Dakota. But this is his job. I can't refuse. In fact, Han Yi only told half of the truth. The first half of the sentence. France's poor public security, like the proliferation of guns in the United States, is a fact known to the world. Airport security inspectors opened boxes for free purchases, luggage was lost on high-speed trains, bags were touched under the tower, and even when a white paper bag was taken away directly from a luxury store by a motorcycle gang, these reports have become a traditional program when major media mention France. This trip to the yacht show was Han Yi's first visit to France. He was very nervous and would never let Firmu leave him until he understood the situation. The reason why he brought Firmu Dervish instead of Kyan Griffin was also quite particular. The specific reason was not much different from the last time he went to Ibiza and London. In the United States, African Americans are easy to use, and in Europe, Albanians are easy to use, whether it is Spain, Britain, or France. Roma people steal petty things, Bangladeshis explore legal loopholes, and only this group of double-headed eagle bandits pick big things. Arms trading, drug trafficking, illegal immigrant smuggling, brand name pirated sales, whatever makes money, they do it. West of Israel and east of South America, Albanian crime families have basically formed a monopoly. So, in Europe, if you meet a Roma, you can shout at Njna pickpocket, and if you meet a Bangladeshi, it's okay to curse at him. But if you see an Albanian, you have to avoid him as much as possible. It just so happens that Fimutovashi has a double-headed eagle tattooed on his right shoulder, which is the mark he left in the Special Operations Regiment. Usually covered with clothes and revealed when needed, it is more useful than a gun. Haha, don't worry, next time. Barbara wanted to say, next time I will help you get rid of him. I have 100 ways, but she swallowed the words back when she got to her lips. Because she knew very well that the probability of really traveling to southern France with Han Yi was very small. At least, this is the situation she has been trying to avoid. Today, everything that happened across the mobile phone screen is just a hypothetical drama that can be ended at any time. Next time you have experience, you will know. This is a city that is worth letting go of your gut and feeling with your heart. Yes, I can see that. Han Yi glanced at the 6-story apartment buildings on the opposite bank that were lined up in bright colors, as well as the villa complex on the hillside that was obviously much more modern and luxurious, and then turned his eyes back to the various restaurants and cafes on his side. Like Monaco today, the weather in Nice is so sunny that it seems to be covered with an unreal lake blue filter. Opening your phone and taking a random photo can show a kind of colorfulness that can only be highlighted after careful photo editing in other places. Europeans love outdoor experience. As long as it doesn't rain, there must be only 2 or 3 tables scattered indoors in a restaurant, and everyone else is crowded in the open air area opened up by the store occupying the sidewalk. Nice is no exception. After landing from the pier, walking along the seawall, as long as there is a seat, there will be people sitting there with their legs crossed, leisurely sipping coffee or cocktails. A seaside city with a lot of tourists means that it must have a pleasant climate, picturesque scenery, convenient transportation, and developed business. At the same time, if you can still see $1 million mansions everywhere, it means that its livability is not low. It is not a tourist trap that deceives everyone, but a paradise on earth that can stand the test of time. Judging by these 2 indicators, Nice is indeed worthy of the nickname of the beautiful city. Where are you going now? I don't know. I just got off the boat at the dock and walked around. In front of me is. I can't tell what it is. Turn the camera around. Let me see. Han Yi did as he was told. Ah, it's still on the street of Lorba Cape Key. Just walk up for 2 minutes and you'll see the embankment and the old town of Nice. You still remember the name of the pier? Han Yi was a little surprised. How many times have you been here? After entering this industry, I come here every year. Well, not just Nice. Saint Tropez, Monaco, Antibes, Cannes, all the way to Marseille. Many brands choose the Côte d'Azur for their activities and photo shoots. It's hard not to be familiar with it. Then didn't you come here when you were 13 years old for the first time? No, maybe I expressed it wrong. I should say that, since I entered this industry and achieved some success, I have come to Nice every year. Barbara Payton wrinkled her nose and smiled. It wasn't possible when I was 13. When I was 13, I was still living in Japan. What? Han Yi's voice was so loud that he scared himself. He quickly covered his mouth and apologized to the tourists passing by. Generally speaking, Europeans are not used to video chatting with people in public, but Han Yi's way of wearing headphones without disturbing others is okay. More importantly, Nice is a tourist destination that receives 5 million tourists every year. It is common for locals to open FaceTime or other video communication software to share the beautiful scenery with family or friends. But all this must be based on the premise of not interfering with each other. Han Yi's exclamation just now was obviously a bit rude. However, the family passing by did not mind too much. Instead, they smiled and waved to Barbara on the screen. The bald middle-aged man who was obviously the father of the 4 people did not forget to stop, patted Han Yi on the shoulder, and added, "Why don't you come with your boyfriend? He looks easily scared." Typical dad joke. "Why didn't you come with me, Barbara? You know I don't dare to go out alone." Han Yi felt funny, so he simply unplugged the earphone plug connected to the phone and asked, "I can't stand this embarrassment." Barbara rolled her eyes and said to the 4 temporary audiences who had gathered around her, "Last time we went out for Halloween, he was so scared that he went straight into my arms. We went to Disney and passed by Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. That's not fair, honey. Who wouldn't be scared by a talking mouse?" Han-yi is a person who can take a joke very well. If he can take a joke on others, he can take a joke on himself as well. He added more fuel to the fire of laughter that the family had after encountering strangers, and then said, "Have a good day" to the 4 people, and continued to walk towards the embankment with Barbara on his phone. Why didn't I realize that you are a natural improvisation actor before? Han-yi put the headphones back in and sighed with a smile. You're not bad either. Barbara was so happy that she kicked her legs on the sofa. Today's FaceTime video was the most casual, relaxing and interesting thing she had done in recent times. Seriously, have you really lived in Japan? Yes, after I shot a set of inside pages for Spur magazine in 2006, I became a little famous in Japan and Asia. In order to find more job opportunities, my manager at the time arranged for me to live in Japan permanently so that I wouldn't have to fly back and forth. I would go there in the summer, in the winter, and any vacation time would be spent there. Later, when there were more shooting assignments, I even stayed there for 7 or 8 months a year. Then you transferred to Japan? No, how could it be possible? I was not good at English at the time and could not speak a word of Japanese. If I went to study there, I would be doomed. Barbara smiled and covered her mouth. The school allowed me to take leave as long as I was there for the year-end exam. It must have been difficult to keep up with the progress, right? It was very difficult. My friends would help me take notes and send them to me. But you know, how can a person in a foreign country understand what is happening in school? The habit of watching anime was developed at that time. That's about right. In Japan, we all lived in an apartment arranged by the company. At that time, I was still signed to Icon. They were in Tokyo. I don't know where, but they rented 2 apartments facing each other. There were about 7 or 8 girls living there, coming and going. So they should go out often, right? They all came from different countries, and half of them couldn't speak a few words of English. And I was the youngest one among them. Although everyone was very young, I was really ridiculously young. When I first went to Japan, yes, I was 13 years old. Barbara breathed a sigh of relief and recalled, I couldn't go anywhere, and I didn't dare to go anywhere. For me at that time, going out alone to 711 to buy things was a very scary thing. Why? There were really people following me all the way, and even following me home, to see where I lived. Not to the point. Han-yi originally wanted to say that an international metropolis like Tokyo should not be so curious about foreigners, but looking at Barbara Paven's face, all doubts disappeared. The reason why she was followed and watched had nothing to do with whether she was a foreigner. It was simply because her appearance was too in line with the aesthetics of Asians. At the age of 23, Barbara would still be considered to be only 17 or 18 years old, full of youthfulness. It is conceivable how much the 13-year-old Barbara has lethality to the Japanese who always like the aesthetic of childishness. No wonder her modeling career started from this Far Eastern island country. I can understand that this may be the first time they have seen the fairy in the comics come to life since they were young. How can there be anyone who looks like me in the comics? Since becoming a model, especially since stepping onto the Victoria's Secret stage, Barbara has heard countless times and countless kinds of compliments on her appearance and has long developed a strong immunity. But even so, when Han-yi praises her, Barbara's heart will still have many dense and sweet pink bubbles. She likes Han-yi's straightforward, declarative complimenting method without any emotional fluctuations, which makes people feel that this is his truest thought and the irrefutable reality in his eyes. But they do like to put some cute makeup on me. They have to apply several layers of foundation for every shoot, as if they think I'm not white enough. It's like this in East Asia. Han-yi nodded, but I still prefer you the way you are now. What do you look like now? Barbara asked, supporting her neck with her hand, lying on her side on the sofa, raising her eyebrows. Sports, health, and nature. Han-yi carefully looked at the Hungarian girl whose phone occasionally froze. You now look more tan than when I first saw you. For work. Barbara lifted her sleeves to show Han-yi her arm muscles. Sports Illustrated wants me to have a darker complexion so that it looks better with a swimsuit. Most importantly, they don't want me to lose weight, and they want me to keep my natural body shape. This is the first time I've heard such a request since my debut. But a natural body shape is indeed better. It's more beautiful and has more tension. You've seen it, right? I saw the embankment. I'm asking you a question. Wow, the color of the water here. No wonder it's called the Jelly Sea. Han Yi was determined to play dumb. He switched to the rear camera and shared his first-person perspective with Barbara. The port of Rompia, where Han Yi disembarked on a ferry, is separated from the old town of Nice by a castle mountain. Tourists must make a J-shaped circle along the seawall to reach their respective destinations. At this moment, Han Yi stood at the beginning of the J-shaped hook, looking at the angel baby on the embankment. Ladies and gents, this is the romantic name given by the people of Nice to the Mediterranean Sea they own. It is indeed as holy and pure as an angel. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Han Yi could hardly imagine that there would be such a clear sea in the world. The place closest to the coastline is a light blue that is almost sky blue. Extending slightly outward, it changes into a layer of turquoise like turquoise. The boat has to sail 200 or 300 meters towards the sea before the shimmering waves under it will change into a charming and deep Persian blue. This is the Pebble Beach in Nice. After being washed by the water, fine particles fall off the rocks and float in the water, and then diffuse the light through the Tyndall effect, creating a unique spectacle, a magnificent view that is extremely difficult to see on other beaches. In addition, the Nice municipal government requires that the water quality and hygiene level of all beaches under the municipal jurisdiction must meet EU standards. In particular, all beaches west of Port de Lumpia will be closed for rectification if they cannot pass the monitoring and obtain a good to excellent water quality rating. Therefore, in addition to the supervision of the municipal government on public beaches, the owners of private beaches will also actively maintain the cleanliness of the sea surface and the quality of the seawater to ensure that the reputation of tourists and the length of business hours will not be affected. Especially during the peak tourist season from June to September every year, the entire Angel Bay will undergo an environmental test every week to ensure that the water quality will not decline due to the surge in tourists. Strict control measures have ensured that the intensive visits of millions of tourists will not affect the purity of this sea area. Standing under the Nice War Memorial, which is mainly structured by a wrought iron cross, Han Yi is at least tens of meters away from the sea surface, but even at such a distance, he can clearly see all the details of the seabed. Perhaps Han Yi, who was born inland, has a shallow view, but this is indeed the first time he has seen such a clean and transparent ocean with his own eyes. The Jelly Sea is well deserved. Yes, the Jelly Sea, a very vivid metaphor. Looking at the Angel Bay on the screen, which is so blue that it is even a little dazzling, Barbara couldn't help holding her breath. Actually, Hungary also has such beautiful waters. Lake Balaton, I told you before, it's also very clean and beautiful. But, it feels different. For me, Lake Balaton is home. When I'm tired, I will take a boat to the center of the lake, sit for a day, and stare at the mast. But Nice is different. Here, haha, I don't know why, it gives me a very expensive feeling. Very expensive? Han Yi looked at the old town of Nice not far away. The houses all had brown red roofs of almost the same height. Occasionally, there were one or two buildings that stood out from the crowd, either bell towers or churches, no different from Ibiza, Lisbon, or most European coastal cities. Don't you think that a pebble beach is something very much like a luxury? It allows you to fully enjoy all the beauty of the ocean without having to get covered in fine sand, which is difficult to clean and can get into your shoes, clothes, or hair if you're not careful. If you say so, it's true. Besides, if you walk a little further into the city, you'll see that no one drives a luxury car or wears a famous watch to Nice for vacation. It's in no way comparable to Monaco or Cannes. But, some things can't be hidden, like the seats under the parasols on the beach. A seat costs 40 or 50 euros, not counting the cost of drinks, and if you want to lie in the first row, you either have to queue up at 8 or 9 in the morning, or you have to be their VVIP customer and reserve a seat in advance. The same goes for the hotel. Did you see the largest and tallest building on the coast? The one with the dome? No. I see it. The dome is brown red and a little faded. Yes, that's the one, the Negresco Hotel, the oldest and most luxurious 5-star hotel in Nice. It does look quite old, this outer wall. Han Yi frowned and took a step forward while observing carefully. It was indeed too far away, and it was even difficult to focus without paying full attention. It was my first time in Nice, and I stayed there. That was my first time to appreciate what real money and power were. The first time I got close to your circle. Disclaimer, don't get the wrong idea, it's not the kind of appreciation and closeness you think. Don't worry, this book doesn't have that kind of poisonous point. Chapter 265 The Storyteller, Part 2. When was that? 2010. No need to think, this is a time point that Barbara Pavin will never forget. After staying in Japan for a few years, I gradually began to attract attention in Europe and the United States. It started from my hometown. In 2008, I shot the inside pages of the Hungarian edition of Elle twice, and then in 2009, I shot advertisements for New Yorker, Once and John Bull. Oh, yes, shooting the New Yorker advertisement was also my first time in the United States, my first time in New York. How did it feel at that time? Cold. I went there in February, which was much colder than Budapest. You know, the day I arrived in New York, it happened to snow, the only time it snowed in the whole month. What good luck, isn't it? I even wore a coat, but I was so cold that I couldn't speak. A coat alone is definitely useless, especially when it snows, it's cold and damp. Snow boots, plush hats, gloves, a full set, is needed to resist. How could I know all this at that time? Although it was cold, I felt good about myself. I thought I was young and cold resistant, and that there wouldn't be any big problems. After the shoot, I ran around the streets, visited Central Park and Times Square, and wanted to see all the tourist attractions in New York at once, because I didn't know how long it would take before I could come back. As a result, on the way back, I got a fever as soon as I got on the plane. It was my worst cold ever, and I stayed at home for almost half a month. I can empathize with you. Hanyi responded with sympathetic eyes. I had a similar illness in college and missed the final exams. With such a bad first impression, I must have been particularly reluctant to move to New York for work. First impression can't be considered bad, it's actually quite good. Barbara thought for a while. The shoot was successful, and I had a lot of fun. Besides, it was because of this trip to New York that I was invited to sign a contract with IMG. Oh, really? In that New Yorker shoot, except for me, all the other models were from IMG. They followed their agents, so they noticed me on the spot. It's a very good move. Whether in Europe or the United States, IMG's fashion resources should be much more than the Icon model management you signed with before. That's true, but I didn't actually leave Icon. I signed a global contract with IMG except for the local Hungarian market. Icon is still my parent company. Can it be done this way? It's like this in the modeling industry. Generally, you will sign a parent company in your own country, and then the parent company will divide the contracts for each region. What about the two companies? How do you divide it? The overall share is 20%. Generally speaking, the parent company and the agency that subcontracts the contract will split the money in half, but sometimes, such as when the resources of the subcontracting company are very rich and powerful, the parent company may also add 10% on top of the 20% as their share. Is this the case with you? Not now. Now IMG gets 10% and Icon gets 5%. In order to get me to renew my contract, they are willing to give up everything. Barbara smiled freely, but at the beginning, yes, after signing with IMG, they can take 30% of my income together. For a simple agency, it's a bit too much. I didn't think about all that at the time. I just wanted to sign with IMG. After all, they are one of the largest entertainment agencies in the world. Just having this opportunity was enough to make me ecstatic. Even if they asked me to give them half, or even take 30% myself, at the time, no, even now, in that situation, I would definitely agree. Because signing with IMG means that I truly have a world-class agency that can help me step onto the most watched core stage in the fashion circle. Fashion Week? Yeah. Barbara responded heavily. February 2010, Milan Fashion Week, Prada. My first catwalk show. The first one was Prada. Amazing. It's nothing amazing. They have to show more than 100 styles that season, and there is a large demand for models. but at least it shows that you meet the aesthetics of first line big brands. I don't know, maybe you won't search again, right? Looking at Hanyi, who suddenly stiffened on the screen, Barbara laughed dumbly. Your look, apostrophe girl with a pearl earring? Yes, they designed it with that as inspiration. It looks great, better than the one in the painting. Hanyi switched the screen back. No wonder Prada chose you at first sight. After this show, the invitations to fashion shows must have skyrocketed, right? The autumn and winter of that year were okay. I walked in Milan, London walked in Dama, and Paris. I remember 4 shows: Louis Vuitton, Miu, Nina Ricci and Giles Deacon. Oh, no, 6, and Caterham and Loewe. Barbara Payton drawled, recalling her first year on the 4 major fashion weeks. There are more in the spring and summer, 4 or 5 times more than 6 months ago. I didn't go to Milan this time, but I added a trip to New York. Millie, Jeremy Scott, Karen Walker. London has Giga, Christopher Kane, Topshop. As for Paris, that season in Paris was the highlight of my fashion week career. Chanel's ready-to-wear, Chanel's haute couture, Vivienne Westwood's gold label series, Loewe, Zuhai Murat, Alexander 40. I could be seen in all the hottest shows of that fashion week. I still remember Chanel's ready-to-wear show at the Grand Palais in Paris. The venue was incredibly large, with a real stage and live music. It was so beautiful. Now that I think about it, my busiest fashion week schedule was the spring and summer of that year. Since then, I have never had such a busy schedule that I couldn't close my eyes. Why? Hanyi was a little surprised. Shouldn't there be more and more? Because the money for fashion shows is low. Silly. The pay is low, the time is long, there are many things to do, and it's very tiring. Barbara patiently explained the secrets of the fashion industry to Hanyi. It's usually $1,000 to walk for a big brand, but sometimes newcomers are even willing to walk for free in order to get a chance to show their faces. The Prada show, right? No, after all, I've been in the industry for 3 years. Although I haven't walked in Fashion Week, I'm not to the point of not getting paid. Barbara Payton shook her head, but for the first show, there are bound to be discounts. $500. After the show, I was given a bunch of samples. Haha. It's less than I imagined. Hanyi's reaction was quite honest. I thought it would be at least $3,000 or $4,000 for one show. If there were really that many, the number of girls who are models in the world would probably be 10 times more. Barbara pursed her lips helplessly. $1,000 is already very high. Some independent brands only have a budget of $200 for each model, not a penny more. Is it the same for famous models? Hanyi frowned slightly. Kate Moss can only get this much? No way. Of course not Kate Moss. A more famous model can ask for $2,500 to $3,000 US. It is normal for a so-called supermodel to ask for $20,000 US for a show. As for Kate, she is a leading figure who defines an era. I'm not sure how much she can get, but it is definitely not ordinary models like us. Wait, ordinary model? Hanyi stopped Barbara from being too modest. Your current quote for a fashion week show. You don't need to tell me the specific number, just tell me, has it reached 5 figures? Barbara shrank her neck, rolled her eyes, and showed a charming and lively smile. She did not answer Hanyi's question directly. Of course, she did not need to give a direct answer. This expression could explain everything. L'Oreal has been the global spokesperson for 4 consecutive years, since 2012. Can she get 5 figures for a show? Is there any need to say, I understand, ordinary model? Hanyi blinked and joked. The price the agency gave me is so high, but it doesn't mean that the brand has to accept it. Barbara defended herself seriously. The frequency of models walking on the runway has been declining sharply as the price has increased. For example, Laura Stone. Who? She was the world-class supermodel ranked #1 when I debuted. When she first became famous, she participated in fashion shows much more frequently than me. She could walk in more than 60 shows in a single Paris Fashion Week. More than 60 shows. Yes, every brand in 2007 wanted to invite her. If you don't let her appear on your runway, it means that your brand will only produce those old-fashioned and outdated products. It was so exaggerated at that time. Barbara raised her index finger, but guess, how much money can she make in a single Paris Fashion Week? Guess less. It's up to you. 1 million, 300,000, less. In other words, the average for a show is less than $5,000. Hanyi calculated in his mind for a few seconds. A world-class supermodel ranked first only makes this much. She was not ranked first in 2007. But do you think $300,000 is not a lot? She is simply a legend in our fashion circle. When models talk about her, there is no third emotion, except envy and jealousy. Barbara's eyes widened, and her tone could not help but rise a few points. A general model can make $4,000 or $5,000 in a fashion week, if she is lucky. Earning $4,000 or $5,000 a week, it sounds like a lot, right? But there are 52 weeks in a year, and the 4 major fashion weeks combined only have 8 weeks, and few models can walk through all 4 cities. What about other fashion weeks? The price is lower. You can't compete with those local girls at all. They are willing to do something for $100, but you have to buy a plane ticket to fly there first. It's impossible. Barbara sighed softly. For most girls, fashion modeling is not a career that can support people. 90% of them sign an agency contract, and after 1 or 2 fashion weeks, they say they are unwilling to do it again. Considering the hardships you endure to maintain your figure, this salary, especially considering its instability, is really not worth it. Hanyi agreed. In the final analysis, it's because the profession of modeling is very picky, but also not picky. Barbara smiled self-deprecatingly. You need to be good looking and tall. It sounds like it can eliminate a large number of people, but the number of people in this world who meet these 2 requirements is at least 100 times or 1,000 times the demand of the fashion industry. So, how can a model make herself outstanding? Hanyi asked sincerely. He has always been very interested in industries that he is not very familiar with, but belong to the big entertainment sector. After all, every subsegment has the potential to become his next investment target. For example, how did you achieve your current popularity? It still depends on being tied to a brand. Barbara thought carefully for a moment before slowly answering. Walking on the catwalk, shooting inside pages, shooting catalogs, and shooting magazine covers are actually a kind of preparation, a way to attract the attention of brands. Only when a brand is willing to sign a contract with you and let you become their exclusive spokesperson, your income level, industry status and bargaining power can see a qualitative leap. Laura. It was only after she signed an exclusive endorsement contract with Calvin Klein in 2010 that her annual income really broke through the million level. It was also from that year that her number of catwalks dropped sharply. In Milan, Paris and London combined, she only walked for 7 or 8 brands. In New York, there is no doubt that she only walked for CK. When did the number of your catwalks drop sharply? In 2012. Barbara blurted out, that year I walked in 5 shows, and then I took a 2-year break. 2 years. No one. Aha. Ah, yes, no wonder. Hanyi patted his head and connected this year with the big show. Victoria's Secret. You made your debut in 2012. That was indeed the first year. Angels are indeed a privileged group of people. Well, you can say that the money they give is really a lot. Victoria's Secret is probably the most generous brand. If the price is not high enough, there won't be so many supermodels willing to walk the runway in lingerie. That year, Victoria's Secret wanted to promote their innovative spirit of body positivity, so they chose me to walk the runway. Not only that, after the fashion show, they also signed a 2-year photo shoot contract with me. Except for not being officially announced as an angel, I basically enjoyed the same treatment as Candace and Lily. I won't go into details. Anyway, I made a lot of money. But this is not the fundamental reason why I completely disappeared from the Fashion Week stage. What is the fundamental reason? L'Oreal's global endorsement contract. Not only the price this brand offered me, but also the halo they gave me. It can be said that if it weren't for L'Oreal, Victoria's Secret would not have chosen me. There are so many size-inclusive plus-size models, and I'm not the most eye-catching one. No matter how many times I hear it, I can't get used to being called a plus-size model or size-inclusive. Well, this is the reality of the fashion industry. Accept it with me, sir. Barbara shrugged indifferently. At this stage, I don't care anymore. Because I know very well that everything I have in just a few years is several times more than what many people can ask for in their entire lives. Dozens of times more. I'm not the oppressed majority in this industry. On the contrary, I'm the luckiest minority. Hey, Yi. At this point, Barbara suddenly called Han Yi. What's wrong, Barbie? Where are you going now? I don't know. Can you help me see? Han Yi turned on the rear camera again and aimed it at the most distinctive landscape he thought was the most distinctive. On his left, there were 6 rows of blue and white striped parasols that seemed to cover the sky, and the elderly with various shapes lying on the lounge chairs under the umbrellas, snoring. Ah, Raoul Plage. Barbara Payton instantly recognized one of the most famous landmarks on the Pebble Beach in Nice. You are walking so fast. We talked for a long time. Han Yi looked back. Unconsciously, he had passed the I Love Nice photo taking spot and even walked down the embankment, strolling along the crowded Promenade des Anglais for a long time on the cobblestone beach. Then you should be just 3 or 4 streets away from Negresco, which changed my life. Look to the right, isn't it very close? Indeed. Han Yi glanced at the buildings on the right. The white exterior walls of the Negresco Hotel, the dome with brown, red, and green, the gold-plated sign Le Negresco shining in the dazzling sunlight, and the French flag flying high on the roof, have changed from the original small dot that needed to be seen from afar, to be distinguished to the most eye-catching and magnificent palace on the Côte d'Azur. What do you mean by changing your life? My fate with L'Oreal started here. Why, did you meet L'Oreal himself? Han Yi joked. Yes. Barbara's very simple answer was obviously beyond Han Yi's expectations. I met her in person, a person just like you. The same person as me? Well, a person who writes stories. She writes not only her own stories, but also other people's stories. Chapter 266. 17-year-old Barbara. That was 6 years ago, about the same time as now. I just finished my first spring and summer fashion season. Paris, Barcelona, New York, London, a total of 23 shows. Not the best, but definitely dazzling. Add to that the liner notes, catalogs, covers, and TV commercials I shot that year. By the end of Paris Fashion Week, I had more than 50,000 euros in my bank account, and there were still another 10,000 or 20,000 euros that hadn't been credited. And I was only 17 years old. I know that the money I make at this age is far less than Justin Bieber's, who is the same age, but how many people can compare to him? At least in the modeling industry. Well, and in Hungary, I'm simply a miracle. At that time, let alone the people of my age I knew. Although my dad was doing business in Budapest, the money he made throughout the year was not even half of what I made. Hearing this, Han Yi nodded silently to show his understanding. Hungary's GDP per capita in 2010 was $13,217.50, which is better than its Eastern European neighbors, but compared with its Western neighbors, it can only be described as being short of money. Putting aside the truly developed countries such as Austria and Germany, there is still a significant gap even compared with the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, and Croatia. Slovenia, which has the highest GDP per capita in Central Europe, had a GDP per capita of $23,532.48 in 2010, which is more than 10,000 higher than Hungary. More importantly, GDP per capita does not truly reflect the living standards of the Hungarian people. In 2010, according to statistics from the Hungarian Ministry of National Economy, the average monthly total salary of full-time employees in the national economy was 219,000 forints, and the net salary was 141,600 forints without taking into account the tax benefits for families with children. What does this mean? 219,000 forints is approximately equal to 766.5 euros. 141,600 forints is approximately equal to 495.6 euros. In 2010, the rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Budapest was 128,500 forints, or 450 euros. Barbara's income at the age of 17 was indeed a level that most Hungarians could not reach in their lifetime. This was Barbara Pavin's personal luck, but also the sorrow of the entire country of Hungary. This is also the fundamental reason why Central and Eastern Europe has become the main source of fashion models, and why Barbara's parents agreed to let her sign a contract with a scout at the age of 13 and go to a foreign country. Only by leaving can you jump out of the quagmire. If there were any other way out, which family would be willing to let their precious daughter go out alone at such a young age? They must be very proud. Don't talk about them. I'm quite proud myself. Barbara smiled brightly and energetically. It's hard to explain to you my mental state at that time. After 4 years as a model, I finally began to see the beauty of this industry. I signed a contract with IMG at the beginning of the year and achieved the grand slam of the 4 major fashion weeks at the end of the year. In September and November, I appeared on the cover of the Hungarian edition of Elle twice. My dad, a man who never reads fashion magazines and even sneers at the concept of fashion, bought hundreds of Elle and gave them away. Now there are still a dozen copies of Elle that have not been given away at home. Your classmates in Hungary should be very surprised. Well, at that time, the Hungarian version of Facebook had just been launched not long ago, and all the young people were on it. Every time I opened the homepage, I could see hundreds of friend requests, people I knew, and people I didn't know. Most of the people I knew were from my school. Passing I Mercy High School. Pal, what? It doesn't matter. It's enough for you to know that I was a legend in our high school class. Barbara tapped her nose with her fingertips. In 2010, and later, until graduation, I was basically not in school. I went back, only to take exams or sign some documents. But every time I went back, I would cause a commotion. The girls in the lower grades would bring magazine covers with my photos or Victoria's Secret catalogs to ask me for autographs. You were shooting catalogs for Victoria's Secret at that time. Victoria's Secret's Pink series started in 2010. Barbara recalled, at that time, there was not a single Victoria's Secret store in the whole of Hungary. I remember it was, last year, at the airport opened one. For girls living in Hungary in 2010, Victoria's Secret was still an unattainable American luxury, a rare item that could only be purchased in Germany. Moreover, whether it was perfume or underwear, it would cost dozens of euros, which ordinary people could not afford. If anyone could bring a VS Pink shopping bag to school, they would become the focus of attention, not to mention shooting a catalog for this brand. There should be a lot of boys in school who covet you. What do you think? Barbara stroked her cheek, blinked, and threw the question back. In this regard, she really didn't need to be humble. Stupid question. Hani nodded with a smile. I guess they are regretting now why they didn't try harder to get you. What would have happened if I got you then? Barbara pouted. Can I put them in my pocket like Pokemon, bring them to New York, and keep them forever? I don't think they would expect to be with you forever. Hani thought for a moment and responded, but even if it's just for a short period of time, it'll be something they can brag about for the rest of their lives. Believe me, I know. Barbara grinned and showed Hani her shallow dimple. Not only men in Budapest think so, but also those in Paris. Paris? Hani was stunned when he heard this, then frowned. But at that time, weren't you only 17 years old? The boys in Budapest high schools are not the same as the adult men Barbara met inside and outside Paris Fashion Week. When you are given the halo of model, age becomes an insignificant indicator. In their eyes, we are all prey, and I'm the freshest, weakest, and most confused one. Having said that, Barbara raised her mug, took a big sip, and was silent for a moment before continuing. But I was too young at that time, and couldn't see the essence of things. I really think that their pursuit of me is due to my personal charm and a symbol of my career success. Isn't it your personal charm? Hani was a little confused about Barbara's statement. The halo of model is indeed attractive, but if you look hideous, I can't think of any reason for them to approach you. Of course they approach me, because of my appearance. I'm talking about the way they treat me. Barbara spread her hands and coaxed. Think about it. If my identity was different, if I were a Central European girl who dropped out of high school and came to Paris to work, how would they treat me? They would walk into the restaurant or bakery where I work and think, hey, that girl is not bad. How much tip should I write on the bill to get her phone number? Is she a foreign girl who likes France very much? Maybe I don't need to spend money, just speak a few words to her in French, and it will be done. What about in the real world? Hanyi asked. In the real world, they would say, please, Miss Pavin, give me a chance to have dinner with you. You can pick anything on the Avenue Montaigne. At this point, Barbara Pavin couldn't help laughing. Just kidding. But all the men who want to get close to me will try to show me the most luxurious and upper class things they have. Why? Maybe because my job is called high-end fashion model. I don't know. Barbara shrugged. They will send Rene Vera's flowers to the model's apartment. Tell me that they accidentally got 2 tickets to La des Morgues Camélias at the Jacques Andre Museum. Or their friend at the Maurice Hotel reserved an empty table for them. If it were booked normally, it would take a month to wait. Something like that. Geez. Hanyi sneered. Don't they think it's cliché? The reason why a method becomes cliché is because it is very effective. Think about it. You come from an ordinary family in a remote small country, stumbling into the city of lights at the center of the world, and seeing many things that you could only see in movies. They are only a fingertip away from you, but you can't have them because you have no money. Most models, most of the time, can almost be said to be penniless. You want these things so much that you're going crazy. It's okay if you haven't seen them before, but after seeing them, you can no longer get them out of your mind. You'll think, I'm so beautiful that a scout is willing to sign me and take me to another country to make a living by my face. Why can't I have these? You tell me I need to wait. Wait for what? A model's career is extremely short. If you can't make it, you will have to go back home in 2 or 3 years at most and live an ordinary life again. I don't have time to wait. I want it now. Because if I don't want it now, I'll never get it in this life. Wait, I know what you want to say. Seeing that he was hesitant to speak such a reaction, Barbara shook her head gently and smiled a relief smile. The I mentioned just now is not me. I just said it this way for the convenience of narration. So far, I have made many wrong decisions in my life, but not this one. I'm lucky and don't have to go through this because I was not rushed to New York or London to work hard. As soon as I debuted, I stayed in Tokyo for 3 years until I signed a global contract with IMG and earned enough money as a model, and then I officially moved back to Europe and moved to Paris. The I mentioned are the girls I have seen and heard in the 6 years in Paris and New York. What happened to them? The vast majority, after having a dream, returned to their hometowns. This is a vast majority. Barbara emphasized, a small number of people will stay no matter what. They have become completely different people, no matter whether the ending is good or bad for them. What about you? It's hard to say now. After all, the story is not finished yet. Staring at the screen, Barbara muttered in a low voice, I hope my final ending will be happy, but really, it's not something that can be predicted. The more I watch, the clearer this is. But I was not like this in 2010. I was full of confidence at that time. If you asked me the same question at that time, I would tell you directly, the life I'm living now is a happy ending. From the girl from Hungary to a supernova who walks a show for $3,000 apostrophe, and then to Miss Barbara Pavin who can have a private lounge when shooting the cover of Glamour magazine. It took less than half a year. During the fall and winter fashion week, I took the subway to the interview alone, and I had to pay for the ticket myself. During the spring and summer fashion week, IMG arranged vehicles from New York to Paris to pick me up and drop off 2 other equally popular contracted models. The company even arranged an assistant for me in Paris because I had too many notices in those days and needed someone to keep track of the progress. I walked forward during the day and channel at night. When I returned to the hotel, I heard that Cartier wanted to find me to shoot a TV commercial. I just closed my eyes in bed when I heard the landline in the hotel ringing. I picked it up and it was Miranda Kerr. Yeah, I only know that she and I are signed to the same company, but I have never met her. Not that I haven't met her before. We walked together for Prada's autumn and winter collection, but we didn't say a word in the dressing room, and I didn't even dare to look at her twice. because I felt that, even though we were both models, she and I were from two different worlds. After all, she had just married Orlando Bloom at that time, and in my eyes, she was already a Hollywood celebrity. To my surprise, Miranda on the phone was not at all arrogant. She spoke with an Australian accent that I couldn't quite understand and asked me very kindly if I wanted to go out and play with all the IMG models in Paris. I mean, how could I say no to Miranda Kerr? I quickly changed my clothes and got on the business car she arranged. When I got there, I saw Le Carmen, one of the most famous bars in Paris. I don't want to repeat this, but Hanyi rubbed his temple. You were not yet an adult at that time. I'm still a whole year away from adulthood, but who would check my ID? This is France, not the United States. No one cares about these. And even if they want to check, the bouncers won't check Miranda Kerr and her entourage. So, we walked into the bar, and the first face we saw, guess who it was? How can you guess that? Detavontes. Damn. Then, the second face, Craig David. The third face, Amber Ross. There was basically no one in the whole bar whose name I couldn't call out, and I was already very ignorant. I will never forget what Miranda said when she took me to Craig and introduced me to him. This is our most dazzling newcomer in IMG, the Hungarian supermodel, Barbara Pavin. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Noticing Hanyi's flickering eyes on the other side of the screen, Barbara stopped talking and asked softly, "No, nothing, it's just." Hanyi grinned. Combined with Kerr's recent news and your description, I think her enthusiasm for you should not be just a simple support. I know. No, I didn't know it at the time, but I know it now. For many things, you have to enter that circle to really understand them. Barbara considered her words. Even though she knew that Hanyi was wearing headphones, and that her roommate was not in the apartment at the moment, or even in the country, she still deliberately lowered her voice. I think this is the most confusing thing about this circle. Everyone is so glamorous that you can never see their true colors when you first meet them. Could it be that when I first met Miranda, I could tell that she was a difficult person to deal with? You can't tell. Everyone is acting with a mask on, including myself sometimes. You're right. Hanyi nodded. Her excessive preference for money has only been exposed in the past 2 years. What are you talking about? Evan Spiegel. Everything. Justin Bieber, Leonardo DiCaprio, that Malaysian tycoon, and that Australian tycoon. 2 Australian tycoons. Yeah. Barbara dragged her voice. She does like chasing those things. It was only after 2 years, when I attended the Victoria's Secret fashion show, and heard some other things, that I realized why she asked me and other girls to go to Le Carmen that night. Haha, damn, I was really not complicated at the age of 17. I either watched anime or watched Friends to learn English, and this habit has not changed until now. Fortunately, I was very naive, so after she introduced me to Craig David, I kept talking to him about how much my sister liked his songs, and asked him if he could record a video for my sister or something. In the end you just scared them away. Yeah, I totally weirded him out. Barbara gave herself a thumbs up. Soon he moved on and took away another model from Latvia or Estonia, I can't remember. But I really didn't care about that night. I just stood in the corner, holding a glass of wine, watching the celebrities coming and going, with stars in my eyes. You may find it difficult to understand that feeling. I'm a person who likes pop culture very much, and reads all kinds of gossip news. The feeling that party gave me was that those faces that originally belonged to movies, TV series, and variety shows all came alive in front of me. They all came alive for me. Actually, I can understand. The first time I attended such a party, I had similar psychological activities. Hanyi raised his eyes and thought for a moment before answering. The Utah party held at 864 Stradella Road gave him a similar feeling. Angelina Jolie and Barbara Streisand shook hands with you at the same time. This almost sci-fi experience was something Hanyi would never forget. Then you should be able to guess how conceited I was after leaving the party. I felt that I was so powerful at the age of 17, and the fashion world of the future would definitely be ruled by me. Not only would I rule the fashion world, but if I had the chance, I would also enter Hollywood and marry a famous movie star with more fanfare than Miranda. More importantly, since I'm the supermodel from Hungary, I have to treat myself to the same standard. Not only in work, but also in life. At that time, although I was a minor, IMG had to sign a contract with my parents and transfer the money to the escrow account opened by my parents, but they trusted me very much and handed over all the management authority to me. They would never ask about it at other times. That's great. Hanyi responded, you earned the money yourself. I thought it was great at the time, but now that I think about it, it may not be so. Barbara smiled bitterly. Every teenager thinks they can control their spending desires, but how is that possible? Especially in a place like Paris. Buy a lot of luxury goods. Luxury goods, not really. You should be able to see that fashion is a work responsibility for me, not a personal interest. I'm not even very keen on shopping, unless I'm waiting for a flight at the airport and have a lot of time to kill. After 10 years of work, I have indeed learned something, but fashion still doesn't really excite me. This is indeed the case. Compared with Zhu Yeru, Zhao Yaozhen and Madison Beer, Barbara Pavin, who actually works in the fashion industry, actually has the fewest big name items. Unless it is given by a brand, she basically won't go to the store to buy it herself. When I say consumption, I mean I want to live a better life. I have been sharing a room with 5 or 6 girls in model apartments all over the world for more than 4 years, and I have long wanted to have my own home. So, a few days after the spring and summer fashion week, I booked an apartment in the 6th arrondissement. The security is great, and it is close to my workplace. It only takes less than 10 minutes to walk to the Louvre. Wow, that must be very expensive. 6,000 euros a month. That's outrageous. Yeah, and I was stupid enough to rent a 2-bedroom apartment just to use the other bedroom as a dressing room. It's incredible. This is what I thought. When I was 17, Barbara made a pistol shape with her right hand and pointed it at her temple. To rent an apartment in Paris, you have to pay 2 months deposit and 1 month's rent when you sign the contract. In other words, I spent more than 1/3 of the 50,000 euros as soon as they arrived in my account. That's not all. Vogue Russia booked me to go to St. Tropez to help them shoot a set of inside pages for their November issue. That was my first time to the Côte d'Azur. I thought to myself, since Vogue is paying for the air ticket, why don't I play there for 2 days? Nice. St. Tropez, Cannes and Monaco, these are all places I really want to go. So I called my agent and asked him, can we talk to Moscow and ask them not to book a hotel, but to pay me the travel expenses directly, and I will pay for it. Vogue agreed to my request very readily. After all, their reimbursement amount is fixed, and they will give it to me and the hotel, as long as I can provide sufficient vouchers. Anyways, after getting their permission, I directly booked 2 days at the Chateau de Mercedes in St. Tropez and 2 days at the Hotel Negresco in Nice, and then invited a model friend who was closest to me at the time to go with me. I paid for the food and accommodation, and she only needed to buy her own round-trip ticket. Before leaving, I thought everything was very beautiful. Vogue paid for my flight tickets to travel with my best friend in the sunny south of France, enjoying the beautiful scenery, tasting delicious food, and maybe even having 1 or 2 romantic encounters. The Prince of Monaco, or a handsome, melancholy single fisherman in the port of St. Tropez. Yes, that's what I thought at the time, a fisherman. As a result, the day before departure, when I was tossing and turning, excited about the trip and couldn't sleep, my friend suddenly told me that she couldn't go. The agency notified her at the last minute that she had to replace a sick model to shoot a catalog the next day. The 4-day trip to the south of France can only be completed by me alone. Chapter 267, 48 Hours with Betancourt, Part 1. Yeesh, going on vacation alone. I have no choice. I can't cancel the trip. After all, I still have work to do. Friends. No friend can arrange time to travel with me within 6 hours. There was no friend then and there is no friend now. The most important thing is that the booked hotel cannot be refunded at all. This kind of unexpected event that happens at the last minute can most affect people's emotions. You have no idea. In St. Tropez, my mood was terribly low. I remember the photographer asked me half jokingly and half remindingly if I had just broken up with my boyfriend. He asked me to smile more because the Russian editorial department of Vogue booked me because of the vitality I showed in other photo shoots. Don't bring any personal emotions into work. That's right. I know, but I'm a person whose emotions are written on my face when something happens, and I can't pretend to smile. And, you know, I was not feeling well during those days. Fortunately, there were more indoor shots that day, otherwise I would not have been able to hold on. Anyway, I forced myself to cheer up and completed the shoot according to Eric's requirements. Eric was the photographer of the day, Eric Mellett. It started late, and the shoot ended at 6 in the afternoon. I wanted to go back to the hotel to take a nap and then come out to eat something, but my body was too tired. I lay down and slept until 5 in the morning of the next day. This shows that the body has really reached the critical point. Hanyi became more and more excited as he listened. He simply found a small street shop and ordered a cup of iced cappuccino. At the same time, he motioned for Feiyamu to sit down as well. During that time, no, you should also have regular checkups now. People in your industry work out every day, exercise a lot, and don't eat enough, so it's easy to have problems. It's okay now. The catwalk assignments are not that heavy, and now everyone in and out of the circle knows that I'm a size 8 model, and the partners who are willing to hire me are mentally prepared. Barbara's voice became softer for some reason, but 2010 was really cruel. The agency set a diet for me and stipulated that I had to lose a certain amount of weight within a certain number of days, otherwise my work would be suspended because they couldn't explain to the brand why the model they wanted looked so fat. I'm very happy that era is over. Almost over. Is it almost over? Maybe, but some things in this industry will never change. Barbara smoothed the ponytail tied at the back of her head. For example, regarding depression. I'm such an optimistic person, but when I woke up that day and saw that it was already the next day, I cried for a long time. Because a quarter of the precious 4-day vacation was wasted, right? Yes. So after wiping away my tears, I swore that I would make up for the missed experience on the first day the next day, but do you know how boring it is to stay alone for 24 hours in a small town where the peak season is basically over and the population has dropped to 5,000 people? I can imagine. Although he has never visited small towns in Europe, he has had similar experiences in the United States. Carmel by the Sea is full of charm because of Zioru's company. If the girl from the Taiwan Islands is removed from that story, what will be left? The commercial street that falls into deathly silence at 7 o'clock, or the residential area where you can't see your hand in front of you? I'm strong enough now. Not to mention going out to eat alone. I've even watched a movie alone many times. But 6 years ago, I thought it was pathetic and sad to eat alone in a resort like this. In my impression, you should have been the fearless person since you were a child. Indeed, I'm not afraid. It would be no problem for me to live alone in St. Tropez for a few years. In fact, if you throw me into any city, whether I speak English or not, I can live well. This is where I'm very confident. But life is different from vacation. I don't want to be looked at strangely when I'm resting. If I go out to eat alone, people will definitely stare at me for a long time. It's not narcissism, but because I can't eat too much. Think about it, a little girl who obviously looks underage goes to a restaurant to eat alone and just orders a mini salad and a glass of ice water. Then there's really no need to go to the restaurant. It doesn't matter whether it's embarrassing or not. Yeah, so the fun of traveling is half gone. Barbara spread her hands. As for the other half, there are only a few things to do in St. Tropez. Eat, shop, and lie down at the beach club. I, who don't like buying luxury goods at all, ended up buying 2 pairs of shoes at Dyer in St. Tropez. Otherwise there's really nothing else to do. Beach club? The beach there is particularly disappointing, much worse than the one in Nice. And, in early October, after most of the normal tourists left, the ones who remained in St. Tropez were basically those trust fund babes who have no education and don't need to work. I just sat in Biblis for half an hour, and I couldn't read or sleep because there were always all kinds of fuckboys coming up to talk to you. So, I couldn't eat, and I couldn't rest well. Isn't it? In the end, I could only go back to the hotel, have a super expensive spa, and then lie by the pool for a while. The second day of the vacation in the south of France ended so hastily. If I were 70 years old, it would be fine, but how could a 17-year-old girl go on vacation at this pace? My sympathy for you has reached the highest index, Barbie. Oh, no, believe me, this is not the worst. Barbara emphasized the second half of the sentence. The worst thing is that I got up at 8:30 the next morning, took a 40-minute taxi to the St. Raphael train station, and then spent another hour on the high-speed rail to Nice. After arriving at the destination, I waited for 15 minutes before a taxi came. There was no such thing as Uber at that time. After getting in the car, the first sentence the driver said to me in his heavily accented and broken English was, "Girl, you came at the wrong time. There is a thunderstorm this afternoon." Aha, the experience of the unlucky little guy made Hani almost laugh out loud. He covered his mouth, cast an apologetic look at Barbara, and quoted a line from a movie that Barbara had definitely never seen, and translated it into English. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered something happy. Please continue. Laugh. It's okay. I want to laugh too." Barbara waved her hand, looking quite generous, adding those two pairs of shoes together. "I spent 1.5 months rent to go on vacation. I came to the Côte d'Azur, which is famous for its sunny weather, but I couldn't even see the Sunday. You can imagine how devastated I was standing at the door of the Negresco Hotel. Are you at the door of the Negresco now? Yes, just on my right." Hani turned the camera and tilted it 90 degrees to the right. The Negresco Hotel was just across the street from the small shop where he was sitting. "Yes, this is the place, the street in front of you. 6 years ago, I got off the car here with a depressed look on my face. I'm sorry, Barbie. I wanted to buy a plane ticket to accompany you yesterday, but it's okay, baby, work must be more important." Barbara clamped the phone between her head and neck, took the luggage from the driver, smiled and greeted the doorman who came forward, and gently comforted her good friend Mollis Horst on the other end of the phone. Mollis is a model from the Netherlands. Like Barbara, he signed a contract with the model department of IMG. He is one of the Hungarian girls' roommates in the model apartment and her closest friend in Paris. At least it was in 2010. "Are you really okay on your own?" Molos's worried question came through the receiver. "My cousin has a friend over there. I can ask him to help look after you." "Look after you? Honey, I'm not a child anymore." Barbara mouthed a silent thank you to the doorman who helped her carry her luggage up the stairs. She continued to prove to Molos that she was safe and sound. "I'm having a great time in St. Tropez. I bought 2 pairs of shoes. My shoes." Barbara Pavan suddenly realized that she had left 2 dire shopping bags in the back seat and forgot to take them out. She screamed and put her phone back in her pocket without bothering to hang up the phone. She turned around and tried to chase the taxi that had just started. Unfortunately, when she turned around, she bumped into an old lady who was similar in stature to her, or even a little taller. How could she tell that the other person was an old person in such a split second? From her dark and hoarse voice that was a little surprised and a little painful. "Regardez devant vas." Before she could apologize, Barbara felt herself being pushed back several steps by a huge force. When she looked up, 2 iron towers appeared between her and the old man. One supported the latter, and the other stood guard in front of her. "Northeast sois pas si mal poli, Jerome." The old lady, who had barely stood still, raised her hand and whispered to stop the entourage. She adjusted the slightly messy orange scarf around her neck, then raised her eyes and cast a concerned look at Barbara. I don't know what she saw, but Barbara clearly felt that the old man in front of her, who deliberately dyed his hair black, could not hide the traces of aging, had a glimmer in his eyes, but this moment of light was fleeting, and quickly returned to a calm and peaceful state. "Tout va bien pour vous, mademoiselle." Barbara didn't speak French, but she had been in Paris for almost a year after all, so she could still understand bien and mademoiselle. So, she licked her lips and eagerly searched her mind for all the French words that might come in handy. "Oui, my shoes are in the car." Unfortunately, she couldn't do it, so Barbara had to give up halfway, pointed to the taxi that was about to turn and leave on the Croisette, and switched back to English. Shiz. Oh. It was obvious that the old lady understood English, or at least some simple words. She raised her hand and instructed the bodyguard who was supporting her, Michelle, chase the taxi and obtain as the Chauchers to fill the file, Silvaus Platt, OUI, Madame Betancourt. Only after she was sure that the bodyguard had stopped the taxi and opened the door to take out 2 dire shopping bags did the old lady turn her head to look at Barbara and smiled reservedly. Don't worry, girl. Thank you very much, madam. Barbara followed the way the attendant addressed her and bowed to express her gratitude. The only flaw was that she really couldn't repeat the complicated and ambiguous French surname, so she had to use the word madam instead. Where are you from? The old lady looked up at the sky and slowly uttered 4 English words, as if she was a little unfamiliar with the language. The slightly surprised look in the eyes of the middle-aged man following behind her also indirectly confirmed Barbara's guess. Budapest. Barbara wanted to answer Paris, but she realized that the old man meant her hometown, so she changed her answer at the last minute. Budapest. Very good, very good. The old lady's English vocabulary was obviously insufficient. She raised her hands and waved them twice. With dad or mom? Are you coming here? Barbara could only guess. Come to nice. I'm alone. 1. You? The old lady was obviously a little surprised. After raising her index finger and getting Barbara's confirmation again, she frowned slightly. How old are you? 17. In order to prevent the old lady from not understanding, Barbara also used her hands to indicate the number this time. 17. The old woman exchanged glances with the middle-aged man next to her and whispered a few words to the latter. Hello, miss. I'm Madame Betancourt's assistant. You can call me Alan. The middle-aged man spoke in fluent standard British accent without any accent. Madam wants to know, did you have a quarrel with your parents and ran away secretly? No. Barbara looked at the bodyguard who had already walked back to the old woman with the shopping bags and quickly shook her head to deny. Please tell madam that, although I'm only 17 years old, I'm already working in Paris. Madam asked, what are you doing in Paris? Alan acted as an interpreter between the two. Madam asked me to apologize to you on her behalf. She is just worried about your safety here. I'm a model, taking pictures, walking on the runway. Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week. Although there was an interpreter present, Barbara's eyes were still on the old lady. She gestured to her and said, please don't worry, madam. I have been working alone since I was 13. There will be no problem here. Barbara's explanation obviously had the opposite effect on the old woman. She could even hear the sound of Mrs. Betancourt taking a breath of cold air after Elaine translated for her. You are here? Mrs. Betancourt pointed at Barbara and then at the Negresco Hotel on the right. Stay for 2 days. Barbara nodded in response. The day after tomorrow morning, I will return to Paris. Ella did quell. J.A.I. compress. Barbara's answer was simple enough that Mrs. Betancourt could understand it without translation. She pondered for a moment, waved her hand, and gave a few instructions to the entourage. Then, the bodyguard holding Barbara's shopping bag walked into the hotel, while the other bodyguard took the luggage from the stunned doorman and pushed the 2 large boxes directly into the lobby. This is. Barbara was slightly startled, pointing at the 2 bodyguards, and was speechless for a moment. Madam asked us to check you in, miss. Alan bowed to Barbara. In addition, if you are willing to have afternoon tea with madam on the 1st floor in 20 minutes, she will be very honored. It should be me who should feel honored. Barbara put her right hand on her chest, looked at Mrs. Betancourt who had been smiling and looking at her, and murmured, if it is convenient, miss, what should I call you? Barbara. Barbara Paven stretched out her hand to Mrs. Betancourt. Barbara Paven, nice to meet you. Barbara. Mrs. Betancourt repeated, then shook her hand, and the smile lines at the corners of her eyes spread out a few more arcs. Lillian Betancourt. Then let's see you in 20 minutes, okay, Miss Paven? If you need anything, Michelle and Jerome will help you. After that, Alan supported Mrs. Betancourt and stepped carefully onto the steps of the Negresco Hotel. Okay, Elaine. Lillian, see you later. Barbara waved goodbye to Mrs. Betancourt. She felt that, since the man asked her to call him Elaine, it was only natural that she should call Mrs. Betancourt by her first name instead of her last name to show her closeness. When Mrs. Betancourt heard Barbara's Lillian, her back paused. After a few seconds, she turned her head and smiled at Barbara, finally showing her teeth. She looked at Elaine with a slightly restrained smile and continued to walk slowly into the room. So elegant, such a strange old lady. Mrs. Betancourt. She invited me to have afternoon tea right after we met. What's going on? Barbara's brain was working fast, trying to digest this strange situation. She stood there for a long time before she noticed the vibrating mobile phone in her jacket pocket. Turning on the screen, Barbara saw a series of text messages from Marlis Horst. Madame Betancourt? Madame Betancourt? Do you know who this is, Barbie? Lillian Betancourt. The major shareholder of L'Oreal Group. The richest woman in the world. Did I hear you right? You really called her Lillian? She's also going to treat you to afternoon tea. What the fuck? The reason why such a long article was spent on writing Barbara's original story must be closely related to Han Yi's subsequent actions and his psychological construction in consumption, and it also has a lot to do with the development of the relationship between her and the protagonist. It is not just written casually. You can rest assured that this book has everything except for the number of water words. Chapter 268, 48 Hours with Betancourt, Part 2. She is the one you mentioned, the one who wrote the story. That's her. So, if I'm not mistaken, it was because of your encounter with her that you... Han Yi stopped talking halfway. Sorry, I shouldn't have speculated about your career achievements like this. Why are you so polite? What Han Yi didn't expect was that his behavior made Barbara very dissatisfied. The latter glared at him and bared her teeth at him fiercely. It's as if there is really something shameful. Why didn't I see you so restrained in Ibiza and London? No? Facing Han Yi's question, Barbara didn't answer, but slowly covered her neck with her hand and coughed twice without changing her expression. Han Yi glanced at Fei Yamu beside him with a guilty conscience and was speechless. I'd better shut up and listen to your story first. A wise choice, sir. Barbara stroked her chin and pondered. But where should I start? How about starting with afternoon tea? Han Yi himself felt that he was very much like Chandler. Everything that came out of his mouth was more or less ironic and mocking. But the afternoon tea that day, actually there is nothing much to say. Have you had dinner with the elders in your family recently? I mean the grandparents? 3 or 4 months ago. Han Yi thought about it and nodded slightly in response. My grandma came to the United States to visit me. What do you usually talk about with grandma during dinner? What do we talk about? Basically she talks about the situation at home and then asks me all kinds of questions. Asking me why I lost weight, whether studying is hard, and whether I eat well. Well, that's about it. Han Yi certainly didn't dare to answer the two most critical questions asked by his grandma. The first one is, which one do you want to choose? The second one is, when will you bring it home? Yes, the afternoon tea I had with Madame Betancourt had a similar atmosphere and content. Barbara spread her hands towards the camera and gave an affirmative answer. Through Alan, Madame Betancourt knew my 17 years of life experience in great detail. It was as if I were her biological daughter or granddaughter who had been lost and found again. She didn't want to miss a minute, a second. Madame asked you how you ensured adequate nutrition when you were alone in Japan. She thought you looked much thinner than the models she knew, and she was worried that there was something wrong with your health. When Alan translated this, he licked his lips and maintained a polite smile, but his speech speed suddenly increased a lot. I would like to apologize to you on my own behalf, Miss Parvin. The lady may have asked a lot of personal questions that you don't want to answer. Believe me, she is not like this usually. Maybe she really gets along well with you. I understand, Alan. Don't worry, I'm happy to answer any questions from the lady. Please tell her that I think she is a very kind person. If she wants to be my close friend, my door is always open to her. You are lying to me, Barbie. Did you really say that? There was only one word written on Hanyi's face: suspicion. After Massless clearly told you that the person opposite is the actual controller behind the L'Oreal group. I really said that. Barbara nodded as a matter of course. To be honest, I was really nervous that day. I was in the room, touching up my makeup and choosing clothes suitable for afternoon tea, for fear that any detail would displease Mrs. Betancourt. But I'm here on vacation, and I didn't bring any decent dresses. They were all casual clothes that I usually put on and go out, and a few bright skirts with a youthful feel. No matter which one, it doesn't seem like the style that the old money would like. They like casual clothes, Hanyi objected. Their casual wear is Loro Piana, and mine is not even Zara, but cheap stuff I picked up from a street shop. Didn't I tell you that I don't like shopping, especially shopping malls, and I don't like trying on clothes? Because when I'm working, I have to change dozens of outfits every day, which gives me a headache when I see a dressing room in my life. Barbara replied, if I have to buy clothes, I will go to the clothing stores in residential areas. When I see a piece that I think looks good, I won't even try it on. I just pick a size and pay for it. What if I buy it and find it doesn't fit? It's never happened. Barbara was quite sure I haven't come across any clothes that I can't handle. I'm not arrogant. After all, I'm a professional at this. Great. Hanyi was speechless and couldn't even think of joking, so he could only give a thumbs up. Barbara was right. For a supermodel of this level, even if she went out wearing a sack, it couldn't hide her outstanding charm. There is only what she doesn't want to wear, not what she can't wear. So, I was struggling in the room for a long time, until the lady's bodyguard knocked on the door for the second time, and then I gritted my teeth and made a decision. Since the lady liked me as soon as we met and invited me to have afternoon tea with her, it means that she likes my true self. Then why should I go to great lengths to change myself? Isn't it good to show her what kind of person Barbara Pavin is? Maybe she will fall for it. Besides, no matter how bad the situation is, what can it be? At best, she will see me as a rough girl from the countryside who doesn't know etiquette, and she doesn't want to have anything to do with me again. That's all. It is impossible for the controller of a billion-dollar group to make things difficult for a 17-year-old girl over a trivial matter, right? The result, you guessed right. Yes, I guessed right. What Mrs. Betancourt wants to see is a natural unpretentious girl who has nothing to do with the world she lives in. After listening to Alan's accurate translation word for word, Mrs. Betancourt laughed out loud, which was rare, and it was not a small laugh. Madam said that you are such a lively little guy. That is a headache. My mother often says that. Madam asked, Alan, you don't have to add this sentence in front of every sentence. Barbara winked at Alan. I can tell who is asking the question. Okay, Miss Pavin. Alan's smile was still reserved and implicit, and the arc of his lips, as thin as a piece of paper, showed no special emotional fluctuations. He was like a precision instrument running at full speed, faithfully executing the orders of the user. It was as if the person who quietly apologized to Barbara and offended Mrs. Betancourt a few minutes ago had nothing to do with him. Is your mother in Hungary? Yes. Barbara nodded. Living in Budapest with my father. What does she do? She is a homemaker. After tilting her head and thinking for a while, Barbara did not use the word housewife, but chose an English word that she had just learned not long ago and felt a little fashionable. Homemaker as in. Alan did not rush to translate Barbara's words, but carefully verified them first. Of course he knew what the word meant in English, but he was not sure whether Barbara knew it. The Hungarian girl's English sounded quite standard without any accent at first, but after a long time of communication, Barbara would still reveal some problems in grammar, stress, and word choice. It's not the kind of helping others repair their houses, but the kind of gluing our little home together. Barbara put her two palms together and smiled. I understand. The dedicated translator Alan did not miss any details, including the English words Barbara said, and her explanation of the words, which were all conveyed to Mrs. Betancourt intact. As soon as Alan finished speaking, Barbara saw Mrs. Betancourt stretch out her hand to her and smile kindly. With such a sensible and obedient child, your mother should love you especially. I don't expect that. I just hope that every time I go home, she can scold me less. Barbara covered the back of Mrs. Betancourt's hand generously and joked. Every mother. Mrs. Betancourt first tried to use her heavily accented English to express something that couldn't be simpler, and then Elaine helped her finish the rest of the sentence. We always worry about many things. Worry about whether we as parents have not done our best. Worry about our. Elaine's translation stopped abruptly as Mrs. Betancourt stopped talking without any warning. Then, the lady took a deep breath and asked again in a muddy voice, "How is the relationship between your parents? Are they still harmonious? It's inevitable that we quarrel, but overall it's pretty good." Even the 17-year-old Barbara realized that Mrs. Betancourt was abnormal. In the less than an hour of afternoon tea alone, she suddenly interrupted the topic several times and asked again from a strange angle, "I'm sorry." Elaine turned around and deliberately apologized to Barbara Pavin in a silent way with lip language from an angle that Mrs. Betancourt could not see. "My wife asked me to tell you exactly what she said. The relationship between husband and wife is the cornerstone of a family. My child, your parents have set a good example for you. Remember, a free bird, like you should not start a family easily. It will make you extremely painful. But on the other hand, once you have made the decision and taken that step, do not give up easily. My husband and I have lived happily for more than 50 years, which has brought great what?" Hanyi frowned in confusion when he heard Barbara repeat the same word 3 times. "I don't know either." Barbara shook her head. Alan actually only translated it once. The other 2 times were read by the lady herself in French. After reading it 3 times, tears fell like rain. Cried? She cried like a child who couldn't find her mother. "I have never seen such complete sadness in my life." Barbara sighed. I held the lady in my arms and comforted her for a long time before she slowly stopped sobbing and calmed down. "Is this Alzheimer's? Haven't you read about Mrs. Betancourt's story in the media?" Barbara's tone was surprised. "Should I know?" Hanyi was a little confused. "You can search for Lillian Betancourt on Google. If the first thing that pops up is Wikipedia, then add it. No, Wikipedia is also fine. Click it and take a look, and you will understand." "Oh." This was Hanyi's sigh after reading the first paragraph of Lillian Betancourt's Wikipedia homepage and calculating her total net worth. "Got," he gasped when he read the last paragraph of Betancourt's biography. "So that's it." This was the first sentence Hanyi said after closing the webpage and returning to his chat interface with Barbara. No wonder she cried like that. At that time, she and her daughter were in court. On November 19, 2007, Andre Betancourt, the 88-year-old husband of Lillian Betancourt, a recipient of the Cross of Valor and the Knight of the Legion of Honor, a core member of the fascist violent organization La Cagoule, a major leader of the anti-German resistance movement, an important cabinet member of President France and President Charles de Gaulle, and a former French foreign minister, a contemporary politician with mixed reputations and extremely complex, passed away suddenly. A month later, he and Lillian's only daughter, Françoise Betancourt Mears, filed a criminal complaint against her mother's friend, photographer and socialite Françoise Mary Barnier, accusing the latter of taking advantage of her mother's weakness in the form of a buste faiblesse, and tricking Lillian Betancourt into giving him various gifts worth a total of 1.3 billion euros since 1987. These included a life insurance policy worth 253 million euros purchased in 2003, another life insurance policy worth 262 million euros purchased in 2006. 11 works of art worth a total of 20 million euros were given in 2001, including paintings by Picasso, Matisse, Mondrian, Delaunay and Leger, and countless gifts in cash or in the form of goods over a period of 20 years. After receiving Francois's report, the Financial Crimes Squad of the French National Police's Financial Investigation Department launched a 2-year investigation and evidence collection process, and decided in September 2009 to submit the case to the local court in Nanterre, the core area of La Défense in Paris, for trial. In December 2009, the court postponed its ruling on the case. In April 2010, it was further postponed for 3 months. to wait for the release of the examination report on Lillian Bettencourt's mental state. However, Mrs. Bettencourt resolutely refused to cooperate with the court for a mental evaluation. Therefore, in July 2010, a 21-hour tape recorded by Bettencourt's butler Pascal Bonnefoy was made public. If I have such a confidant who I have been with for decades, and whom I have given all my trust to without reservation, and suddenly stabbed me in the back at this time, I'm afraid I will begin to doubt every decision I have made in my life, and every friend I have made. Bonnefoy said that the reason he secretly recorded the conversation was because he felt that the old lady's mental condition was not normal, and he was afraid that she would be deceived. What do you think? If I have learned any valuable experience from my work, it is that no matter whether it is about things or people, only actions should be considered, not statements. Barbara paused and continued, after meeting Madame Bettencourt, out of concern for her, of course, I must admit that part of the reason was curiosity. After all, the French media at that time, whether it was TV or radio, whether it's the TV or the newspapers, they're all about the so-called Bettencourt scandal. I carefully studied the whole story of the inheritance dispute between the lady and her daughter. On the one hand, Mrs. Bettencourt did consult her asset manager to see if she could change Bel-Air to the Bel-Air after her death. But on the other hand, this part of the inheritance does not include her shares in the L'Oreal Group. The vast majority of her wealth has long been adopted by her daughter and 2 grandsons. So, what is your conclusion? My conclusion is, no one can see clearly what is happening in other people's homes, and they shouldn't see it clearly. Barbara smiled, and from her answer without any hesitation, Harney could see that Barbara had thought deeply about this matter. Then, she really has Alzheimer's, right? It's not an excuse for Francois, her daughter, to fight for the property. Harney thought for a moment. From your description, her symptoms, no, performance, are very similar to Alzheimer's. Again, I only stayed with Mrs. Bettencourt for 48 hours. I can't answer questions that the world can't answer. Barbara stared at Harney meaningfully. The latter's cautious behavior of correcting his words at that moment made her feel warm and appreciated. For a public figure who had no intersection with him before, he could have such empathy and moral concern, which showed that Harney was definitely not a bad person by nature. But then again, everyone has their own answers to the world, and so do I in my opinion. Mrs. Bettencourt should indeed have Alzheimer's. It's hard to explain to you why I think so, but if you have seen Alzheimer's patients before, you know that the kind of chaos that occasionally flashes in their eyes is something that others can't imitate. Moreover, a year after I met Mrs. Bettencourt, her daughter again applied to the court to become her mother's guardian, stating that because of her mother's continued deteriorating mental state, she was no longer suitable to manage any of her property. In order to find out whether the lady had really lost her ability to act, the court finally ordered this time. A psychiatric examination was conducted on Mrs. Bettencourt, and her previously sealed and encrypted medical reports were retrieved. In the end, it was discovered that she had symptoms of mixed dementia since 2006. By 2011, her Alzheimer's disease had developed to a severe stage. So, if I understand correctly, Harney pondered, Mrs. Bettencourt met you in October 2010, which was her last lucid time before she was completely lost. Speaking of completely lost, it reminds me of a report I read a few years ago, which described the lady's situation. The article said that Lillian Bettencourt was lost in the thick fog of aging. What a cruel description. Harney sighed. But it's accurate, isn't it? Barbara spoke slowly. In October 2010, the legal dispute between Bel-Air and Francois was at its most intense. Their biological daughter, Anne. I don't know how to describe him. I don't know if the word confidant is right. But the dispute between them, I personally feel, was the last straw that broke the camel's back for Madame Bettencourt. If her mental state was stable and sober, the lady would not have shown such a great affection for me, or even dependence, in front of the Negresco Hotel. She treats you as her daughter, doesn't she? Harney asked softly. She hopes to stay with you for a while longer to ease the pain of breaking up with her daughter, and regards you as a way to escape reality. You see me as a way to escape reality, that's right. but I don't think the lady regards me as her biological daughter. Or, I'm not just a daughter. Not just. Han Yi keenly captured the most crucial information in Barbara's words. Sometimes, I'm the daughter who was not affected by the so-called cheating scandal before Barnier appeared in 1987, who was obedient to her. She took care of me and loved me meticulously and wanted to give me the best life in the world. Sometimes, I'm her mother who died when she was 5 years old, a perfect image that she had almost no memory of and could only rely on fantasy to depict. In her life of more than 90 years, every time she encountered setbacks, she would hold the mother in her heart. Of course, more often, I can feel that I'm her, a free, unrestrained her that she will never have the chance to become. In the 2 days and 48 hours in Nice, my role kept changing between these three. She almost begged me through Alan to tell me that she wanted me to accompany her more, to make her feel better, to let her experience for the second time in 90 years, a parallel life without the Betancourt family and L'Oreal. Chapter 269 The Meaning of Wealth. I see. Han Yi nodded slightly with a serious expression, and joked seriously. Mrs. Betancourt also wants to be a Victoria's Secret angel. I've said it 1,000 times. I'm not an angel, at least not technically. What do you mean by that? Literally. Barbara smacked her lips and blinked, then gestured and fired a shot at the screen. Does Mrs. Betancourt know that you are such a person? She must know. I don't even act when I act. Barbara giggled, and the more I show my true self, the more she likes it. Maybe she will never be as free as you in her life. Free to laugh, free to cry, and free to express the emotions you want to express. Han Yi speculated on Mrs. Betancourt's psychology. So, you and I are actually quite lucky. Me and you? Barbara repeated it, but this time, she was very questioning and emphasized the tone of the second half. What's wrong? Han Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. Am I not free yet? You, forget it, just ignore it for now. Barbara waved her hand. Mrs. Betancourt has indeed never enjoyed real freedom. She told me that her last name is the biggest and heaviest shackle around her neck. Betancourt, or her father's last name? Both. What was her father's last name? Schuler. Eugene Schuler, the founder of the L'Oreal Group. L'Oreal is considered the largest in the fashion industry. Oh no, the largest luxury group is LVMH. L'Oreal should be the largest beauty group in the entire industry, right? It's far ahead, at least twice as big as Estee Lauder. Is Estee Lauder second? Yes. That's really amazing. Han Yi praised. Anyone who can start from scratch and become the industry leader is a great entrepreneur. You disagree. You may not be very familiar with Eugene Schuler's background. His achievements are indeed amazing, but I wouldn't describe him as great. Barbara didn't need to point it out. Han Yi looked up at the sky and suddenly realized, here's an artsy sympathizer, right? Calculating Mrs. Betancourt's age and working backwards, the answer is obvious. The Nazi violent group Lacaguel, that André Betancourt participated in, was founded and financially supported by Schuler. They all hold meetings at the L'Oreal headquarters. You don't care about the fashion industry, so you don't know, but this is a well-known secret in our industry. Some people who are dissatisfied with L'Oreal even secretly call it the Reich. I really haven't heard of it, and I never thought that L'Oreal would have such a history. Han Yi raised his eyebrows. So during the occupation of France, Eugene Schuler was a collaborator of the Nazi regime? The whole Lacaguel was. In fact, after the war, Schuler also protected many former members of Lacaguel, providing them with shelter and jobs, as well as opportunities for upward promotion. Barbara pursed her lips. Believe me, when I searched for Madame Betancourt on the internet and accidentally saw these historical materials, I was much more shocked than you. One of the senior members, Jacques Carrez, was also appointed president of L'Oreal's US branch. A radical anti-Semitic fascist, he worked in the United States for decades after the war, until he was investigated and forced to resign in 1991. I wouldn't be particularly surprised about this, Barbie. Han Yi glanced left and right, then lowered his voice. After all, these big players we see now, these big players who control the financial, fashion and music industries, only really took control of the late 1970s. I don't need to be surprised. But if I were you, I would still be surprised by the fact that he arranged for his daughter to be married to a member of the organization. It turned out to be an arranged marriage. In the French upper class of that era, was there still the luxury of free love? But Lillian at least fell in love with Andre. Growing up in such an environment, she should. This is the root of all the pain of the lady, dear. Barbara sneered. The lady's beliefs are completely opposite to those of her father and husband. You know, her husband even wrote such words when he was young, and I can recite them by heart. He said that group of people were hypocritical Pharisees, their race was forever stained by the blood of the righteous, and they were a cursed group of people. Han Yi knew that Andre Betancourt's original words could never be that group of people, but a group of malicious words, a group of words that Barbara, as a public figure, would not dare to say, even if she was alone in her apartment in the current wave of political correctness. How did a group ruled by such people survive in post-war France? Are you talking about L'Oreal? Aha. Because you can't expel all the Nazi collaborators. If you calculate it by proportion, more than 90% of the companies that remain in France and continue to operate are Nazi collaborators to some extent. Moreover, Lacagou is a speculative group that bets on both sides. Some people support the Vichy government and the right-wing organizations related to it, while others join Charles de Gaulle's Free France. Fascists join Free France. Many people in Lacagou, although they are fascists, are also French nationalists. He was very disgusted with the German invasion. Moreover, Free France at that time was originally a government in exile, and it was necessary to unite all resistance forces. The purpose of these resistance forces was not a question that de Gaulle needed to consider at the time. This is why Mrs. Betancourt's father was able to be safe after the war and even led L'Oreal to expand rapidly. Because he funded both partners and rebels. That was really a period of confusing and fascinating history. In the real world, black and white are just the two poles of the spectrum, and most of the middle is a massive gray whose true face cannot be seen clearly. I must admit that I'm still very cliched and short-sighted. Hearing Barbara's incisive analysis made Han Yi touch his nose and sighed. When you said you could finish a book in a day, I didn't really believe it. Do you believe it now? Not only reading, but also thinking. Han Yi nodded. I admire you. Not only a pretty face. Barbara drew a circle in front of her eyes and smiled. And I reiterate, I'm really interested in Madame Betancourt's life. This is the first time I have seen an important person who will definitely be in history books in real life. This curiosity has been driving me to delve into all the details related to her life, as serious as if I were treating a serious subject. Character research is an important part of history. Han Yi responded in a soft voice. The longer they talked, the more surprises this Hungarian supermodel brought him. So, when you mentioned that the wife's beliefs are completely opposite to her father's, you mean that she is actually extreme left? After afternoon tea, the wife was in high spirits and showed no signs of fatigue. It was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and a thunderstorm was sweeping the entire Côte d'Azur. We couldn't go out, so the wife invited me to visit the hotel museum in Negresco. Barbara did not answer Han Yi's question directly, but continued to tell the story according to the timeline of the story. Hotel museum. The Negresco has a collection of more than 6,000 art pieces. In the 1950s, after Ms. Jean Augier took over, she decorated the hotel luxuriously and collected art paintings spanning 5 centuries, including Picasso, Dali, and Chagall. I remember that, when you walked out of their old elevator, that had been in operation since the 1920s, there were sculptures and oil paintings. Madame Betancourt had a very good relationship with Ms. Augier, so there are more than a dozen works in the hotel that were donated by the lady personally. This hotel is very interesting. Han Yi looked to the right. After I finish talking to you, I'll go in and take a look. Or should I hang up now? Don't. Han Yi stretched out his hand to stop her. It's very uncomfortable to stop telling a story halfway. I thought you thought I was nagging too long. How did you hear that? You said you were going to hang up now. I really. Han Yi discovered that no matter which country a woman was from, there was this force field that distorted reality around them. If you can finish this story, I will be the happiest man in the world. Barbara. Your threshold of happiness is really low. Barbara snorted and rolled her eyes. Our tour of Negresco starts from the honor display case set up for Ms. Jean Orgia in the lobby on the first floor. My good friend, Mrs. Orgia. She is really my best friend, and I admire her very much. With Barbara's arm around her, Mrs. Betancourt, who was standing in front of Ms. Orgia's display case, carefully browsed every photo of Jean Orgia with celebrities from all walks of life in the display case, as well as the many hotel industry awards she won. She was an extremely free and brave soul. In 1957, she and her husband bought this hotel, and over half a century, they turned it into the best independent hotel in France. I love it here, and every time I come to the Côte d'Azur, I have to stay here for a while. Sometimes when Madame Orgia is here, we will meet for tea. If she is not here, I will stick to a tradition, writing her a letter, and leaving it in the room I'm staying in. This tradition has lasted for more than 50 years. Wow. Barbara exclaimed in a low voice, as good friends for more than 50 years, the relationship between you two is really enviable. There is nothing great about our relationship. Madame Orgia's achievements in her career are what are truly worth remembering. Madame Betancourt shook her head and responded with a smile through Alan's mouth. She knows what she wants and is allowed to do what she wants. She has left an indelible medal of French art of living for this hotel, this city, and even the whole of France. Aloud, Barbara frowned slightly and glanced at Alan behind her. Oh, dear, that's what the lady calls you. I believe you have a deep enough understanding of the world. Do you really think that half a century ago, women could show their talents in any field without the permission of men? Your husband won't allow you to do this, Ms. Payne. Elaine couldn't help but remind Barbara to pay attention to the content of her conversation with Mrs. Betancourt. If you think the lady will be offended, you don't have to translate. Barbara raised her chin slightly, with a youthful stubbornness in her expression. Hearing Barbara's statement, Elaine pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and finally translated Barbara's words to Mrs. Betancourt according to the original meaning. Non seulement mon mari, mais aussi mon père. Mrs. Betancourt folded her hands in front of her, took a deep breath, and replied, Madam. This time Elaine reminded his employer. You are a petite fille. You are a person. Madame Betancourt lowered her eyes slightly, looked at Elaine calmly, and said in a hoarse and ruthless voice. It seemed that only in front of Barbara would she show a little vitality and energy. Her followers could only see her cold and armed shell. Vote guys, madam. Although her face was normal and her tone was steady, Barbara seemed to hear the sigh deep in Elaine's heart. Not only my husband, but also my father. They regard me as an object, not a person. If my husband or my father treated me like this, do you know what I would do, madam? What would you do, dear? I would kick each of them in the balls. Madame Betancourt first covered her mouth and chuckled, and then turned into a loud laugh without any image of a noble lady. I've been wanting to do this for 80 years. Alan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and continued translating behind the two of them. I've lived for 88 years, and the thing I want most is to break free from the cage, even if it's just like Madame Orgia, sticking my head and half of my body out of the iron cage, and taking a breath. If you could break free from the cage, what would you most want to do? Barbara asked. I want to be a pianist. Pianist? My mother is a pianist. When I was little, she would put me on her lap and play Debussy, Chaucer and Faure for me over and over again. As the daughter of a distiller, she had a dream of becoming a musician. Until I got married, I always wanted to help my mother see the world, take a cruise, travel around the world, and play the music they like for tourists from different countries and cultures. But, that's your mother's dream, not yours. Then I have no dreams. Barbara's words made Mrs. Betancourt fall into a long silence. She stood in front of the portrait of Mary Josephine in the crystal chandelier lobby of the Negresco Hotel, thinking for a long time before speaking again. No one taught me how to dream. This sentence not only made Barbara look sideways, but also moved Alan, who acted as an interpreter. He had never heard his employer say such a thing. Lillian Betancourt, who is worth $44.3 billion, has no dreams? Is it because she has already got everything she wants? Ever since I can remember, everyone around me has kept repeating to me how lucky I'm to be born in such a family and to have such a hardworking and intelligent father. I believed this for most of my teenage years. I was so dependent on my father and obeyed him so wholeheartedly. How could I not listen to him? He was already a widower, a poor man who lost his beloved wife very early. Father wants to marry my English teacher? Okay, I'll listen to you, Dad. He wants me to be an apprentice in his company and learn how to mix cosmetics and how to label shampoo. I will do it, Dad. He wants me to cheer for the Germans because we have Alsatian blood in our bodies. Although I only speak French, I don't know how to speak French. I can speak German, but I will try to convince myself, Dad. On the surface, I'm a sensible and obedient girl, but in fact, I'm constantly undermining his plans in ways that I think are effective. He married my English teacher, and I never learned English again. He wanted me to be an apprentice in the company, and I messed up the labels in 3 months. He wanted me to support the Germans, so I deliberately avoided any cocktail parties where German officers appeared. During the 5 years of occupation, I made several escape plans, trying to sneak from France to Switzerland and then to the United States. But I'm not a very smart person, nor a very brave person. Every time I really had to make a decision, I chose to be a coward. I have a plan in my heart. I told myself that I didn't leave because I didn't want my father to be alone in this world. But I knew in my heart that I didn't think so. It's me. I was afraid of losing my father after losing my mother. Even if it was a father I didn't always agree with and support. So, on the day the Allies entered Paris, I happily drank several glasses of champagne, but after the alcohol went down my throat, I couldn't help but worry. I was happy that someone finally came to force my father to correct his crazy beliefs. I was worried that those people would let him fall into despair, but reality is always full of hope and disappointment at the same time. This is an experience I have learned repeatedly in the past 88 years. No one arrested him and shot him, but no one corrected his beliefs. He was sad and depressed about Germany's failure, but still cheering up, wanting to continue their career in another way. I became part of his grand plan. In the 5 years after the war, he kept choosing my future husband for me. My father did not make his intentions clear, and even acted very democratic. Every time he met with those young talents, he would ask for my opinion. But I know that I actually have no choice at all, because the young people he brought are the next generation of political elites trained by Lacabuel. As always, I resisted him in my own way. Didn't he want me to be his political pawn? As you wish, Dad, but I will choose someone who will make you the most painful. Mr. Betancourt, can it make your father suffer? Barbara asked curiously. I said, my way of revenge on him was just my wishful thinking. Now I understand that what I did will not make my father suffer because he doesn't care about my feelings at all. Madame Betancourt kept smiling. My original plan was to find someone who could make me most painful so that my father, seeing my misfortune, would also become painful. So, I chose Andre Betancourt. His dull hairstyle and eyebrows, his serious movements, and even the way he chewed, made me. Madam said a lot, but please forgive me, Miss Pavan, I can't tell you more for personal privacy reasons. Alan tried his best to keep his expression and speaking speed normal, and said to Barbara, I understand. Barbara nodded in response, but please ask my wife for me, knowing that she would not be happy and her father would not be punished. Why didn't she divorce Andre Betancourt after his death? I can't do that. If I divorce, I will have to give Andre half of my property. I don't want to give half of L'Oreal to Andre. Even if it was born in disgrace, I don't want it to go into darkness a second time. It is me. Besides, my daughter was only 4 years old when my father died. I must raise her well and make her a person with integrity and morals and keep her away from her father and grandfather. When she is old enough, I will pass all my property to her. In the next 30 years, I poured all my energy and enthusiasm into Françoise, and she became the person I wanted her to be. I tried my best to make Jean-Pierre mayor, of course. I did this not entirely to avenge the 2 most important men in my life. I hope that in this way, L'Oreal Group and my daughter can escape the increasingly serious crimes. In the 1980s, I could already see many similar signs. This is also the core reason why I can convince Andre, in order to save his political career, to save L'Oreal, to save our daughter, he must agree to Françoise marrying a Jew. Imagine in your mind that a fascist must watch his daughter kiss a Jew at the wedding. A very beautiful scenery, isn't it? Speaking of that day in 1984, Lillian Bettencourt showed a moment of ecstasy and radiance. But it was only a moment, and soon, her voice returned to the chaos and ambiguity. But even such an unforgettable revenge could not make me happy. After my daughter got married, I realized that I was already 62 years old. My life had not really lived for me for a day, and it entered a countdown. During that time, I was very scared and panicked, and even suffered from depression. I often saw and heard things and sounds that did not exist in this world. I'm very rich. My father has recruited many capable people for L'Oreal. I only need to attend the board of directors regularly every quarter and sign and seal every resolution they propose. L'Oreal has been expanding in size and its profits have been increasing, especially after it went public in 1963. No one can challenge my group at all. For a long time, I was the richest woman in the world. After exchanging half of L'Oreal's shares for Nestlé's shares, I don't have to worry about the group itself. Even if the L'Oreal group goes bankrupt, my descendants will have enough money to enjoy hundreds of years of prosperity and wealth. But success and wealth come too easily. To be honest, it has nothing to do with me. This kind of effortless success has made me rich. The luck I got made me more painful and more empty. Those crazy increasing numbers, beyond a certain level, completely lost their meaning to me because I had no way to really manage them and even had some difficulty understanding their existence. I realized that my existence was completely irrelevant. My father could have a son or a daughter. He could have a genius who was extremely smart or a stupid and vulgar coward. No matter what kind of person I am, I can't affect Eugene Schuler's empire. This is the loudest slap my father slapped me in the face. No matter how you rebel or resist, I can't erase the mark he left on the world. He can be an evil person, but he is destined to be great. I can be a kind person, but I was born mediocre. I lived in such an extremely depressed mood for 3 years, and then I met Francois Mary Barnier. Looking at Barbara Pavin and her personal assistant Alan, who became nervous and solemn at the same time, Lillian Bettencourt rarely showed an naughty smile. You don't really think there's a romantic relationship between him and me, do you? In the beginning, the reason I allowed Barnier to enter Andre's in my life was purely because of the sharp contrast between him, Andre, and my father. Barnier is tall and straight, while my father is short and hunched. Barnier, at least when he was young, was an Adonis. And my father, even in his youth, looked more like Shirley Chaplin than a Greek god. Barnier is an artist, writer, and romanticist. My father is a scientist, inventor, and businessman. Barnier is a homosexual, half Jewish. And my father is a heterosexual and a staunch Catholic. His appearance is almost comical because he can touch Andre's conservative and sensitive nerves so well. Keeping him around can bring insignificant but significant changes to my life. Then there is an indispensable little pleasure that makes my life meaningful. But soon, Barnier showed me a deep insight into everything in the world that I had never expected. He saw the root of my depression and pain and completely eradicated it in an extremely effective way. He successfully showed me the immeasurable positive significance of the assets I own to the world. It also made me finally understand I don't need to pursue the so-called freedom anymore. Because, from the beginning, I'm free. Wealth is the canvas on which I paint my vision of freedom for myself and the world. Knowing and understanding other billionaires in the world in different ways allows Han Yi to understand what it really means to be a billionaire, and thus understand the relationship between him, wealth, and the outside world. This is also a very important theme. Chapter 270. You are the origin of history. The canvas of the vision of freedom. Hearing this, Han Yi sneered, speaking with contempt. He rarely showed any dislike for strangers he had never met, but Francois Mary Barnier was an exception. No matter from which angle, Barnier, who had accepted 1.2 billion euros in gifts from Mrs. Bettencourt over the past 30 years, was an out-and-out parasite. A cannibal who would do anything to suck the marrow out of his bones. A person who yearns for wealth teaches a person who is born with wealth about the meaning of wealth. Of course, Barnier will feel that wealth is the canvas for depicting the vision of freedom, because that is the raw material he uses to add color to his greedy life. Maybe what I said is biased, but I firmly believe that if a person gave me a property worth 1.2 billion euros and I still accepted it calmly, then no matter how high sounding the reasons I convince myself are, I'm also a bastard whose eyes, heart and soul are only flowing with gold. If it is a partner, child, or parent, such a gift is naturally understandable, but if it is true as Madame Bettencourt said, there is actually no love between them, and it is just a tool she used to torture Andre, and he is a good friend who once gave her a few words of advice, then it is really difficult for me to give Barnier's behavior a halo of justice. Her daughter is right. Barnier obviously took advantage of Madame Bettencourt's weakness of living at the top of the tower for a long time and being ignorant of the world, and plundered a lot from her. My psychological activities at the time were exactly the same as yours, Barbara echoed. But it's different now? Hanyi asked. It's the same now, just like you said. I think 1 million is a thank you gift, 10 million is a gift, and 100 million may be the reward that Mrs. Bettencourt paid for Banier's inspiring words, but 1.2 billion, it's really too much. Banier must have been approaching and influencing Mrs. Bettencourt deliberately. He has been doing the same thing to different people since he was 16. Oh, really? Mrs. Bettencourt is not the first victim? Yes. Francois Mary Barnier is an important topic that I cannot avoid when I later study Mrs. Bettencourt. He was born in a middle-class family in the 16th arrondissement and his life was not difficult. But there is still an insurmountable gap between him and the wealthy Parisians like Madame Bettencourt who have lost the concept of money. So he tried his best to get into the upper class. Get in? It might be more appropriate to say to please. Barbara's words can well reflect her attitude towards Banier. When he was 16, Banier met Salvador Dali, who often sent a car to pick him up to the Maurice Hotel to discuss art together. Discuss art? Hanyi grinned. Only Dali can use this excuse. 3 years later, through Dali's relationship, he met the wealthy heiress, and so that's what Barnier does. Hanyi smiled. A close friend of the rich. Yves Saint Laurent, Pierre Cardin, François Mitterrand, Kate Moss, Mick Jagger, and Princess Caroline of Monaco. He was friends with all the socialites in the upper class of Paris, and in the end, he himself became one of the most eye-catching stars in the social circle. First, build connections. As long as you do this long enough and build a wide enough network, there will always be a one day he will become the object of people scrambling to get close to him. Because people can't find the real rich man hiding in a secluded place, but they can see him dancing under the neon lights. Hanyi is a smart man. He made clear what Barnier called career planning in one sentence, a broker who wants to get a glimpse of anything he sees, as long as it shines. I really don't like such roles. Novelists, playwrights, artists, actors, and photographers. All kinds of labels are attached to themselves, and in the end, they can't do anything except flattery and pleasing others. Barbara's disgusted expression was extremely obvious. But in many cases, such roles are winners, or follow behind the winners. Hanyi was quite emotional. So, I think this is also the key reason why Barnier can inspire Madame Bettencourt. Although he was not born with money, he lives with money. Wealth is his desire, and it is also a puzzle he has spent his whole life exploring. Now that he has seen so many vivid examples up close, then from his perspective as an outsider with one foot in the circle, he may really be able to appreciate something different. What you said makes sense. Hanyi thought for a moment and agreed. Then what did Barnier share with Madame Bettencourt that made her have this feeling of understanding the true meaning of life? Madame told me that when Barnier first met her, it was in a private residence filled with artworks in Neuilly-sur-Seine. Liliane Bettencourt and Federico Fellini were photographed for the cover of Egoism magazine. The lady rarely accepts media interviews, and taking photos for magazines is unheard of. But that is the famous Egoism, which is published irregularly. When it is published, it is a full 200 pages of black and white photography and lifestyle sharing, which has a profound influence on modern French pop culture and the global fashion circle. Moreover, 1987 was a year for Mrs. Bettencourt to be forced into the spotlight. Forbes magazine released their first World's Billionaires list that year. Only 3 groups of French billionaires were on the list, and Mrs. Bettencourt was one of them. Who are the other 2? I don't remember clearly, but one seems to be a private jet manufacturer. Dassault Group. Han Yi blurted out. Serge Dassault. Ah, yes, that's the name. How did you know? Barbara was a little surprised. I told you, I like to read some irrelevant information. Han Yi touched the back of his head and hesitated for a moment before saying the second half of the sentence. And when I bought a plane before, I studied the Falcon series of the Dassault Group. It seems that I have to buy more private jets. Barbara pressed her index finger on her lower lip, raised her eyes and muttered seriously. Stop teasing me, Barbie. I'll stop if you can guess the second group of rich people. They are the world's largest oilfield service company. The Schlumberger family. Look, they are also French from Alsace. What a coincidence. It doesn't count as a guess if you cut out the picture and search on Google. You didn't say it. You're such a slick. Barbara didn't continue to argue with Han Yi. Anyway, in the 1980s, there were dozens of billionaires next door, but there were only 3 in France. This made Madame Bettencourt a famous public figure, and also gave Barnier the opportunity to get close to her. After Barnier set up the tripod, the first words he said to me were, "Madam, are you okay? Why do you look so pale?" Wandering in the corridor of the Negresco Hotel, Madame Bettencourt narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had traveled back to that afternoon 23 years ago. I was startled and a little embarrassed. This was the first time in a long time that I had taken a formal photo that would be published in a magazine. It was impossible not to be nervous. "Is it the foundation?" I asked him. Maybe the makeup artist put too much foundation on me just now. But he said, "No, ma'am, I don't think it's a makeup problem." Barnier walked up to me and looked at me carefully for a long time before he sighed deeply. I felt that his soul floated out with that breath. He told me, "Your paleness oozes from the bottom of your eyes. I can't see even a little passion for life. There is no vitality, which looks terrible." When he said this, Fellini, my favorite great director, was sitting in another chair to my right. What a manipulative and malicious way of talking. Barbara was angry for Mrs. Bettencourt. He just wanted to use this method to cause you displeasure and attract your attention so as to carry out his plan, whatever that plan is. The anger and humiliation I felt that afternoon were even stronger than you feel now. I tried to suppress the urge to drive him out. I was so angry that I could not help asking him politely, "Why do you think so, Mr. Barnier?" "Because I can see that you are a very pitiful person," Barnier answered me. "You have never really owned anything. I can understand that. If it were me, I would also lose the pursuit of a good life like you." I gave him some space to relax, but he slapped me in the face with his backhand. I don't remember anyone being so rude to me. Even when my father scolded me, he was not so ruthless. My anger grew stronger, and I no longer wanted to maintain my elegant disguise. I turned cold and told him, "This manor, within a radius of 10 kilometers, all the living, dead, about to be born, and dying things are my property." Broaden the scope a little bit. There are at least 100,000 people in the world who depend on me for their livelihood, and tens of millions of people use products made by my brand every day. If I have never owned anything, then you, Mr. Barnier, you have nothing. But you never really owned them. Barnier heard my attack, smiled freely, put the camera back on the tripod, pointed at them, and said to me, "Madame Bettencourt, I own both of these things you see. I know them inside out. I can capture life and death, meeting and parting, joy and sorrow. What do you know and experience in your life as deeply and thoroughly as I do with my camera? Can you name any ordinary consumer of your products around the world? Apart from the fat faces you see every day in the boardroom, do you know any of the employees who work in the L'Oreal factories and receive your salary? You say you own everything living and dead within a 10-kilometer radius of this estate, but when was the last time you stopped to admire? I won't mention the dense forest at the edge of the village. When was the last time you opened the door and basked in the sun on the lawn outside?" I was speechless. I realized that this estate was inherited from my father, and my name had been on the asset register for 30 years, but I had never thought for a moment about how to use it. Observing my silence, Barnier pressed on. "Madam," he said, "I heard you have a private island in East Africa. That's too far away. I feel like I've grabbed a lifeline. I said, you can't expect me to visit an isolated island on the edge of the African continent frequently. But he obviously didn't intend to let go of this topic easily. He walked over, stared at me with a smile, and said, can the distance of time and space really stop you, Mrs. Betancourt? You have 4 private planes, 1 for the family and 3 for the group. 3 yachts registered in Bermuda, each waiting for you at the port of Nice. The group's board of directors only meets once a quarter, each time for 3 days. Even if the time is extended to a week, so what? Madam, you actually know very well why you don't go to the island in Seychelles for vacation. You know it better than anyone else. Even knowing how many private planes the Betancourt family and L'Oreal have, and the geographical location of the private island can be reported accurately. Barnier is well prepared. Harney figured out the trick in Barnier's behavior. In 1987, when there was no internet, it was not easy to investigate the distribution of a top billionaire's property. A person who was kept in the Maurice Hotel by Dali at the age of 16 must have eaten the art donations of countless wealthy people. Why did he have to make a hard trip to the western suburbs of Paris to take magazine photos for his wife and earn a little pocket money? Of course it was premeditated. I have studied Mrs. Betancourt for a long time. No doubt. I'm very interested in his psychological evaluation report now. I really want to hear how he explains Mrs. Betancourt's so-called weird behavior of not going to the Seychelles for vacation. He said, this can only prove one thing. Mrs. Betancourt turned around and looked at Barbara, who followed her closely and listened to the story intently. This can only prove that you don't really own your property. Yes, ma'am, you bought them, but you are just keeping them for others. For whom? I asked. My husband? My daughter? If so, I would be happy to do it. I have nothing to ask for but to share. I remember clearly that after saying this, Barnier looked at me, then at Felony, who was sitting on pins and needles and didn't want to be involved in the topic at all, and laughed loudly. It seems that you really don't know what you are doing, madam. Share? The word share means that you have to taste it before everyone else. After saying this, Barnier walked behind Felony's sofa, leaned on the backrest, and said, Madam, sitting in front of you is one of the greatest directors in the world, a great existentialist who once said that you only exist in what you do. Ask yourself, Madam, what have you done that is completely your own? Don't mention L'Oreal, don't mention this estate, which are gifts left to you by others. Even if it is just one thing that you have done that allows you to leave mark in this world, especially in your own heart. Can you think of it? I didn't rush to answer Barnier's question, but cast an inquiring look at Felony. Felony was still the same. Classic him. He frowned, spread his hands, raised his eyebrows, muttered meaningless words in his throat, and shook his head back and forth, indicating that this was indeed what he had said before. Then you, Mr. Barnier, what do you think can leave mark in my heart? Anything that makes you feel your own existence, he said. You didn't answer my question, I retorted. I have answered all your questions, he shrugged, then took a deep breath and walked quickly back to the tripod. Have you created anything before? He asked. I paused and asked him, how do you define? As soon as this sentence came out, he stretched out his hand to interrupt me impatiently and said, creation does not need to be defined. Anything you contribute to the world that we can hear and see is your creation. I thought about it for a long time, and sweat kept oozing out of my vest. How I wanted to end the topic right away. The god of film is sitting next to me. What can I say that I have created? I'm completely useless. It took a long time for me to respond to him in a clever way. I said, in this way, my daughter is my proudest work. As soon as I said it, I regretted it, because Barnier's playful gaze could burn me clean. His eyes only contained a simple phrase, I knew it. Without further embarrassment, Barnier began to perform his duties. He stood in front of the camera, took a few test photos, and then suddenly said to me, Madam, I may need your help. It's great to have two great people in the picture, but I also need something to decorate the background. I don't know what is suitable for the photo in your estate. So, can you please help me make the scene? If you have any doubts about my intentions, then, yes, I just want you to leave a little bit of your ideas, your mark, your art in this world. Please. I could have sneered at his request and seriously asked him to do his job and not waste Mr. Felonies and my time. But that day I was holding back a strong desire to prove to him, to Felony, and to myself, that I was not just a gatekeeper of wealth. As a living person, I had the ability to rely on my own strength to leave my own legacy, no matter how small this legacy was. I began to seriously examine the living room where we were, quickly went through the collection left by my father in my mind, and then, according to the picture I had sketched in my mind, I moved a few sculptures and rearranged the position of the furniture. The desk that was originally placed against the wall was moved to the window, and then I asked Mr. Felony to sit there, and I sat opposite him. "Francois, do me a favor and put the tripod between Mr. Felony and me," I directed Barnier. "Yes, ma'am." He did it. Is the composition much better now? The composition doesn't need to be better. To my surprise, Barnier answered me, "As long as it comes from you, it has meaning." It was at that moment that I was attracted by his spiritual world. His spiritual world is not perfect, on the contrary, it is the opposite of perfection. He was beaten by his father, neglected by his mother, and was so rebellious in everything from his orientation to his hobbies. I think he had to invent some methods of success and redefine some standards of satisfaction, so that his life would not be in pain forever. It just so happens that this is a standard I need. I was placed in the temple of wealth and power, and was worshipped for decades with twisted demons, and this worship will be magnified geometrically with the announcement of the Forbes magazine list. I think this may be the reason why God let me meet Barnier at that time. Let me escape from the shrine and let me really examine what the wealth in my hands can bring to me. Dear Barbara, I know what the media outside say about me. I know they think I'm an old man with declining intelligence and no charm, who was easily deceived by a playboy who is not picky about food. But this is not true. I know very well what kind of person Barnier is. He observes people's behavior and people's psychology. He saw something in me that aroused his sympathy and interest. I was not satisfied. I was very rich, but very unhappy. Barnier saw in me a woman who wanted more, even though I already had 40 billion euros. He personally opened the door to a new world for me. I acquiesced to his behavior. Through Barnier's unremitting efforts, he turned that Forbes magazine photo shoot into an all-night conversation between the three of us. He not only walked into my heart, but also relieved Felony, who was a little afraid of me, and L'Oreal behind me, and kept his distance, and became friends with me. I attended the premiere of his interviews at the Cannes Film Festival and the premiere in Italy. 3 years later, I participated in the whole process of his production of Moon Song. I was not the screenwriter, nor a consultant with a formal title, but it was a story about dystopia, full of TV commercials, beauty pageants, modern pop aesthetics, Catholicism, fascism and pagan rituals. Felony felt that my life was quite similar to his childhood, because at least these elements in the movie were the main themes of our growth. So he would deliberately ask for my opinion, and add a lot of interesting plots and designs that I found interesting. With the encouragement of Barnier, I began to build a holiday estate on a small island in the Seychelles, trying to make it a paradise on earth according to my aesthetic concept. He introduced me to Salvador Dali, Yves Saint Laurent and Samuel Beckett. At the beginning, these big figures in the fashion and art world all greeted me with an almost fearful attitude, thinking that I appeared to buy them or their works. But soon, they became my most loyal friends who could create with me. In the past 62 years, I rarely spent the night in the center of Paris, and no lady would linger in the bright lights of the Eiffel Tower. The tranquility of Neuilly-sur-Seine is the hidden temple where we, the descendants of wealthy families, should live for a long time. But since I was 62 years old and met Barnier, I no longer returned to Neuilly often. I stayed overnight at the Ritz Hotel, where I received my friends, and talked with them about history, literature, and art. This was the first time in more than half a century that I was taken seriously, and the first time I was able to chat and laugh with a celebrity in the broad sense. I was so excited that I could do this for a week without getting tired of it, even if we were just sitting in the living room chatting. In return, I would take out some so-called treasures that were no longer valuable to me from my L'Oreal vault and share them with them. What treasures? For example, the Yves Saint Laurent cosmetics that you can see in every department store. It is a brand under L'Oreal, and I helped Yves establish a beauty line. That was in 196. I remember it was 1962 when he started to operate his own brand, and this was the industry he wanted to expand the most. Making cosmetics requires money, factories, assembly lines, sales channels, and each link is astronomical. When I met him, he was worried about the lack of successors to the brand. I asked him, "How much do you need?" He leaned over to my ear and whispered a number. I deliberately curled my lips, looked at Barnier who was standing beside me, and said, "If the amount is particularly huge, I may not be able to afford it. But fortunately, the money our friend needs is still within my means." I will never forget the expression on his face at that time. It was like Van Gogh's ecstasy when he knew that he didn't have to die alone in poverty. At that moment, I truly felt the great power of money and the happiness behind this power. A figure who is praised by thousands of people outside and is destined to be recorded in the history of the fashion industry and even the history of France, was so happy that he forgot everything because of a word from me. That day, he, who was always addicted to alcohol and drugs, was sober for the whole night for the first time. I know that's because the sense of fulfillment I brought him made him more ecstatic than any hallucinogenic substance. I drank a few more glasses myself, and I was very happy too. When he was drunk, Barnier pulled me aside and pointed at Yves Saint Laurent, who was sitting on the balcony of the suite, hugging his knees, looking up at the moon, and said, "Madam, look, this is the experience I told you about. The meaning of wealth lies in experience." Is this Barnier's great truth? Hearing this, Hanyi couldn't help but feel a little depressed and couldn't help but interrupt Barbara's narration. Only with experience can there be feedback, and only with feedback can there be meaning. This truth cannot be said to be wrong, but I feel it is very common. Few people work hard to make money for the sake of wealth itself. Wealth is originally a way for us to obtain other media of happiness. Perhaps only people like Madame Bettencourt, who are born with wealth and have so much wealth that it is not in her hands at all, will need such a reminder. No matter what others think, at least Hanyi, after his rebirth, is extremely familiar with the relationship between wealth, experience and feedback. His second life unfolds with this as the main theme. It is understandable that Mrs. Bettencourt, who does not have them, needs a Barnier to play a similar role. But if this is all the wisdom and enlightenment that Barnier can provide, then it is quite disappointing. This is his great truth, but it is not his only great truth, nor is it the great truth that made his wife give him 1.2 billion euros. Barbara observed and pondered the subtle changes in Hanyi's expression while narrating softly. He said to Mrs. Bettencourt, "Madam, the experience I'm talking about is not only the happiness you get when you spend money, but also the happiness that others get when you spend money. This happiness is too shallow. The experience I'm talking about is playing God. You who have absolute wealth have absolute freedom in this world, and by consuming your absolute wealth, you will sprinkle this absolute freedom on the world like water. Whether you realize it or not, the future French fashion history, the world's consumer market, girls' memories of youth, boys' first gifts, your words tonight have changed all the branches of this history, whether major or minor. You are the screenwriter of life, and the origin of history. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Life Never Imagined. Throughout history, the first thing we see is always the stars shining in the night sky. Philosophers, scientists, artists, writers, warriors, emperors, priests, and even politicians in parliament. People always talk about their outstanding character and great achievements, write books and biographies for them, and elaborate at length on their great contributions to the development of human civilization. Isn't this as it should be? I vaguely knew what kind of argument Barnier wanted to make, which made me quite confused, even deeply uneasy. I told him, heroic narratives are a prerequisite for any society to continue to progress. Worshipping heroes and encouraging ordinary people to become heroes can help a country and a civilization remain vibrant. What's wrong with that? Of course there is nothing wrong with heroic narratives, ma'am. But who can set a limit to heroism? I can say with great confidence that behind all great characters and adventures, there is money, and there is someone who controls money to support them. Without such a backer behind the scenes, no noble cause will succeed. His theory did not convince me, nor did it reassure me. On the contrary, it made me more hesitant and more panicked. Because, since I was born, the education system and value system I have been immersed in for decades have no place for money and wealth. They are always two elements that appear as negative images. I know what you are thinking, dear. Isn't your father the richest capitalist in this country? I admit this, but even my father did not place wealth in such a high position. As you know, he was a staunch fascist. In his opinion, centralized despotism, militarism, the forcible suppression of the opposition, the naturally formed social hierarchy, the subordination of personal interests to the interests of the country or race, and the strict control of society and economy are the attributes that a perfect society needs to possess. What is wealth? What are the rich? In a perfect fascist society, they are evil, intolerable, and harmful to human civilization. Just look at how Germany at that time treated the Jews as a symbol of wealth. Although I have never discussed this issue with him, I know that my father has lived with shame all his life. I felt that I was just a profit-seeking businessman and had not made any contribution to the ideal country in his mind. That's why he founded Lakago, and why he opened the door of the L'Oreal Group to provide refuge for those Nazis. I despise most of my father's ideas, but I have the same understanding of the nature of wealth as him. Maybe the starting point is different, but the final conclusion is not much different. Because no matter which school or doctrine, it is opposed to the unscrupulous harvest of wealth and capital expansion. Even capitalism, the purest conservative will not refute the view that money can corrupt people and money is the root of evil, which is almost unanimously recognized by all mankind. Because money does corrupt people, doesn't it? People can commit the most horrific crimes against each other for a negligible amount of wealth. As one of the few richest people in this country and even on this continent, until 1987, for 62 years, like my father, I also have a deep-rooted sense of guilt. I even feel that my sense of guilt should be much stronger than my father's. After all, no matter what, his wealth comes from struggle, while my wealth comes from inheritance. I have never heard anyone say that wealth is the top priority of the heroic narrative of human society. Shouldn't wealth be the biggest villain in the story? The suite at the Ritz Hotel that day was a very safe and comfortable environment for me. Everyone was drunk, singing and partying all night. There would be no written record of my conversation with Barnier. Even if it was circulated, it would not be accepted due to lack of evidence. So I poured all my doubts to Barnier. The reason why people demonize wealth is that it is the most powerful force since the birth of civilization, and nothing else can match it. Barnier answered my question like this: Mansa Musa, without his huge wealth, Timbuktu, located on the edge of the Sahara Desert, would never have become the cultural center of Islam. The Medici family, without these Florentine bankers who love art, where would Michelangelo create his works? In the wilderness? Without these generous tycoons, the Renaissance would never happen. Yes, forever. Even if the Medici family did not do this, there must be other families holding gold coins to open up a world for artists to freely express their creativity. I admit that what you said makes sense. Benevolent sponsors can help make our world a better place. I shook my head and refuted his point of view. But this does not make them the most important group of people in history, let alone the origin of history. You can cite the example of Florence or Venice. Perhaps these places have the situation of commercial aristocrats ruling the country, but this is by no means a widespread phenomenon in the world. Many cultures hate business and businessmen. They have almost no political power, let alone property, and even life and death are not controlled by themselves. That's because those who suppress them have more amazing wealth. Barnier argued almost without thinking. Business does not represent wealth, and businessmen do not represent wealth. Business transactions are just one of the ways people acquire wealth. War, politics, plunder, and theft are, in a broad sense, always that humans accumulate or lose wealth. I know the cultures you are talking about, and I certainly understand that in most places and most of the time in world history, merchants are not the most influential force. But have you ever thought about this question? In most places and most of the time in world history, merchants actually do not control the vast majority of society's wealth. I was stunned, because I had not considered the problem from this perspective. Wealth is wealth. Merchants are merchants, and the two are not symbiotic. Emperors, generals, warlords, and all kinds of rulers, people who can control immeasurable wealth, are usually them. Julius Caesar, in charge of a huge republic with an economic output of 25-30% of the world's total output at the time. But all he had was the title of consul for life. No, madam, he owns almost 1/5 of the country's wealth, at least 4 trillion francs according to today's currency value. Upper and Lower Egypt are his personal property, which is the basis for him to control half of the world. Isn't it his First Germania Legion and other soldiers loyal to him? What do you use to feed them? Just like your employees all over the world, without money in return, will they be loyal and dedicated for decades? As I said, war, politics, plunder, theft. In politics, of course, there is also taxation, which is just a means for humans to seize wealth, not the purpose. The killing and conquest of the army, in the final analysis, is for what? Can you tell me? Madam, I'm not a learned wise man, but I'm a survivor who tries my best. I don't have a lifespan of 3,000 years, but I can see the beginning of civilization. In the material world, human survival depends on resources, and the reason why settlements are formed is that this is the most effective way to obtain resources. A group of people can hunt more animals than one person, and can exchange what they need with each other. This is the beginning of human civilization. But the biggest problem with barter is that people can't always find two goods of equal value to exchange. 3 pieces of coarse cloth can only be exchanged for 1 sheep. Yes, you can also exchange 1 piece of coarse cloth for the skin of a sheep killed by your neighbor. But no matter what, in every barter transaction, one commodity will be worth more than the other, and these surpluses will become worthless in the transaction. The invention of money is to solve this problem. It can promote the exchange of one form of social power with other forms, make the worthless surplus valuable, and make society more complex, more integrated, and more diverse. You should understand by now that the wealth I'm talking about is not dollars, francs, or pounds. It is value, freedom, and power. It is a necessity for our pursuit of a good life and the cornerstone of human society. And currency, precious metals are also considered currency here, is a universal way to calculate the amount of wealth. So money is nothing, but it is a standard for measuring everything. All activities of human society, whether it is communication or conflict, revolve around the concept of wealth, which is composed of natural resources, human resources, and all other forms of resources. If you understand this, you will understand why I say that people like you who can control most of the wealth in society are the root of all civilization and history, because history is started and written by wealth. A person can be an emperor and a rich man at the same time, but wealth is always the most important point. Even if someone is very special and has no desire for resources at all, no primitive impulse for wealth accumulation, and his life's goals are so holy that there is no worldly influence, he must provide wealth to those in need around him in order to gain the support of the team and the help of the group, so as to continue to effectively advance his career. Even a person with a high status like the Pope is the same, isn't it? The influence of the Papal States, which controls the entire central Italy, is incomparable to that of the current Vatican, and this is the reason. So the entire human civilization is built on the basis of wealth. In other words, as long as there is a concept of society, those who can control and mobilize the majority of wealth will be the absolute protagonists of this drama. I murmured, summarizing Barnier's long speech. Not the protagonist, but the director. No, not even the director, but the producer. Even the director has to listen to you. I know this is good for me, but it doesn't sound like a world that most people will be satisfied with. Under the influence of alcohol, I vented the ideas that I had never expressed to anyone before. There is always a country, a system, an idea that can make most people the protagonists. No, producers, right? Human beings are so smart. I believe there will always be a way. This is the only way for us to progress. Letting wealth stay in the hands of a few old guys and relying on our will and likes and dislikes to promote social development will cause big problems. There is indeed a country that can do what you said. Barney nodded and said, a country we have not yet seen. I was surprised and asked him, Mr. Barnier, what do you mean? He didn't let me say that word. After all, with my identity, that should be my most taboo word. He looked at me and smiled. Madam, I repeatedly emphasized that I know I'm a small and ordinary character, but I also spent my 1960s in Paris by actively participating in sub-activities. After saying this, I knew what he wanted to express. That is the only feasible way, but it is not a task we can accomplish in a short time. Barney sighed, and the breath was so heavy that my heart sank. If you want everyone to be the master of their own lives, you must let everyone get everything they need and want. I have no doubt that this will be realized at some point in the future. After all, you see, 400,000 years ago we needed the efforts of all mankind to produce a small flame, and now, I alone can light it for you. He pulled a lighter from his pocket, put a cigarette in my mouth, and continued, I have an unshakable and supreme faith in our human race. As a species, we will always see that day coming. But as individuals, you, me, and the descendants who can remember us, unfortunately, will not be able to see it with our own eyes. We still live in this reality, and there are still only a few people who can become the makers of history. There are still only a few people who have the ability to change everything. Wow. Harney finally sighed, after listening to Barbara quietly. His impression of Barnier has also changed a lot. He didn't expect that this cynic who has been chasing fame and fortune all his life actually firmly adheres to the most romantic doctrine in human history. No, maybe he doesn't necessarily adhere to it firmly. After all, in his later life, he rarely showed a similar brilliance, but through this conversation, Harney knew that he had at least a scale in his heart. He never expected that this activist who had been hanging around in social circles since he was 16 and had never received higher education had such unique and profound insights into the nature of human society. However, perhaps this is precisely the advantage of Francois Mary Barnier when he thinks deeply. The less so-called orthodox theories you have in your mind, the more you can simplify things and get to the point. Yeah. Barbara put her index finger on her temple and smiled. I have had a lot of stereotypes about the upper class since I was a child. You know, basically most of the children of my age who grew up under the nourishment of pop culture in the 2000s have similar views on the world. Good and bad, justice and evil, have long had their own fixed role images. So when Madame told me about her conversation with Barnier, I was also deeply moved. This is a key reason why I can still clearly remember this conversation that has nothing to do with me after so many years. I will turn it out from time to time and savor it carefully. It can be said that Madame has played an irreplaceable role in promoting my career not only on the spiritual level, she also taught me a very valuable lesson at the age of 17. Career. I think, even if I don't say it, you should have guessed the end of the story. We are about to reach the end of the story. You have been mentioning this, the role of producer. Mr. Barnier, in your mind, how do people like me become producers? Through redistribution. You mean, donations? No, ma'am. People usually ask the wealthy to pay more taxes, or donate more money, to assume more social obligations. It's as if you don't pay taxes or donate, you won't contribute to this society. I'm not a radical, ma'am. My liberal tendencies are based on a deep understanding of the rules of how the world works. You are redistributing wealth all the time. Every car you buy, every yacht, every private plane, every butler you hire, every dinner you want. In short, every consumption, every time you take money out of your pocket, is redistributing wealth. You give others the opportunity to have more wealth, thereby giving them more social power and a stronger ability to change history. I didn't know that the comfit duck I swallowed could play such a big role. I was joking. That's because you don't pay attention to the world around you. Imagine that we are having dinner at Jamin's restaurant tonight, and the waiter who serves us is called Victor. If Victor is an opera singer who wants to make a name for himself in Paris, but lives in poverty and has to work in a restaurant to make a living, the 10% service charge on the bill can help him stay in Paris for another week. Maybe that week, Victor can get a contract as a resident actor and become the next rising star in the French opera world. Think about it again. Isn't it the same with the promise you just made to Mr. Yves Saint Laurent? With just one sentence, his brand can be sold across the ocean and placed on the shelves of tens of thousands of department stores in the form of perfumes and cosmetics. Each of us is writing our own history in this way, and at the same time changing the history of others. It's just that ordinary people have less wealth and less social power, so the history they write is rarely reviewed, and it is extremely difficult to influence the historical trajectory of others. And you, the owner of a 40 billion fashion empire, can change a person's fate forever with just a casual compliment or even a look that lasts only a few seconds, whether you know it or not. This is what I call a producer, ma'am. No matter how powerful a producer in Hollywood is, he is not even 1/1,000,000th as powerful as you. This is your wealth, the most powerful ability it brings to you. Playing God and redefining God. Sitting on the blood-red sofa in the lobby on the 4th floor of Negresco, Mrs. Betancourt finished her story calmly and elegantly. Dear Barbara, what do you think of what Barnier said? His words are too bold. Playing God. How could the 17-year-old Barbara have any unforgettable experience and understanding of wealth? She thought hard and threw out such an answer. I think he should want to use this method to trick you into taking on the so-called producer role, sponsoring him, and making him worry-free. He sounds like a liar, right? My personal opinion. Then do you think it is possible for the liar to tell the truth if it is beneficial to their scam? Barbara thought for a moment and said, if they can benefit from it, it doesn't matter, even if they tell the truth. What the liar wants most is not to deceive others, but what they can get after deceiving others. So, if telling the truth can achieve their goal, the liar will become honest. You are indeed a smart girl. I like you so much. Madame Betancourt clapped her hands and laughed. I know that Barnier is a slick little clever ghost, unlike you. If you are a straightforward and lovely puppy, then he is a wild fox who deliberately hurts himself and pretends to be pitiful in front of me. I have lived for more than 60 years and have seen all kinds of characters. Mr. Barnier is actually not smart at all. He is just clever, not smart. He thought he could really deceive Dali, Noels or people like me, and he was proud and complacent about it. What is the truth? Barbara asked impatiently. The truth is that Alan, whose throat was about to smoke from translating, stopped hesitantly again. Under the cold and oppressive gaze of the lady, he swallowed his saliva and continued to convey her meaning. I gave him money, a lot of money, but that was not a reward, nor an investment, nor a gift. It was just me lending him a shell to do something I have always wanted to do and to enjoy the happiness that I realized I could enjoy after he inspired me. Borrow his shell. Some things are not convenient for me to do myself, and of course it is not convenient to tell you. At this point, Mrs. Betancourt blinked at Barbara childishly. I understand, madam. Barbara only understood half of it, but nodded in an unusually serious manner. Do you really understand? Barbara hesitated to speak, and after a few seconds, she touched the back of her head and laughed embarrassedly. Maybe I need to learn for a while. Do you want to learn? Mrs. Betancourt climbed up her neck with both hands and untied the orange scarf that had been bulging on top of her coat in a few seconds. Yes. Barbara didn't know what the other party wanted to offer her, but she knew very well that this was an invitation she didn't want to miss. Then learn by doing. Mrs. Betancourt refused Alan's help, stood up by herself, walked tremblingly to Barbara across the tea table, leaned down, and wrapped her in a scarf. I know you are still depressed about this terrible vacation, but don't mind it too much, dear Barbara. Your vacation has just begun. So, next, you became the global spokesperson for L'Oreal. I became the global spokesperson in 2012, 2 years, no, 1.5 years later. Barbara shook her head and smiled. At first, it was Kiehl's, Schumacher and Maybelline, then Giorgio Armani Beauty, Ralph Lauren Perfumes, Valentino Beauty and Yves Saint Laurent Beauty. Starting in the first half of 2011, I almost took advertisements for all brands under the L'Oreal group, and they were all the kind of global large-scale advertising. Flagship stores, billboards, airports, you can see my face everywhere. Even the agent at IMG was wondering if I was chosen by one of the two heirs of the Mears family, but this speculation soon disappeared. Because in the first half of 2012, I became the global spokesperson for L'Oreal. L'Oreal is usually very picky about the selection of their spokesperson dream team. There are very few models. Basically, they are artists, actors, and female social activists, such as Eva Longoria, Aishwarya Rai, Helen Mirren. These female pioneers have already achieved success in their respective fields. I'm the only active model who can become the global spokesperson of L'Oreal without any other halo. And I was not even 19 years old at that time. Nowhere could help me get this endorsement contract in 2012. Since then, my career has become smooth sailing. It doesn't matter if I don't go to Fashion Week for 2 or 3 years. The covers of fashion magazines and advertising endorsements of other brands will only come in an endless stream like pieces of paper. Did you meet Mrs. Betancourt later? Never again, but we exchanged a few letters, sent 2 or 3 emails, and even called once. But the phone is too difficult for us. There must be someone to translate in the middle, so text is still simpler. Why do you think she would help someone who she only met once? What's your answer? Barbara threw the question back. I think she is also using you as a shell. Using me as a shell. For what? To experience another life. Han Yi stroked his chin. She wasted 62 years, and her youth will never be reversed in the rest of her life. So she used her wealth to rewrite your life story according to Barnier's theory, and experienced this colorful and layered satisfaction as a producer. Am I right? I don't know if you are right, because madam never told me why she did this. Barbara curled up, hugged her knees with her left hand, and the other hand still tightly grasped the mobile phone, staring at the screen, puffing her cheeks. What's your guess? It's the same as yours. She is the producer of life, the life of others. Producer, director, actor, Trinity. Her wealth has become meaningful and has life. She can use her wealth to take root, multiply, and be reborn in every place and every person she can see. She blended me into her universe, and I accepted her invitation with great gratitude. Blended into her universe. Han Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and chewed on Barbara's words. Not long after, he smiled brightly at the Hungarian girl on the screen again. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you this time. For what reason? Barbara wrinkled her nose and spoke smartly. Help me solve the problem of whether to buy this yacht. Oh, really? What's your decision? I will buy it, Han Yi said firmly. And some other things. I will use them as keys to open up many lives that I have never imagined. Chapter 272, a monument of wealth that you look up to. The story Barbara told him solved 2 mysteries that had been lingering in Han Yi's mind. First, how could Barbara Pavin, who had no background at all, have such a smooth and successful career? Starting from Lisa Fonsa Griffiths, who was born in 1911 and is widely regarded as the first supermodel in the fashion industry. This title has been passed down for 8 generations. Dovila and Cissy Parker, who led the aesthetic trend in the 1950s. Twiggy, who created the modern female aesthetic standard in the 1960s. Beverly Johnson, who dominated the 1970s and appeared in 500 Fashion Week shows. Cindy Crawford, who brought the wave of sports and fitness to the catwalk in the 1980s. Naomi Campbell, who broke racial barriers in the 1990s, and Kate Moss, who made the size 0 body sweep the entire industry, and then to Gisele Bündchen, the goat of the modeling industry in the 2000s, Gemma Ward, who popularized the baby-faced aesthetic, and Adriana Lima, the representative of Victoria's Secret style. Currently active on the stage is the increasingly fierce duel of the 2010s, Traditional supermodels represented by Laura Stone, John Smalls, and Carly Kloss are against Instagram supermodels represented by Kendall Jenner, Gigi Hadid, and Bella Hadid. As for Barbara Palvin, a model with a high social media following and a body that doesn't quite fit the designer's requirements, but who has been discovered by a scout and has worked her way up step by step to where she is today, she is a unique case that is somewhere in between. Very few models can combine popularity, reputation, and professionalism like Barbara Palvin. At only 23 years old, her career has already reached astonishing heights. From magazine covers to advertising blockbusters to the red carpet of Cannes, her name is mentioned together with the biggest brands and leaders in the fashion industry. On Instagram, she has more followers than the entire population of Hungary. In the past few years, she has grown from a successful supermodel to an entity that is bigger than herself, a true fashion icon. 6 years after her debut, no one can count how many halos Barbara has been wearing. In 2016, Sports Illustrated's Newcomer of the Year, Glamour Magazine's Woman of the Year Award, and Maxim Magazine's 4th place in the world's 100 sexiest women. Barbara seems to have entered a new stage of her career before she even reaches the age of 30. Even though she hasn't appeared on the stage of Fashion Week for 2 years, big brands still flock to her. No one will regard her absence from the catwalk as a thing of the past, because Barbara Palvin has already been active in the audience seats of Paris, Milan and New York. Starting from a young and timid junior high school girl in Budapest, Barbara Palvin's climbing road is more dreamy and beautiful than a fairy tale. And all this is because of an opportunity and a breakthrough. L'Oreal's global spokesperson. There is no doubt that this is the most solid support for Barbara Palvin to emerge in the fashion circle and then dominate the world. Just like successful singers have a champion single and successful actors have a hit movie, models want to be reborn, transform into household names, and become the synonym for the general public to describe a person's flawlessness. They must also have impressive and unforgettable masterpieces. It can be a TV commercial, a flat photo, or a magazine cover. As long as the film is stunning enough, the notice is important enough, and the organization is authoritative enough. For Cindy Crawford, the moment that forever freezes in history is the 63rd Academy Awards in 1991. The deep red Versace dress she wore had a profound impact on the fashion of the 1990s. All Versace red ready-to-wear clothes, whether they were skirts or not, saw a surge in sales, and major brands followed suit and launched their own different red dress series. For a while, red dresses became the best partner to show off women's charm. This dress is widely regarded as the most beautiful red carpet look in history, and one of the 10 most unforgettable moments on the Oscars red carpet. Cindy Crawford, a non-professional actor who only starred in 2 box office poisons, has thus remained in the brilliant memory of Hollywood forever with Elizabeth Hurley, Audrey Hepburn and Julia Roberts. That year, Cindy Crawford had been in the industry for 6 years and was 25 years old. For Kate Moss, her masterpiece is the set of underwear photos taken for Calvin Klein in 1996. The skinny girl made the term heroin chic popular. The ad was so influential in pop culture that the then President of the United States had to speak out against Calvin Klein, Kate Moss and the addict aesthetic they represented. Even so, Kate Moss and the aesthetic standards she set have deeply influenced the global fashion circle to this day. That year, Kate Moss was 22 years old, 8 years after her debut. For Adriana Lima, her peak moment was closely related to Victoria's Secret in the Super Bowl, 2 seemingly unrelated brands. In 2008, Lima's solo Victoria's Secret halftime ad at the 42nd Super Bowl became the highest rated ad of the Super Bowl, with 103.7 million viewers. In February 2012, Lima became the only celebrity to appear in 2 ads at the same Super Bowl event. She starred in the 46th Super Bowl commercial for online flower service Teleflora and Kia Motors, which attracted more than 200 million viewers. In 2008, Adriana Lima, who had been in the industry for 11 years, was 27 years old. In 2012, she was already in her 30s. The career development trajectories of the 3 combined and calculated as an average are probably the length of time that supermodels need to concentrate on training before they can stand out. Note that we are talking about real supermodels, the real chosen ones. Among 100 ordinary people, only one has the appearance conditions suitable for modeling. Among 100 models, only one can survive in the circle and make it a long-term career. And among every 10,000 professional players, if one can achieve 80% of the results of the above three, it is already a miracle in the modeling industry. And Barbara Palvin did this at the age of 18. Yes, although she has not been in the industry for long enough and has not accumulated as many data and awards as the three supermodels mentioned above, the honor of being the global spokesperson of L'Oreal is far more valuable than the so-called CK photo, Super Bowl commercial and Oscar red carpet look. What a behemoth L'Oreal Group is. The world's 6th largest luxury group. Market value of 102.53 billion euros in 2016. Ranked 378th in the Fortune Global 500. Annual net profit of $3.437 billion US. As a multinational group founded 107 years ago and focusing only on the cosmetics field, L'Oreal can almost be said to be at the monopoly level. The relationship between it and the second-ranked Estée Lauder Group is like that between Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola. Some people may think that the latter's carbonated drinks taste better, but the market share gap of nearly double is an ironclad fact that cannot be ignored. Maybelline, Biotherm, Helena Rubinstein, Kiehl's, Lancome, Schumacher, and the beauty lines of Yves Saint Laurent, Armani, Valentino, and Ralph Lauren are all cash cows and L'Oreal. It can be said that most of the products that women put on their faces from birth to death are related to this group. And L'Oréal Paris is the first and most core brand of the L'Oréal Group. In terms of brand tone, within the group, L'Oréal Paris is not as good as luxury cosmetics such as Lancome, Yves Saint Laurent and Armani. It is in the same class as Maybelline, which is a so-called mass consumer product level, but the more popular the product, the higher the sales and the greater the influence. The sales and net profit of all the luxury brands under L'Oréal are tied with L'Oréal Paris and Maybelline. Just like La Perla's underwear is more advanced and exquisite than Victoria's Secret, but no one thinks that La Perla's endorsement contract is more important than the Victoria's Secret Angel contract. The same reasoning applies to the beauty field. Therefore, it is natural that L'Oréal Paris's spokesperson Lineup is the strongest among all the brands under the group. So strong that L'Oréal officially calls L'Oréal Paris's global ambassador team the Dream Team. To give a recent example, Kendall Jenner, who debuted as a model at the age of 13, has 290 million followers on Instagram alone. In 2017, she became the top earner of Forbes' supermodel rankings, surpassing Gisele Bündchen, who had been at the top of the list for 14 consecutive years. In terms of commercial appeal alone, she has almost no rivals in the modeling industry except for her good friends, the Hadid sisters. But even so, it was not until July 2023 that she won the favor of L'Oreal and got the contract as a global ambassador. At this time, 14 years have passed since her first modeling job. In comparison, Barbara Palvin's achievements seem even more amazing. At the age of 18, she could only speak English hesitantly, had not yet figured out social media, and was born in Hungary, a non-traditional fashion powerhouse. She had no roots in the industry and only stumbled into the backstage of Fashion Week in the second half of 2010. How could such a complete newcomer turn from a sparrow into a phoenix and soar into the sky in a year and a half? Since coming into close contact with Barbara, Han Yi, who has been paying close attention to her career development, has been wondering about this. Goat Gisele Bündchen had to wait until she was 20 to appear on the cover of Vogue, and she had to appear on the cover of Vogue in 37 regions in a row to reach the popularity of 18-year-old Barbara Palvin. Think about it, being the global ambassador of L'Oréal Paris means that Barbara Palvin's portrait will be hung in stores in the core commercial areas of more than 150 countries, and it will be hung for 4 years. This is not a pie in the sky, it is God chasing after her to feed her a full banquet. Can such a good thing happen? Today, he finally knew the answer to the question. An unexpected encounter on the Côte d'Azur made Barbara Palvin the most enviable lucky person in the fashion industry in the past 20 years. She became one of the many incarnations of Madame Bettencourt, or one of the many scripts that Madame Bettencourt prepared for the world. The 88-year-old grandmother pointed casually, and the fashion industry had a legend of tomorrow that people talked about with relish. Such extreme power. This power also revealed the answer to Han Yi's second question. How to spend money to continuously get the maximum emotional feedback. Han Yi is not a person who has a strong demand for material life. Moreover, even the most thorough materialists can only get a limited amount of happiness and satisfaction from pure consumption. This limit is determined by two factors. One is quantity and the other is interest. Quantity is easy to understand, and the marginal effect is a theory without exception. When consuming a certain item, the initial stimulation must be the greatest, and the degree of satisfaction is the highest. When the same item is consumed continuously, that is, the same stimulation is repeated, the psychological excitement or satisfaction of people will inevitably decrease. Sports cars, mansions, private jets, yachts, in the final analysis, these things all belong to the same category, toys of the rich. If you need to drive on the road, you don't need a $1 million Ferrari retro sports car. A $5,000 second-hand Toyota Camry is enough. If you need to rest when you are sleepy, you can rent a one-bedroom apartment for a few $100s and fall asleep. To go from this city to another, Northwest Airlines tickets can sometimes even be bought for $1. As for going out to sea, if you are not a fisherman, what is the need to go out to sea? These luxury items are to improve the comfort of human activities as much as possible, so that they can be transformed from being only necessary to being entertaining. Once you understand this principle, it becomes increasingly difficult for Han Yi to get positive emotional feedback from simple shopping consumption. He has driven a top sports car worth nearly $1 million, and the road conditions in Los Angeles made him want to vomit. He has lived in a mountaintop mansion worth $40 million. It has been almost a year since he got it, and he has only used the infinity pool a few times. The bed in the master bedroom is the most commonly used. Private jets. It is quite novel to have a big bed at an altitude of 10,000 feet, but this cannot make the more than 10 hours of transoceanic voyage and the jet lag that comes with it easy and pleasant. As for interests, it is easier to understand. No one will be excited about owning something they are not interested in, even if the thing is priceless. Don't believe it? Ask yourself, if someone gave you a mummy and told you that it could be auctioned for a high price of $100 million, would you be happy? Of course you would, but your happiness is only related to the amount of money it can turn into. If a restriction is added to this mummy, stipulating that the owner can never use it to exchange for wealth in any form, and even putting it at home for exhibition and selling tickets, then there are probably only a handful of people in the world who are willing to accept this gift. Now, replace the mummy with doubts and croix, and think about it again. This is the dilemma Han Yi faced after seeing the TV at the Monaco Yacht Show. Both quantity and interest are at a low point. On the one hand, the recent shopping frequency is too high, and the Manhattan penthouse, Lisbon seaside mansion and Gulfstream G650 have come one after another, which has exhausted Han Yi's novelty for top luxury goods. On the other hand, he is afraid of water, and he feels a little dizzy when the waves are a little big. He simply can't love this 100-meter long sea toy. For ordinary people, this dilemma can no longer be described as hypocritical. It is an understatement to say that they are full and bored. Who would feel distressed because they don't want to spend $90 million to buy a yacht? But for Han Yi, who has a special gift, this is really a problem that can make people scratch their heads. He must spend this money to continue to advance his truly passionate career. According to the progress in the memorandum, the money from the Carlyle Group cannot be obtained for the time being. Buying things for Zaoru, Yaozan and Maddie will certainly have a high feedback multiple, but in the current state, it is impossible to buy them many expensive things. It is already a mess, and if I continue to spend money, I really can't explain it. As for other consumer goods, Han Yi has also thought about it, such as paintings and cultural relics. In fact, he has arranged a trip to London in a few days. The Frieze Art Fair held in early October every year has many artworks on display, and Christie's and Sotheby's will also hold auctions during the fair. Go and see if there are any exciting collections first, and then leave for home. Anyway, I have asked for a week's leave for the professor at the University of Southern California. This is Han Yi's idea. Any opportunity to spend money, he will not miss it now. But Han Yi can't put all his hopes on art collection. After all, there are only a few real masterpieces every year. The work with the highest auction price so far in 2016 is a work from Claude Monet's Haystacks series in 1891, which was sold at Christie's New York auction house for $81,474 million. Yes, this is another problem with art collection. Most works cannot be sold at the price of TV numbers. Francis Bacon's two self-portrait studies were sold for $34.97 million. Edvard Munch's Girl on the Bridge was sold for $54.4875 million, and Picasso's Assis Woman, which was also sold this year, was only sold for $61.6756 million. Almost, this word sounds like it deserves a beating, but it is indeed Han Yi's true thoughts. After all, there is a diminishing marginal effect in art collection. The first collection can have a good return rate, but it does not mean that the subsequent collections will have a good return rate. Therefore, yachts are a category that he absolutely cannot miss. Even if you don't like it, you have to bite the bullet to make yourself like it. If there is no positive feedback, rack your brains to find positive feedback. The anecdote that Barbara mentioned inadvertently when she accompanied him to visit Nice from a distance just solved this thorny problem for him. According to Francois Mary Barnier's theory, you don't need to like what you buy, you just need to understand and appreciate the freedom, will, power, and influence on the course of history that you have demonstrated in this consumption. According to Barnier, although everyone has free will, not everyone has the ability to turn free will into reality. In the real world without magic, those who have this ability are the most powerful wizards. Every consumption can actively or passively change the fate of others, ranging from one or two people to tens of thousands of people. Every consumption is a process of wealth redistribution. Every consumption can benefit society and promote the progress of human civilization. Han Yi likes this theory very much because it not only conforms to his actual situation, but also makes him, who loves history, feel extremely excited. Having vast wealth with no visible margins means that he can rewrite the vast history with no visible margins. By buying the penthouse at 157, he could make Ryan sell into fortune and even boost the confidence of the luxury real estate industry in New York City. These are not his own words, but the evaluation of the transaction by Heather Senison, a real estate market online columnist for the New York Times. By buying the private jet from Morgan Chase, he became the owner of the first G650 in history. By buying TV, he will undoubtedly become a guest of honor of the Televisa Group, rewrite the history of Latin music with the Azcárraga family, and most likely refresh the transaction record of the luxury yacht market in 2016. Han Yi always wanted to be Paul Getty, but he could not find a way to become Paul Getty. Now, this path is in front of him. Continue to do influential things of historical significance, anything. After accumulating bit by bit, one day, he will become a monument of wealth that is more admired than Paul Getty. After sorting out this idea, Han Yi, who suddenly became enlightened, offered a price to Chris Callahan, who greeted him after returning to TV in Nice. "I was away on my birthday yesterday. Sorry everyone, I will write more tomorrow to make up for it." Chapter 273 Helicopter Tour. 90 million. Only 2 million euros less than Moran Yacht and Ship's asking price. Although it was necessary to fax the negotiation letter drafted by Antoine Gachet for Han Yi to Mexico City, thousands of miles away, for Azcárraga to review. The moment Han Yi told him his price, Chris Callahan knew that, as long as the Chinese tycoon's capital chain was not a problem, the deal would be done. 90 million euros. The way yacht brokers make money is very simple, that is, to collect commissions after the transaction is completed. Generally speaking, the standard commission rate for yacht transactions is MIBOR's floating ratio. The commission rate for the first 10 million euros is 10%, the second 10 million euros is 5%, and the commission rate for the next 10 million euros is uniformly reduced to 2.5%. Therefore, Chris Callahan can bring 3.25 million euros to the company for this TV order. Except for the broker's food and accommodation expenses in Monaco and the round-trip commercial flight tickets, it is almost all net profit. no assets to operate, or relying on a mouth to thread the needle. This is the fatal charm of the brokerage industry. According to industry management, the commission will be paid by the buyer and the seller in a 60/40 ratio. That is, Han Yi pays 1.95 million euros and Ascaraga Jane pays 1.3 million euros. Therefore, Han Yi did not just make a counter offer, but also included the commission in the total price. Including the commission, 91.95 million euros is almost the same as the special price of the TV yacht show. The Ascaraga family has no reason to refuse. Han Yi gave Ascaraga Jane a very templated 48 hours to reply. But after returning to land, Han Yi, who was resting in the hotel, had just finished lunch when he received the news that Mexico City nodded in agreement. It was only 4 hours after he opened the offer. The bargaining letter was accepted, and then the two parties faced a 2-week trial and ship inspection time. The trial here does not mean that Han Yi has to drift on the sea for 14 days. A professional team with a maritime surveyor certificate will complete this work for him. Trained and certified marine surveyors are the ones who know best how to assess the safety and seaworthiness of a ship, identify potential problems, report findings, and provide suggestions for repairs or improvements. In other words, any buyer should sign his name on the ship purchase contract after the surveyor nods. The sources of surveyor certificates are varied. Not only Lloyd's Register offers such courses and exams, but there are 6 or 7 large organizations in the United States alone that are vying to do this business. The American Ship and Yacht Council, the National Association of Marine Surveyors, the Association of Certified Marine Surveyors, the International Marine Survey Institute, and even the American Association of Appraisers have joined in the fun. It is precisely because of the fierce competition that candidates can get a certificate for as much as $5,000 or as little as $500, and there is basically no possibility of being rejected. How can you make money if the pass rate is not high? The loose assessment standards have directly led to the uneven quality of the marine surveyor market. In addition to relying on recommendations from brokerage agencies familiar with the industry, there is no good way to avoid risks. Moran Yacht and Ship provided Han Yi with a total of 85 surveying agencies and thoughtfully circled out 20 high-quality partners that they often cooperated with, of course deliberately avoiding those surveyors who only had offices in the United States. The remaining quarter was in the UK, a quarter was in the Mediterranean coastal cities of Italy, France, and Spain, a quarter was in the 3 North Sea countries of Belgium, the Netherlands and Germany, and the other quarter was in Turkey, especially concentrated in Istanbul. Finally, based on the principle of proximity, Han Yi selected a company called Pierrot Brothers from the 5 Mediterranean surveying agencies. This company is located in Mirabello Port in La Spezia and has the most professional ship inspection team in Italy. It is good at supervising the progress of new ship construction, inspecting the status of ship transactions, and managing modification projects. Han Yi originally wanted to knock down some soft furnishings on the yacht, such as the master bedroom, and redo it, and Pierrot Brothers could provide him with technical consulting services in this regard. An excellent surveyor can basically be said to be worth his weight in gold, because most of their quotations for inspecting yachts are higher than $500 a foot. The TV, produced by Lursen Shipyard, which Han Yi is about to buy, has a hull length of 78.5 meters, which is 258 feet in British system. In other words, the ship condition inspection, before signing the contract alone will cost him $129,000. It is higher than the price of a brand new Porsche 911 in North America. Before he actually got the yacht, Han Yi had already experienced the true face of this toy-eating gold beast. The Pierrot brothers have a good business. With 30 years of experience in the industry, they have accumulated a large number of long-term and stable partners. In addition to luxury yachts, the company's most profitable business is actually the safety inspection of commercial ships, emergency services for ship failures along the Mediterranean coast, and routine inspections before insurance companies issue insurance policies. Although the price of these services is not as high as yacht inspections, they are in high demand and easy work. When Kevin Callahan called the Pierrot brothers and asked them to send a team to Monaco, the company actually had no free surveyors. But everything in the world has a price tag. If you find any goods and services that are in short supply, it only means that your bid is not high enough. This principle also applies to the field of yacht inspection. After hearing the technical parameters of TV and calculating the profit that can be obtained from this order, the Pirro brothers agreed without hesitation and immediately called Stefano Pisano, the surveyor assigned to Binetti's Livorno shipyard, and asked him to pack up and rush to Monaco the next day. Pisano's job was to follow up on the finishing work of the super yacht Seasons, which was commissioned by American real estate tycoon Charles Cohen to Binetti and was to be delivered in 2017. However, there was still a month before the next sea trial. Stefano Pisano could have completed the inspection of TV first and then returned to complete the task originally entrusted to him. On the afternoon of September 29th, Harney was on the rooftop terrace of the Monte Carlo Hotel in Paris and saw Stefano Pisano and his two assistants driving 358 kilometers from Livorno to Monaco in 4 hours and 24 minutes along the E80 highway. The stunned Chinese tycoon had a newer and more comprehensive understanding of the power of money. Money not only makes the devil work, but also makes Europeans become more diligent. Normally, a comprehensive inspection of a yacht under 50 feet takes 8 hours, which is a whole working day. Large yachts over 50 feet take 2 to 3 working days to complete. As for the 258-foot super big guy like TV, Stefano Pisano gave a deadline of 5 working days to complete the task. Starting from Friday, September 1930, if the weekend is also worked continuously, the final report will not be issued until October 4th, which also includes a 120-minute sea trial. In the ship report, the surveyor is only responsible for listing the problems they found and the actual technical parameters that the ship can achieve in its current state, and will not give purchase recommendations. Therefore, after getting this report, Harney needs to consider for himself whether this boat is suitable for him. At that time, there are 3 options before him. 1. Pass the inspection and continue to promote the acquisition. 2. Acceptance with conditions and reduce the offer according to the actual situation. 3. Withdraw the offer and terminate the transaction. If there are no major problems in the inspection report, the yacht will usually be accepted by the buyer. Once the acceptance commitment is made, it means that Harney is ready to complete the transaction and receive the boat as it is. At this time, the buyer needs to pay a 10% deposit to continue the process, and this deposit is non-refundable. If the overall progress of the investigation is smooth, but some unexpected situations are still found, the buyer can also choose to accept the boat conditionally. Note that the unexpected situations referred to here are not the categories that can be solved during routine maintenance, but those technical problems that will hinder the normal operation of the ship. If this happens, the buyer can adjust the offer price according to the surveyor's advice, or ask the seller to bear the repair costs. The transaction will only proceed after the seller agrees to all the conditions set by the buyer. As for the overall rejection, it naturally happens when the inspection report has a very bad rating. If the problems found and the potential repair costs are beyond the buyer's tolerance, the buyer can refuse to accept the ship, and all the deposits paid must be fully refunded. Although this result is not ideal, it is better than buying a rotten ship that will have fatal problems in the future. Therefore, Harney and his trading counterpart as Carragher Jane must wait patiently for 5 days before they can proceed to the next stage of consultation. It just so happens that Harney is not in a hurry to return to the United States for a while. After all, he still has to participate in the Frieze Art Fair and Frieze Masters exhibition held around Regent's Park in London from October 6th to October 9th. What about the Masters program at USC? Departing on September 28th and returning on October 9th, it seems that he has been in Europe for 12 days, but if you count the 2 weekends and put aside the 2 Fridays where he deliberately did not arrange classes, Harney actually needs to go to class for only 6 days. In each semester, for each course, there are basically 2 opportunities for absences that will not be counted towards the attendance score. Even if you exceed this number of times, the professor will not pursue it too much if there is a legitimate reason, such as illness or emergency matters. Compared with the master's programs in other tough colleges, such as the School of Architecture and the School of Engineering. The master's program in arts management at the Price School of Public Policy is already very easy. There are basically no in-class tests, and the midterms and finals are basically in the form of papers. Han Yi's flying around the world has little impact on his final GPA. Besides, even if it has an impact, what can it do? Can he get himself fired from the company because of a low GPA? This graduate degree was originally just to make up for the regrets of his previous life. Han Yi would never let school courses hinder him from doing his business. What business? Of course, it means spending money. On September 30th, the father and son Callaghan of Moran Yacht and Ship stayed to draft the agreement documents and assist Stefano Pisano in completing the inspection report. Han Yi, who had arranged the preliminary preparations, took his asset manager Antoine Gatchet and private bodyguard Fiamu Dervisi, got on a Mercedes-Benz V-Class business car, rushed back to Nice Côte d'Azur International Airport, and boarded the Augusta Westland OR-109 helicopter prepared by the JetLinks itinerary team for them to Lugano Airport in Switzerland. Why use a helicopter? Because the place Han Yi wanted to go was too close to Nice. So no commercial airline would fly such an ultra-short route, and it would be too wasteful to let Han Yi's own Gulfstream G650 fly such a short distance. From Turkey after landing, it takes less than half an hour in total, so there is no need to use a big guy. Han Yi's original idea was to take a train directly from Monaco and experience the high-speed railway in Europe. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is harsh. When planning the itinerary the night before, he learned from Antoine Gatchet that it would take at least 7 hours and 3 trains to get from Monaco to that city. First, take the French National Railway number 86083 train, which takes 45 minutes to reach Ventimiglia on the French-Italian border, and then transfer to the Italian train company's intercity number 35147 train, which takes 4 hours to reach Milan Central Station, and then transfer from the Central Station and walk north for 55 minutes to reach the destination 400 kilometers, 7 hours. This high-speed rail, whoever takes it is stupid. After thinking about it, helicopter charter became the most convenient and effective way to travel. Although not as fast as a private plane, the helicopter can also ensure that Han Yi and his party arrive at Lugano Airport within 90 minutes, with a total cost of €14,740. It is a sky-high price for ordinary tourists, but for Han Yi, it is less than 1/10 of the cost of yacht inspection. More importantly, Han Yi, who was racking his brains to find ways to spend money, to make money, also wanted to experience the fun of helicopters through this trip to see if it could arouse his desire to consume. After all, the helicopter pad on TV was still vacant. Finally, at 10:37 AM on September 30th, 2016, Han Yi successfully boarded the OR-109 contacted by JetLinks and leased by Helifly and started his first helicopter trip in his life. Where was he going? 50 kilometers north of Milan, the world-renowned resort of Lake Como, where George Clooney and his lawyer wife lived in seclusion. What to do in Lake Como? Stay in a luxury hotel. Inspect a luxury hotel. Buy a luxury hotel. Chapter 274 The Origin of Luxury Hotels. Han Yi's interest in luxury hotels can be attributed to his asset manager, Antoine Gatchet. On the first day of landing in Europe, on the highway from Nice to Monaco, Antoine accidentally mentioned Lucerne, the most beautiful town in the world in his mind, and the legendary Hotel Bergenstock, which is located between the mountains. When Han Yi learned that a hotel could be worth 9 figures and even cost 500 million Swiss francs to rebuild, his excitement was beyond words. Where can you find a consumption project with a larger amount than this? More importantly, Han Yi himself is particularly interested in luxury hotels. His family originally ran a chain restaurant, tea house, and hotel business in Chengdu. He was influenced by it since he was a child. Although he did not love it as much as music, it would be a lie to say that he was not touched at all. Moreover, Han Yi's other 2 hobbies, travel and food, happened to promote his enthusiasm for the hotel industry. The transaction amount involved is huge, and the foreseeable positive feedback is bound to be strong. What reason does Han Yi have to miss this consumption opportunity that can quickly make his net worth sprint to $1 billion US? Therefore, at Han Yi's strong request, Antoine Gadget quickly arranged a luxury hotel cruise between the Monaco Yacht Show and the Frieze Art Show. The first stop was Lake Como. This is a glacial lake located in the Lombardy region in northern Italy. The water source of Lake Como comes from the Adda River near the Swiss border, and the water source of the Adda River comes from the melted ice and snow of the Alps, hence the name of the glacial lake. Lake Como, which is distributed in a Y shape, has a total area of 146 square kilometers, and is the third largest lake in Italy after Lake Garda and Lake Maggiore. Not only that, it is also the fifth deepest lake in Europe with a water depth of more than 400 meters. If Norway is not counted, then Lake Como is the deepest in continental Europe. Since Roman times, Lake Como has been the backyard of the nobility and the rich, and is also one of the most popular high-end holiday destinations on the continent. This is the characteristic of the European hotel industry. In other regions, the most expensive and luxurious hotels are basically located in the core areas of world-class metropolises. In America, it is New York, Chicago and Los Angeles. In Asia, it is Tokyo, Shanghai and Hong Kong, as well as some other cities with a population of over 10 million. But in Europe, the most prestigious luxury hotels are actually more often located in small towns and mountains. An hour and a half later, the helicopter landed at Lugano Airport. A Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan had been waiting in front of the apron for a long time. There was no luggage, and there was no customs clearance process for routes within the European Union. Han Yi and his party did not stop at all, but bent down and got into the car and drove to Lake Como. While enjoying the fourth act of Forza del Destino composed by Verdi, the greatest composer in northern Italy, which was played at a low volume by the concierge car, Antoine Gadget introduced Han Yi to the overview of the European hotel industry, which he was familiar with. What about Paris and London? Han Yi asked with great interest. He didn't know much about Europe as a whole, so he was more curious and eager to learn. And Rome, Florence, Venice, the hotels in these places should all be good, right? Of course there are many outstanding 5-star hotels in these cities, including the Four Seasons in Florence, the Belmont Cipriani in Venice, the Eden in Rome, the Crillon in Paris and the Ritz in London. Of course, the Ritz in Paris is also included. These are all globally competitive hotel boutiques. Antoine Gadget knows the top hotels in Europe, or the old money life in Europe itself. He doesn't need to recall, he can easily tell the best place to stay in each city in his mind. But they are fundamentally different from 5-star hotels in other continents. When you stay at the Mandarin Oriental in the Time Warner Center in New York, you enjoy the 2 Michelin 3-star restaurants downstairs and the panoramic view of Central Park outside the window, not the hotel itself. But in Europe, people enjoy the hotel itself. Yes, this is our biggest feature. Every hotel I mentioned is a unique historical landmark. The Four Seasons Hotel in Florence consists of 2 buildings. One is a 16th century monastery and the other is the 15th century Palazzo Gradesca. If you check in now, you can still see the emblem of Bartolomeo Scala at the main entrance. It is a precious legacy of the Florentine Republic under the Medici rule. The Cipriani Hotel in Venice, with the Palazzo Vendramina as its main body, is a Renaissance masterpiece funded by Leonardo Loredon, the Doge of Venice, and it is also where Richard I lived before his death. Not to mention the Eden Hotel, which is located on the Pincian Hill, one of the 7 hills of Rome. Caesar and his successor Augustus both built estates here. As the most upscale residential area in Rome, this area has been the only choice for the upper class to live in since ancient times, and the Eden Hotel is the best in the Pincian Hill. Grand Duchess Olga of Russia, Princess Isabel of Bavaria, King Alfonso XIII of Spain, Prince Paul of Serbia, Queen Amelia of Portugal, Prince Umberto of Savoy, all members of the Galitzine family, and Ingrid Bergman, Hemingway, and Fellini. The corridor from the 6th floor to the 5th floor bathroom of the Eden Hotel is filled with portraits of these great historical figures. How many nights have you stayed at the Eden Hotel, Antoine? Han Yi teased. Your understanding of it has far exceeded the normal level that ordinary people can understand. I've stayed here too many times, Mr. Han. I stopped counting after the 30th time. Antoine Gatchet smiled at Hanyi. Whenever I visit Rome, I will definitely choose the Eden Hotel. The La Terrazza restaurant there has the most delicious carbonara in Italy. The reason I give these examples is to tell you that Europe is really a very special place in the modern world. It is a place where time has stagnated, and it is rare to see urban renewal. Even if there is, it is to build another satellite city in the suburbs. The core areas of most cities retain the layout and style of hundreds or even thousands of years ago. For local residents, life is certainly inconvenient. If you want to live in the city, you have to live in a small apartment built 100 or 200 years ago, which is seriously aging, and does not even have an elevator. Not to mention residents, even tourists can only enjoy a small living space. Even in a 5-star hotel, an ordinary room is only 20 to 30 square meters. This is why Europeans especially like to dine outdoors. We can only find the sense of space that we can't find indoors outside. You mean, this is also the reason why Europe's top luxury hotels are mainly distributed in natural scenic areas? Hanyi speculated, because the city is too crowded and cramped, people want to stay in the vast mountains and countryside when they are on vacation. Yes, that's one reason. Another reason is that Europe is also the first place to invent the concept of modern tourism. Modern tourism concept: going from one city to another to survive, or to conduct business transactions, and to see the scenery there. This is not a pure tourist vacation. The habit of visiting another country on vacation that we are familiar with now can be traced back to Western Europe and Northern Europe in the 17th century. At that time, young nobles liked to take the so-called Grand Tour, traveling around Europe, usually including France, Germany, Italy, and Greece. The main purpose was to visit and absorb the history, art and cultural heritage of these regions. This was considered a more perfect way of education than books at the time. Only those who are materially rich enough to temporarily or permanently leave the production link can have the luxury of traveling. Hanyi thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Yes, although this is not a glorious history, Europe at that time did rely on the Industrial Revolution and global colonization, plundering and dumping everywhere, allowing the aristocracy to quickly accumulate unimaginable wealth. Before the nobles stepped out of their homes, other types of travelers in history were not picky about their living environment. Pilgrims, merchants, artists, soldiers and bandits. As I said, they travel not for fun, but for profit, or other more realistic and bloody goals. These people do not need luxurious accommodation. Any shelter where they can close their eyes will satisfy them. Taverns, rural inns, and even monasteries are crowded with people coming and going. Ancient nobles rarely need to go out. Generally, they go out to visit friends, reunite with family, or complete diplomatic missions assigned by kings. In this case, they will stay in villas and palaces of familiar nobles. Some people who are particular will even send servants to walk the route before each trip, buy the residence of the destination in advance, or even build a manor there. After all, in that era, if it was a diplomatic mission, it usually meant that they would live in other countries and regions for several years. But the nature of tourism and vacation in modern people is completely different, isn't it? Very few people will stay in one place for several years just for pleasure. After all, the meaning of travel is not to live in a different place for a long time, but to use the limited life to see as much of the world as possible. No matter how rich the nobles were, they would not stay in a city for 2 or 3 days and then buy a villa and leave it idle. Therefore, luxury hotels came into being. Since 1800, high-end hotels that met the living needs of the nobles have been built on both sides of the Atlantic. But the way of building luxury hotels in North America and Europe is very different. The former puts them in newly completed skyscrapers. For example, the Metropolitan Hotel in New York was opened together with the building of 95 Broadway. At that time, the Metropolitan Hotel was built next to the railway, specifically to provide the most convenient living environment for the rich who visited Manhattan by train. Broadway, train? Hanyi raised his voice in surprise. Yes, New York was full of elevated railways at that time. The above ground lines you see in Brooklyn, which are now used by subways, were all run by trains more than 100 years ago. Antoine Gatchet spread his hands. Trains were used for intercity travel, and when they arrived in the city, they were replaced with horse-drawn carriages with iron carriages. This was the way the new American capitalists traveled before the advent of cars. Today, no rich man would want to build his 5-star hotel next to a train station or airport, but in the 19th century, this was a major attraction for Americans. The different definitions of enjoyment and comfort on both sides of the Taiwan Strait can be perfectly reflected from this point. What is Europe's definition? America and the rising nation later pursued the splendor of the New World, while Europe has always been immersed in the glory of the Old World. I think this is the best definition of European luxury hotels. The most Greek or Roman is the best. So, what you mean is that Europe is still living in the Renaissance mentality? In a sense, no. In many ways, it is true. It is precisely the yearning for the past that has revitalized Europe. Look, the Westminster Hotel in Paris, which opened in 1809, is located on the famous Rue de la Paix, between the historic Garnier Theatre and Place Vendôme. Its architectural style and interior decoration are essentially the same as those of the Louis XIV period, the Italian Baroque style of the Louis XIV period, and the Renaissance architecture that the king tried hard to imitate. This is the biggest feature of luxury hotels in Europe. The modern styles of Milan and Frankfurt are despised aliens. Few tourists who come to Europe are willing to stay in these two cities because they are not European enough. London and Paris are also full of high-rise buildings, but no one wants to live in Canary Wharf and La Défense. The Broken Leaf building is just a rare exception. The real Europe represents the purest and original luxury of the old world. Huge stone castles, huge palaces with velvet and chandeliers, and historical villas located on the seaside or lakeside. And this is the fundamental reason why the top hotels in Europe are never located in the city. The dirty and chaotic city center cannot give birth to real ancient mansions. The hidden aristocrats whose wealth has been passed down within the family for hundreds of years will only appear in the most wonderful and gentle gaze of God. Lake Como is one of the places where God pays attention to the most times. Look out the window. In fact, roll down the window and feel the wind blowing from Lake Como. Antoine Gatchet pressed a button, letting the two windows at the rear of the car slowly drop down, letting the warm lakeside breeze from southern Europe pour into the car. Experience it for yourself and tell me what you think. Mr. Han. Chapter 275 Pasalica Manor. From Lugano to Lake Como, there is the Swiss highway SS 340 running from west to east. Along Lake Lugano, following the road signs of the villages along the way, we have been driving on the narrow European-style narrow paths without a center line to divide the traffic. If the weather is fine and there is no danger, then in at most an hour, we can cross the border and enter the small town of Minagio to see the shimmering fairyland Lake Como. At this moment, Hanyi and Antoine Gatchet are driving south on the November 4th trail near the lake in Minagio. Hanyi, who is sitting on the left side of the back row, can see the blue and clear lake water like a gemstone and the majestic North Glena Peak in the distance. Why can a narrow lake in the hinterland of the continent become a secret resort that Europeans are proud of? It's just a lake between two mountains. There are such geographical features everywhere in our country. How wonderful can the scenery in northern Italy be? How breathtaking must it be to make Hollywood stars who have seen and tasted it abandon everything in Beverly Hills and travel thousands of miles to live in seclusion here? Antoine Gatchet can introduce it thousands of times, but no matter how vivid the words are, they cannot compare to the first glance after the mysterious veil is lifted. It is really different. How to describe it? First of all, the bright and clear sky today sets the tone for this wonder. It is common knowledge that European tourism has off-season and peak season. And what divides the two is the climate change in different seasons. Lake Como is located in the northern suburbs of Milan, on the edge of the Po Valley and the Badin Plain, the most densely populated areas in Italy. This geographical area mainly belongs to the subtropical humid climate, with cool winters and hot summers. Such climate characteristics are particularly obvious along the shores of Lake Como. In general, Lake Como is located at the junction of southern Europe and central Europe. After all, whether you go west or north, you can reach Switzerland in an hour. In addition, the Alps on both sides are surrounded, which gathers water vapor and cold air in one place, resulting in frequent snowfall in the towns of Lake Como in winter. Not only on the mountain tops, but also in the valleys. When the weather is so cold that you have to turn on the heater to stay indoors, People's yearning and longing for natural scenery will undoubtedly decrease, which forms the off-season for tourism in Lake Como. From mid-October to Easter every year, the number of local residents will be significantly greater than that of tourists, and some resort hotels will even close their doors and reopen at the end of March. Starting in April, the crowds brought by Easter and warmer weather gradually awaken Lake Como from its slumber. In addition, the rich have the habit of going on vacation all summer. Yes, no matter what industry you are in Europe and the United States, finance, law, entertainment, or industry, as long as your income and status reach a certain level, you will inevitably begin to imitate the annual plan of old money and give yourself a 3-month-long vacation during the hottest season. This is why it is difficult to see people in the corner offices of Wall Street in June, and private jets are lining up to take off from Teterboro. The real top rich people do not need to stay in the company all the time. They have hired a smart and capable operation team. They only need to make some instructions in emails and conference calls every day, or even no instructions, and the company can operate smoothly and well. After hundreds of years of habits, summer vacations have become a means for people to show their wealth and power. If you can't go out for at least half a month between June and September, it means that your life is on the fast track to the cliff of failure. Therefore, all walks of life are trying to find ways to be unrestrained and chic in summer. The workation that has been popular this year is a poor imitation of the lifestyle of the rich. In 2016, which has half a foot into the awakening era, workation has become a criterion for measuring whether a company is good. More and more companies are beginning to allow employees to work while traveling. Of course, employees in each country have different definitions of working holidays. East Asian countries do not have this culture. Even if they go on vacation under normal circumstances, they are always on standby. North American countries are a little better. If they have the opportunity to work and vacation, they will still complete the task within the specified time. Europeans are more outrageous. As soon as June comes, investment bankers in London and Paris disappear. Phone calls are not answered, and emails are repeated. This directly leads to the second quarter of each year, which is usually the lowest season in terms of investment activity and return on investment. As the back garden of the rich, Lake Como's peak season is naturally these 3 or 4 months. From Vircana in the north to Como City in the south, a large number of hotels, restaurants, and yachts are counting on this wave to make enough money for a year. But even in the peak season, there are differences in quality. The best is at the end of September and the beginning of October each year, followed by the end of May and the beginning of June, and the other periods are the worst. July and August are the hottest, with the largest passenger flow and the most expensive prices. In all aspects, you cannot get the most extreme experience. The temperature is not that high in May and June, but we still need to compete with a large number of tourists. After all, most European and American schools have summer vacations in May and June, and there should not be too many families who choose to travel together during that period. By the end of September, even companies with loose requirements need employees to fly back to their home countries to complete the final work of the year, and students have already stayed on campus for almost a month. The flow of passengers has dropped sharply, and those who can still stay at this time are the real rich who have money and leisure. The most important thing is that summer in Europe comes late and leaves late. At the end of September, the tail of summer is still hanging. Being close yet distant, seemingly there and not there, is the most subtle, ambiguous, and most comfortable and exciting state for both interpersonal communication and climatic conditions. Han Yi, who arrived at the shore of Lake Como on the afternoon of September 30th, encountered such weather, which can even be described as wanting to refuse but also welcoming. Above his head was the scorching sun, and under the clear sky, there was not a single cloud, presenting an almost unreal pure blue, which made people wonder whether the paint in the oil painter's pen was taken from this sky. Compared with the blue sky of Lake Como, even Los Angeles, which is sunny all year round and seems to be covered by a bright filter, pales in comparison. This wonderful scene without any impurities can only be found in the secluded secret places that have never entered the industrial society. Under the gentle light, the lake water along the coast has become the absolute protagonist that can overshadow the sky. Unlike the jelly sea in ice, which is clearly layered, transparent near, deep in the distance, and crystal clear, the water of Lake Como does not need any pretentious words. It is the most authentic, purest and most beautiful appearance of a large lake in people's minds. Lake blue. Only by being there can Hanyi understand why this color is named like this. In the final analysis, all the colors that humans wear on their bodies, wear on their heads, and pin on their chests, are gifts from nature. The Mercedes-Benz car drove along the lake. In the near distance were the mottled, but still bright exterior walls of the houses. In the distance were the dense green mountains dotted with brown-red villas. In the farther distance, as far as the eye could see, there were the peaks of the Alps. Those at lower altitudes still showed naked earth brown, while those at higher altitudes were covered with white all year round. This was true on both sides. Lying in the deepest embrace of Europe, Lake Como also enjoyed the warmest wind on the entire continent. The sunlight that should have made people scorching hot became lingering and lingering, after being swirled by the wind. Here, Han Yi, who had never been interested in nature, understood its charm for the first time. It turned out that without humans, this planet could also give birth to such magnificent beauty. This was the strongest thought that lingered in Han Yi's heart when he first came to Lake Como. But as the car continued to drive south, passing more and more quiet towns along the way, his praise gradually shifted to another aspect. It turns out that humans do not need to destroy in order to build. Humans and nature can coexist and prosper together. Lake Como is the best example. These small towns that rise and prosper by the lake have been permanently embedded on both sides of the valley after hundreds of years of polishing, like shining spots on a diamond necklace. It is difficult to say whether these towns have a longer history or the snow maple, pine, cypress, palm and ginkgo trees that surround them are older. Humans are polite tenants who live here, not making trouble or disturbing. They take care of what is needed and return what is not needed to the earth. There is no essential difference between them and the Italian tree frog, European green woodpecker, green shank and white-tailed harrier that also live here. Once again, Han Yi is not a person who is close to nature. The comfort and satisfaction that the steel forest can bring him can never be given by a real forest. But even such a person who embraces modern civilization wholeheartedly has to admit that in terms of livability alone, 10 Los Angeles cannot catch up with 1 Lake Como. Here, everything is thriving, completely equal, and truly alive. No wonder a Hollywood playboy like George Clooney would choose to settle here. It's amazing. Han Yi couldn't help but sigh softly. What do you mean? Antoine Gatchet asked. Tre. Mezzo. Han Yi silently read the sign that flashed before his eyes. I mean, these small towns. Normally, I have no interest in rural scenery, but these places are better than, more fascinating than Monaco? Antoine pursed his lips and smiled. Even better than nice? You can say that. Han Yi nodded. I understand what you mean now, Antoine. These small towns, and Lake Como itself, are more in line with my imagination of Europe. That's right, Mr. Han, these places are the essence of Europe. Antoine pressed down with his index finger forcefully, and his tone suddenly became high-spirited. When I was young, I also thought Rome or Paris was the most exciting, but as I got older and went to more and more places, I realized that Europe's advantage is not in the city, but in the combination of human civilization and natural civilization. Europe is the place where the integration of natural scenery and cultural landscape is best done. You see, whether in Asia or America, the terrain, landforms, and natural conditions there are actually not inferior to those in Europe, and can even be said to be more magnificent, such as Yosemite in the United States, and China, the place where Avatar was filmed. Zhangjiajie. Yes, Zhang, that place. Antoine couldn't pronounce the tongue-twisting name, so he simply skipped it. I have been to both places, and they are rare beauties in the world. But these two places are fundamentally different from Lake Como. I'm not saying which one is better or worse, I'm just talking about the difference. Yosemite is in a wilderness with few people. Although there are many tourists, they are all tourists. You can't find a Michelin 3-star restaurant or a super 5-star hotel with 400 rooms in the heart of Yosemite. This is completely unimaginable in the United States. However, in Europe, this is the norm for travel and vacation. Provence, Lucerne, Lake Como. Go to any remote suburb hundreds of kilometers away from the city center, and you will most likely see a 5-star hotel that has been operating there for hundreds of years, converted from an ancient castle or historical villa, and in that hotel lives a chef who may have won 50 Michelin stars. This is the charm of Europe. The best natural scenery is in the countryside. The best cultural customs are also in the countryside. In other countries, the most experienced hotel managers and the most skilled chefs will flock to big cities to start businesses. Only there can they get the most exposure and the highest income. But in Europe, even if they stay in a remote hometown, there are enough guests to support them, and enough spotlights on them. For example, the town we just passed by, Tremezzo, has a world-renowned luxury resort hotel, the Grand Hotel Tremezzo. It is located in an artistic masterpiece called Villa Sora Cap Beauty, and every brick and tile can remind people of the indulgence of the Belle Epoque. The murals left by famous artists, as well as the more priceless collections of tapestries, paintings, porcelain and Chinese vases, are extremely luxurious. What is more worth mentioning is the Italian garden there, which is full of flowers and has a direct panoramic view of the waters of Lake Como. It is also equipped with the most beautiful outdoor swimming pool I have ever seen in my life. All year round, no room is priced below 1,000 euros. Then why not stop here? Hanyi was a little puzzled. Aren't we just here to see the hotel? Because this hotel will definitely not be sold. Antoine Gatchet explained with a smile. Like Villa d'Est, the Grand Hotel Tremezzo is one of the most profitable commercial properties in Lake Como. The Marlon de Santis family has been operating here for 3 generations. I know them very well, because they came to me a long time ago, to talk about joining forces, to expand in Switzerland and northern Italy. They have absolutely no intention of selling. So, I think there is no need to waste time on unrealistic targets. It is better to visit the most valuable and most urgent properties directly. What do you think? Of course, if you still want to visit Tremezzo, we can turn back later and stay here tonight. Everything is up to you, Mr. Han. That's not necessary. Like you said, Antoine, I'm only interested in assets that can be bought. Han Yu waved his hand gently. Then, where is this most valuable and most urgent property you are talking about? It's next to George Clooney's house, a 5-minute drive away. Antoine Gatchet deliberately made a dramatic pause. It is located south of Laglio and west of Snobio, next to the Villa d'Est. It is one of the most expensive private residences currently on the market in Europe. Winston Churchill and Napoleon Bonaparte have visited here. There are only 9 suites here, which can accommodate up to 18 guests, but the price of each room per night is more than $8,000. It's called Pasalica Manor. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.